Hi everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it's still as audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new two-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip. If you're battle-weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or planning an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem. Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the Vulture swooping in. You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema Armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter. Our last stop in this new state field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize. Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release. Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip into Troy. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG New State info, and I'll see you on the next trip into Troy.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad. The goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the?
Raise your glass to the victors, the winners and the big hitters. Yeah.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, snipers, fraggers, and flankers to the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2, Week 2, Day 2. I'm Hound, alongside with me is Tash Bunny. We're going to be serving as your casters for today for a wonderful day of PUBG action. So I don't know about you guys, hope you guys are tuned in, ready to kick your feet up and relax, because we're going to be watching some of the best in the Malaysian, Singapore, Indonesia, and Philippine regions go up against each other for a slice of that winner chicken dinner bragging rights. So how you been, Tash? It's been a pretty great evening thus far, hasn't it? Can't hear you, Tash. You need to unmute your mic.
Oh, there we go. So sorry.
Yeah.
Hi guys. There we go. So yesterday we've seen some pretty intense matches where we actually seen a new team actually take the first place spot. It's no longer belonging to Archangel Predator, and I'm super excited about this. I mean, yesterday we've seen some pretty intense matches. We've seen some crazy plays from 2Arc, a team that we actually didn't expect out of nowhere just to come get a chicken dinner. So, and pretty much anything can happen. So Hound, if you could have anything happen today, anything at all, what would you like to see?
$10 million in my pocket, that's for sure. And of course, I would like to think of myself as more of optimistic person. I would like to see some of the more lower rated teams, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
The bottom half of the bracket. Try to be a bit of a spoiler today, in the sense that they are able to win some chicken dinners and maybe put themselves up higher on top of the list. But then again, there's a lot of things that stand in their way. There's going to be a lot of blockades set up against them. But with all that being said and done, though, I'm optimistic. I'm thinking that today is going to be a very interesting day. We might see some outliers and, of course, wildcards come in and just turn up the heat, in the sense that they are going to make the competition a lot more interesting as we go.
Yeah, that's right. So let's have a look at the tournament schedule for today. We're going to start in exactly about 10-15 minutes or so. And the first map will be Miramar. Not exactly everyone's favorite map. As Hound mentioned, I think you mentioned that you don't even like Miramar, right?
Yeah, I think the only issue that I have with Miramar is the fact that it gives a lot of, how to say, benefits towards those with really good peak mechanics, in my opinion. Those that are able to jiggle peak really effectively, really fast, and really well will be able to just get some of those shots off. And of course, sniping has never been one of my personal favorite mechanics in any first-person shooter game. It's more of a mid-range to close-range kind of guy. But at the same time as well, we do see that some teams were able to make the most out of a bad situation, in my opinion. I feel that could be something of an outlier for some of these teams, that despite the fact that they may not be on the winning path of getting that big winner chicken dinners in terms of all these like long range fights, but they are still able to make it work by using a lot of the defilade that's present, using a lot of these little blind spots that they're able to get this to circle around enemy teams that are basically blockaded in hard cover, and are able to just flush them out with either nades or sustained gunfire.
Yes, that's right. So after that, we'll be going to Erangel as usual. Let's have a look at the teams that will be participating today. We have the Calling PH, Extraordinaire, Archangel Predator, Friendly Fire Gaming, Eagle 365 Esports, From the Future, Fuego, 4 Samurai, Monkey Boss, the ASTRAX, Bot Slayer, Bahamut Gaming, 2Arc, Sangat SOPAN, NRX Esports, and Nomad. Actually, out of all of this, for some reason, I really have my eye out on NRX Esports. They're not exactly the best, but they have great potential. They're not up there just yet, and I want to see them do more today if possible. Out of all of these teams, Hound, which one do you have your eye on?
I'm looking really closely at Eagle 365, From the Future, as well as Friendly Fire Gaming. I think these two Indonesian and one Malaysian team do have quite an interesting potential. We did see a little bit of hope being breathed into the life of ASTRAX, but ASTRAX has been a little bit inconsistent. I feel that there was some little issues for them, in my opinion, in terms of how they were performing yesterday. All in all, yesterday just seems to be a really bad day for a lot of the Malaysian teams, as well as some of the Indonesian teams were not performing up to par. But we did see that it was mostly a Filipino and Indonesian
I knew you were going to say that.
It is going to be an Indonesian and Filipino affair. It is because I mean,
Yeah.
looking at these two teams, they've been performing really consistently. These two contingents,
You're
they've been
right.
really consistent thus far, and I feel that they were operating on a really warm and hot engine, in my opinion. And I feel that that's something that they've been consistently pushing since week 1. And I feel that heading into
Actually,
week 2,
yes.
day 2, this is the thing that I feel that they have to really keep doing. If the Malaysian team wants to
Yes.
actually make a bit of a splash in the top leaderboards, they have to at least try to replicate the kind of pacing or the kind of playstyle that the Filipino teams such as Colony, such as Archangel Predator are known for, or even such as Extraordinaire and From the Future and Eagle 365 Esports. Really quick really quick pacing, really quick time to kill, and really good kill commitment in terms of them just pulling the trigger and getting those downs as quickly as they can.
Yeah, that's right. Also, another team that I was actually looking at was also Monkey Boss, but more on them later because right now we're going to have a look at the overview on how the mechanics of this tournament is going to be. We're going to have 6 matches per day with 12 matches per week. It's a total of 36 matches in about 3 weeks, I think it is. So right now we're on week 2 and it goes with the most chicken rule. So the match winner chicken dinner, and with the weekly winners go with most winner chicken dinners, and we'll be counting the total amount of prize pools they get, and the one with the highest prize pool wins. So let's have a look at the highlights that we have been looking at yesterday, if you may, Hound.
Yeah, there were some really good shots here from Imperius towards Croft Barzam and towards Sincere Fuego were actually caught off in a very interesting spot. Pushing into the circle seems to be some of the running themes here, and we do see that mixed success across the board for some of these teams in terms of them successfully pushing into the circle. This is Hansi here from Eagle 365, very aggressive indeed here, annihilating members of Archangel Predator, despite the fact that they have been very aggressive in some of the plays yesterday. It seems that there were some of the opening salvos that just worked out against them, and we do see that Eagle 365 though, despite having a very good start, they were down at the top 4 spot at position number 3. But this was all 2 Arc here, with From the Future more or less very together in terms of their formation, where 2 Arc a little bit more spread out in terms of the numbers and formation, were able to score the winner chicken dinner in match number 1. As we move on to match number 2, Erangel is going to be our choice of map. From the Future here, coming from behind, catching members of Friendly Fire Gaming with the cookie job of Friendly Fire Gaming, were able to clap back hard. You see Arip as well popping up into the kill feed as Aisu here coming in with a very aggressive push, but ooh, look at that, the nades that came in almost put him on the detriments here, as we do see Mr. Chan from Baham Gaming with the barrel M762, very effective indeed with the jiggle peaks as well as the high sustained rate of fire, working out wonders for his team. But I think this was the game where Archangel Predator won very concise and very well indeed, because they were able to get some of these good shots off, mostly led by CJ as well, and I felt that was something that they did really well in my opinion, with them scoring a total of 5, I think maybe about 10 kills in that game. But look at that, Nomads here, despite the fact that double peak was happening from the side of AAP, it was really much moot in terms of them attempting to score that winner chicken dinner. Heading over to match number 3, why don't you take over from here, Tash?
Right, that's right. So I'm just not really going to be talking about the game in general, but rather the performance overall on the across the scoreboard. I can see yesterday, right? Like Colony PH was having like the time of their lives. They were just, I don't know, they weren't really on the top of the scoreboard. They weren't even close to AAP in the top 3, honestly. But then suddenly that one game, they just managed to just pop off and get 20 kills in general with 1 chicken dinner, which means that they just kind of catapulted themselves forward. And that is how basically they made it to the top. And it's just so interesting seeing these teams being able to do so. We're seeing like a lot of other teams as well. They score a lot of kills, but no chicken dinner. And the problem is, I don't know whether they choke or they're just way too aggressive and they just don't make it to the end. But honestly, they need to rethink their strategy, because if not, all those kills would have been for nothing. Also, another thing about yesterday is the day, as you mentioned, Hound, day of the outliers. We've seen 2 Arc just perform like crazy. We see teams like Nomads out of nowhere with Spunky and even Imperius and Genki just perform. And these are teams we were not looking at. We didn't even notice them in the feed at all last week. And then suddenly this week, they get just like popping on and off on the kill feed, on the highlights, and these are teams that I think we should really keep an eye out on, you know, NRX, ASTRAX, they do have potential, not exactly as good as the veterans, but give them another season or two, I think they'll be up there, no problem. What do you think?
I'm thinking maybe you're right on some of those aspects there, because there is a bit of a mix. We do see that some of the ASTRAX members as well are veterans from from a lot of the regional circuits as well. But at this level, maybe they may be lacking in terms of the experience. Maybe it could be, for lack of a better word, the level of competition has increased so much that they may be lacking in terms of them trying to keep up with the overall pacing. Because I do see that the pacing has changed quite a bit in terms of the overall PUBG professional scene. However, that is only conjecture, as we can't give you, a full-on conclusion as to all of that concisely, because we don't have the stats for it over the entirety of the matches. But when we look at it comparatively, we do see that a lot of these teams here are definitely very much getting into the groove here. I do see that some teams are struggling in terms of the pacing as well. Teams such as Bahamut Gaming really much depend a lot on their overall flanking capabilities as well. But this was a very good shot here from the Futures. Teddy's here going very good with the triple pick, but XEZ just came back with the clap back on towards him. And I think this was Bahamut Gaming here that won against ASTRAX, despite the fact ASTRAX does have quite a bit of an advantage. I feel that looking at the overall scores thus far, as you were talking about it, I'm going to touch on it just so slightly here, that a lot of these teams do need to consider that winner-winner chicken dinner. Most winner-winner chicken dinners are always going to be the cases here in terms of determining who is going to walk away the biggest winner. As we can see thus far, for the most part, it has always been these... all these 6 teams, Bahamut Gaming from the Future, Colony, to Archangel Predator, and Team Extraordinaire, that have been able to score at least one chicken dinner thus far for week number 2, heading into day number 2. This is day number 1 results from the end of match number 6. These are all the overall kills, and I feel that's going to be very important for them, because if they're able to score one more chicken dinner today and it becomes a tie, for example, right, then the most kills are going to be the tie-breaking determinant.
That's right. So I mean, yesterday we talked about this a lot. Like, Bahamut Gaming was the team that had like the most kills, but they didn't even come close to getting a chicken dinner until the last match. And look how far it catapulted them up, because they were just stuck on 7th and 8th place the whole day yesterday. And seeing them go up there actually made me so happy, because Bahamut Gaming, I wouldn't say they're an underrated team, but I would say like they're a team that is definitely overlooked when you have teams such as Archangel Predator and Eagle 365 Esports and even the Colony PH. When they're around, they tend to get overshadowed, but their performance yesterday was incredibly stellar, especially on the side of Mr. Chan. I mean, we saw a triple kill, or was it quadra kill, with just the sprays. You've seen some impressive flanks from him. You've seen some long range shots from him. I feel like Mr. Chan is one of those players that are extremely versatile, that can pretty much do anything depending on the situation. But if you see Bahamut Gaming without Mr. Chan, they tend to get a little bit lost. I'm not sure if it's because Mr. Chan is a shot caller, or if Mr. Chan is actually like one of the main stars of the team. But I hope that their team can kind of like come together in a way and just kind of like be able to work together even when they lose one player. Speaking of that, 2Arc as well, like I just cannot really, I'm just so confused about them. Like they are just like, I didn't think about them at all in the first week. Then yesterday, you just saw them incredibly shine. Like, suddenly they were all over the kill feeds. They were so aggressive. The way they played was very, very different. I'm wondering if this is their real potential, or like, is their first week kind of like their warm-up week?
Some teams do have historically slow starts here, but we're going to take a look at the top fraggers for day number 3 of the overall week 2 of this entire PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2 tournament. Here is going to be Mr. Chan ahead with 15 kills with a total damage share of 2,136. Chibir with a total of 14 kills, a total damage share of 2,097. And Teddy's with a total of 13 with a 2,373 total damage done. So now people always ask me, right, Hound, what is this about total damage, and how does this actually give you a close idea of what they're doing? I mean, yeah, total kills can be fine and all that, sure, but how come their damage is so low? Some of these guys are able to secure some of those kills because they get maybe because the team are setting it up for a down but not out status onto some of these other enemy teams, and someone like Mr. Chan is able to get some of those kills secure. Similarly with Chibir. But however, Teddy's is, I think, the best potential fragger. Why? Because he opens up with a higher total amounts of damage, and maybe he is always in the front lines in terms of him opening up some of those volleys in terms of those frags.
That's right.
So looking at it, you can always see from the damage share that it is very much indicative of who is actually doing the entry fragging and who is actually doing some of the securing or maybe some of the flanking, because we do see that flankers normally tend to get a lot of higher kills but lower damage shares, and opening fraggers or entry fraggers, to say the least, are always getting maybe a lower amount of kills but higher amounts of total damage across the board.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually quite interesting how they play it, right? But for now, let's have a look at the weapons pick that was chosen yesterday. It's a bit different this time around this week. No longer the Mini 14 or the SLS. We are actually seeing for ARs is the M762 with a total of 56k total damage. With the AR, also the AKM, as you mentioned yesterday, Hound is also one of the more better picks, as well as the M416. So, why the shift in weapon choices today, Hound?
I'm thinking that fire rate is going to be a big issue here for the ARs. I'm looking at the M762. As you can see, the differential in terms of damage between the M762 and the AKM is vastly is a big bridge between these two weapons. I mean, when we look at the M416, the total damage is 1,817, and maybe it's because of the overall pick rate. Maybe when the weapon is picked up, it isn't able to do the amount of damage that it has, that the potential could be done. When we look at the M762, we saw it in a lot of hands here. A lot of the top fraggers were using M762s as well as AKs, and we do see that because maybe it does favor the fact that I think the M762 is a really good bridge for the 762 caliber weapons against the 5.56, because we've seen historically that 5.56 weapons tend to get quite a bit of an advantage over fire rate, especially when an AKM user and an M416 user are able to get like maybe an opportunity for both of them like on equal footing to peek at each other. But it's always the M416 that kind of wins out because of the easier to control recoil and the higher fire rate. The M762, in my opinion, definitely a lot harder to use without the attachments, but with a little bit of attachments and a little bit more, handiness in terms of controlling the recoil, you do see that the results speak for themselves in terms of the overall damage. And of course, it being the top weapon pick of day number 3.
Yeah, actually, when you look at the M7 as well, like if you think about it, it was also the weapon of choice for Mr. Chan. I noticed that he used it in a lot of his matches. But for now, let's have a look at the team targets for day 3, which is yesterday. Apparently, Bahamut Gaming really likes looking for Eagle 365 Esports, and if it was intentional, I wouldn't blame them. Eagle 365 Esports is one of those teams that are very aggressive. They will definitely get a lot of kills, and if given the chance to propel forward, they would actually pose a problem to them toward the end of the circle. So the reason if they find them early and they kill them actually kind of like eliminates one of their problems moving forward. For a team from the future, Nomads is their victim of choice. Team Nomads isn't exactly like the more stronger teams, which I feel is maybe just because they think like, oh, Nomads is probably easy pickings for them. For 2ARC, they like looking for 4 Samurai, which is very interesting. 2ARC and 4 Samurai, we saw a lot of skirmishes between them. Not sure why, maybe it's just coincidental, but still, maybe a bit of rivalry there. NRX Esports, they love going up against Archangel Predator, and NRX is probably the angel killers here, if you can see there, since they like to down them a lot. And Eagle 365 Esports, their team of choice is Friendly Fire Gaming. So what do you have? What's your opinion on all of this, Hound?
I think it revolves around the fact that a lot of these teams cross paths in terms of their overall pathing and going into a lot of the circles. We do see that killer teams from Bahamut Gaming compared to the victim team of Eagle 365, the highest kills are definitely going to be 59 across the board here from Bahamut Gaming against Eagle 365. I think mostly because of them being able to either get that circle, the circle vanguard here over Eagle 365. We do see quite a bit of Eagle 365 either getting circle guarded by Bahamut Gaming or either getting third-partied by them. So I'm thinking that that's going to be the reason why there is a lot of opportunities for Bahamut Gaming to actually score some, denies onto Eagle 365 here. I'm thinking that judging from just looking at the stats alone, right, if Eagle 365 may actually avoid members of Bahamut Gaming and maybe focus on trying to gatekeep onto the side of maybe like Friendly Fire Gaming, then there is going to be a lot of opportunities for them to actually score and sustain into the later stages of the game. But then again, it is PUBG. As we said it time and time again, Battle Royales, very hard to predict. I mean, if you put a heat map in terms of relative to the flight path, relative to the circle, you're just going to see everyone at different spots of the map, different spots of the maps at different times. So as we say it again, you know, as much as we want to make speculation and try to give a concise prediction, we really can't say much until we get into the game and see what is ahead of us.
Yes, that's right. So let's talk a little bit about today's predictions a little bit. Since today is the final day before the grand finals happening next week, I'm actually predicting that the top teams such as Archangel, Predator, Eagle 365 Esports, even from the future, we're actually gonna see some pretty heated matches from them, I believe, because they are just gonna try and clinch that top part of ladder for higher earnings in terms of the prize pool. What do you think?
I'm thinking that there could be a lot of opportunities for them. I've said it time and time again. There's always a team that's able to at least maintain that not to say third party, I think maintain the middle of the pack as consistently as they can and be able to leapfrog ahead. I mean, it's always a lot. Whenever you're dealing with a lot of these things, right, in terms of like win rate and all that, you don't want one game that you do completely well. Like, you don't want one game where you do 50 kills and just get like maybe a chicken dinner out of it, and then everything else you get eliminated at 16 spot, 17 spot, or so on and so forth, right? You want to keep a very consistent grind and a consistent climb across the board. I feel like maybe in the middle of the pack, some teams like I said, I always give a lot of dark horses towards maybe teams like 2Arc and Friendly Fire Gaming and maybe even Eagle 365. These I think are my three favorite teams to be able to at least be a bit of a spoiler as well. But I do think I'm looking at the lower part of the bracket as well. Maybe teams such as I would have thought maybe Bot Slayer could have been that outlying team that could surprise a lot of people, but then judging from their overall performances, that's why I feel like that's not going to be the case at all. They have been rather lackluster, and they've always been opened up in terms of the opening frags for very early stages of the games, and I feel that's just detrimental towards their overall progress. But I think ASTRAX, in my opinion, could be one of those guys that be like, oh, all right, they're starting to climb up. Or maybe even like how you said, Bahamut Gaming as well. They were having a very lackluster first week, and now suddenly they're on the top of the leaderboard. They're one of the names at the top of the leaderboard, and I feel that could be a big case for them to maintain that. But then again, you know, I mean, heavy lies the crown, right? When you're at the top of the when you're at the top of the heap, everyone wants to pull you down.
Exactly. So another team that I think that we should really give a shout out is actually Monkey Boss. Surprisingly playing super aggressive yesterday. They were actually one of the teams that, even though they actually get knocked out early, but you can actually see the effort they're putting in and the aggression that comes in there. They don't go down without bringing someone out with them. So definitely, I would say like they are actually one of the kryptonites facing the bigger teams, because once MBS finds you, they're gonna try and bring you down. Granted, they don't necessarily bring you down, but they are gonna do enough damage to kind of cripple your chances moving forward.
A thing that I've always noticed from my years casting PUBG, right? I mean, at the professional level or even at the regional level, is the fact that whenever teams are at the lower end of the brackets, right, they tend to have nothing to lose, so they focus around being the spoiler here, putting a monkey wrench, so to speak. Right? they tend to put a monkey wrench into the gears and try to mess up a little bit of the top of the leaderboard just to make things a little bit more competitive. And I feel that actually gives quite a bit of how to say, you got to be a little bit wary. A lot of the teams there, sometimes at the top side, they get really complacent, and then suddenly they just get sidetracked, they just get ambushed by one of these outlying teams, and then they just be like, what's going on? Now suddenly, because of these 2 games in a row, we get eliminated very early. We won't be able to accrue kills. Then you see them like actually drop down slowly but surely down the leaderboard, and it's a team at 16 or 15 spots. So I've always said time and time again, right? It's always the teams at the lower part of the brackets that are the ones you always got to look out for, regardless of whether they win or not. Is beside the point, right? But a lot of these top tier teams as well, they got to be like a little bit ginger with their steps.
Yeah, actually quite interesting as well. What I noticed about Archangel Predator from last season and this season is that they don't usually kind of sit atop. They kind of like wait till like last minute to kind of clinch it. So I'm wondering if that would be the case again today, because we may just be seeing Archangel Predator on the top again like we did see last week and last season. But I'm not too sure how it is this time around, because it actually feels like the playing field has been evened out. So maybe Archangel Predator would not be able to do that again, but part of me wishes that it would, just to kind of like see the whole thing just kind of go on over and over again.
I think the biggest key to victory for a team like Archangel Predator here is the fact that they need to be able to sustain themselves up until the mid part, because I feel like that's where they are always popping off, in my opinion. A lot of the teams here at this stage tend to pop off towards the mid stages of the game, where circle guarding, circle lurking is going to be a very big, common, recurring theme. But I don't know about you guys. I hope your tickets are ready. Are you ready for your in-flight meal? Because we are about to fly in a few more seconds. Let us go. First maps are going to be the sand dunes of Miramar. Flight path has revealed itself, Tash Bunny, and it is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, I think this is a very boring flight path, in my opinion. Not boring, but safe for everyone. It's through the middle. We're gonna see an even dispersion of players here, but honestly, when the flight path is like this, the circle can go anywhere.
I agree, and we have seen it time and time again that I don't know, like I always call it the uninstall moment. Every time I see circles that just skew in
Yeah, we see that a lot yesterday.
Everyone just rush around. I feel that's just going to be very problematic for a lot of these teams. It makes for a lot of entertaining moments, but I put myself in the shoes of the players, and they're going to be like cursing at the map. They'll be like, what is this circle, PUBG? Seriously, fix this circle.
I think it's like when those kind of circles happen, yes, it is an uninstall moment, but it does make for a very interesting match, especially when we see teams that do unusual drops. Something we saw yesterday, some teams go like super far northeast, northwest, where no one's there, and then suddenly boom, the circle's there, and you're just like, whoa, what? Okay, sure, we'll just take it, you know, and it just kind of skews in their favor. So looking at the map right now, over on Low Leones, same thing. Bahamut Gaming, I know this is one of those teams that are kind of creatures of habit. They will always drop at the same spot regardless. So in a way, when you mark the spot as yours, other teams are just not eager to drop there as well. So you kind of have the whole space to yourself. But also, if there is a team that really wants to pick a fight with you early, they already know where you're going. But we already are seeing a circle. It's on the it's on the west side of the map, over on El Pozo on that side there. What do you think of this circle, Hound?
I'm liking this northwest circle here. I do think that quite a number of the the player population are going to be within the edges of the circle. We do see that a handful of teams are going to be on the outside as well. So there is going to be maybe a focus onto the mid-game fight into, not to say the mid-game fight, the early game fight into the circle. Phases 2 and 3, I believe, are going to be where a lot of the action is going to actually pop off. We may see actually some early outline fights, as we do see again Bot Slayer living up to the curse here. The trend seems to be speaking wonders to them, as they are going to be taken out again. One player, from Bot Slayer G7.
You just called them out earlier, and I just literally did that. You literally said Bot Slayer opens themselves up early, and boom, lo and behold, the first team to have a player out. Oh my god, they are clearly, I don't know what to say about them. They're not careful, or they are just leaving themselves open. I can't tell this one. But another thing I want to highlight is how Monkey Boss, did you notice that they always seem to drop at the very edges, so far away from the map, just kind of like want to avoid other teams, want to hit the ground as fast as possible, get weapons so that they don't get caught off guard.
The thing is, I feel about this early game strategy, yes, it benefits you in terms of keeping you safe, giving you a lot of time to loot, and I think you'll be able to, not to say rest on your laurels, but be a little bit more, deliberate with your looting phase. However, it does open you for a lot of these, how do I say this? A lot of these early engages and skirmishes where they're caught off guard, in terms of when they're driving across, and then someone just pops up from the bushes and just goes ambushes onto you. And I feel that's going to be very detrimental to MBS. But we have seen teams as like ASTRAX that were able to actually give a very long flank, and it paid off dividends for them, if I'm not mistaken. They were able to make at least the top 4 at least twice because of those long flanks, and whether or not they will repeat that same level of success should be noted here moving forward. We do see that two players already out very early in the 4-minute mark, but still no teams eliminated early on.
Yeah, that's right. So we're having a look at Eagle 365 Esports here. You notice that they're playing, they kind of separated a team into two, but for now, let's kind of hold on to that thought because XDev kind of caught out Shibiru driving there alone, drops some shots, but not necessarily wanting to commit. Honestly, a wise move here because one thing about Four Samurai is that I feel like sometimes they like to pick fights kind of like beyond their capabilities, and because of that, they get kind of like knocked out. Also, one thing about Four Samurai, they are the kind of team that likes to leap before they think. Sometimes you're like, whoa, why did they just run in like that? Why did they rush in like that? Sometimes it works out. I mean, I would say like out of 5 times, maybe 2 times it works. Definitely an interesting and very funny team to look at, but not the best way you want to move forward. UDSC as well, one of those players that are very, I think, fearless per se, but I think their fearlessness can also be called stupidity at times as well, because you see kind of UDSC doing like some really reckless moves, just running in without checking corners, without making sure the coast is clear, and just getting eliminated just like that in Malaysia, Makikata, or dying like a frog.
I think stupidity is a bit too harsh to say. I'm literally thinking like reckless bravery, in my opinion, is more
Reckless
apt.
bravery, that's right.
Yeah, reckless bravery is definitely more apt in terms of describing those kind of plays from the side of Four Samurai. Yes, I do agree that it can be very reckless, but sometimes it's expectation subversions. It's kind of like the patterns of 3, right? When you see in a movie, you see something 3 times, you expect a pattern, you see a pattern. And sometimes when you go against those patterns, right, suddenly it comes up, oh, he's going to peak that pattern, he's going to peak that same angle again. Sometimes that can go against expectation subversion here, subvert some expectations for a lot of these teams here. I feel that's going to be the case for some of them, and I feel that yes, it can be a bit of a mixed bag for the side of Four Samurai, but then again, we shall have to wait and see. I mean, out of those 5 attempts, 2 attempts have been successful, but then again, we still have 6 more games left today, so who knows, maybe those attempts may actually skew in their favor.
That's right. So let's have a look at Teddy's from the future. One of the players that are definitely a chance, but let's hold a thought on that. AXR now out of the game thanks to Vandal 9. You can see there Serpent actually in a car crash because of that, and also you can see there also the kill feed. XDef getting another kill onto getting a knock onto Feather. It's not a great moment for ASTRAX because they're getting attacked by 2 teams, which is Angel 365 Esports as well as a team for Samurai. I think they're just really unlucky when it comes to their moving pattern here, because we did see earlier that Eagle 365 was on one side, and we also saw that for Samurai was on the other side. So I have to look at this highlight here again. This is how Arip was knocked out of the game. He fell out of the car because his car got damaged, and then so easily Chibirit just finishes him off, and then he throws up more shots there onto another member, and in the meantime as well Feather gets caught out, and that is the end of them. It's just honestly just unlucky facing Tsunami there from NRX Esports. Oh my god, manages to knock down Jexy, but quickly moves away and wants to go in for the rush.
I really didn't like the fact that Jexy was actually exposing himself there, but you see that Tsunami here has exposed himself even more against the fire that came in from the side of the Eagle 365. It seems that NRX round for the side of Tsunami going to be a bit of a spoiler here for Jexy. It's going to look to end him. Don't know whether or not... I've said it again, 3-second rule. 3-second rule will not be lived up to here, and it seems that Tsunami gonna go for a boost. May actually try to get push on towards Chibir. That's hanging on towards the top side of that hill here. Quite a bit of defilade for them to use between there. A lot of ridges and a lot of ditches for them to hide inside and try to get blind spots over onto Chi. But a bit treacherous terrain for them to actually traverse here. But they do have vehicles, so I think strength in numbers is definitely going to be maybe a choice for NRX to push onto Chibir if Chibir is exposing himself here for too long, but does have a vehicle, will decide to bug out.
Actually, honestly, that was a very good pick by Tsunami. Very a brave push as well. He saw that Jexy was down. Immediately, he goes to his car, immediately pushes forward. You can see that Chibir is trying to throw in some more damage onto the other members of NRX, but Chibir there all alone without his other teammates. I think he's gonna have to go away now before he gets caught out, just like Jexy was. One thing about Jexy was, I'm just curious to know, like, why was he there? Why was he out there in the open? I think maybe he was a little bit too confident and thinks that maybe he can land a headshot onto onto Tsunami. But one thing about Tsunami is that how aggressive Chibir is how aggressive Tsunami is. Definitely one of the better players for NRX, and honestly, a very reckless move by Jexi, but a great pick by Suzunami. So for now, let's have a look at the Colony PH here. I don't think Alec is spotting anyone else. See someone over there, but not necessarily getting any of the shots in. Not too sure which team was over on that side.
Okay, we do hear the ricochets and whizzes of the bullets overhead on towards Alec. Alec decides to bug out from that and may actually go for greener pastures here in terms of his situation. But let's take a look at the circle here. Match number 7 is going to be very indicative of a pretty dense circle here. As we say it already, if you can see on towards your southwest corner of the map, it is going to be Monkey Boss here. From the side, very, very cheeky indeed in terms of their overall movements. They are going to at least try to come in on towards the edge of the circle. They have quite a bit of open ground for them to work on, and I feel that's going to actually be very beneficial for them and open up maybe a backstab opportunity against AAP. But looking at that circle shift, wow, that's just really, really interesting. Power grade. As well as maybe on towards the northwest side of Picado. Definitely on the southeast side of El Pozo is going to be where the battlegrounds are going to be, and we do see a bit of a shift here for some of these teams. Nomads as well as MBS are going to be fighting into the circle as well. We do see some of the other teams here are going to be exchanging fire here. We're going to be seeing again the M762 being put into play on the hands of Vandal 9. Going to go for those long range shots there. Will not be able to land any. None of those shots land true, but will at least reveal his position. We do see that Sopan Santun on the side as well. May actually turn some fire onto his Shibir as well as Vandal 9. It's going to be very interesting indeed. We do see some long range shots. We do see that the level 6, excuse me, the 6X Mini 40 is going to come out. Some shots are going to hit the car, but not going to hit the person. So we do see that this is going to be a heck of a fight here, because we're going to be seeing some teams now going up against each other. And it seems that Sopan Santun just getting caught from all angles here.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like they're sandwiched between 4 Samurai and Eagle 365 Esports, the same place where ASTRAX was caught out earlier. So I can see there UDSC dropping some shots there onto a car, but not necessarily landing any of the shots. I think it's Bot Slayer down there, actually. I feel like this 3 teams getting caught at the same road. What is going on here? 4 Samurai trying their best to get some kills, but I don't think they're gonna land anything just yet. For Sopan Santun will be just hunkering down over there. I don't think they'll be moving away anytime soon. So for now, here's some shots being shot out. Not sure from where. So you can see here from the overall map, UDSC over on a I think he has a really great spot, honestly, on top of terrain where he can pretty much see everyone. And if everyone were to shoot back, all he needs to do is just jump off backwards, and he already has some cover. So right behind him is the rest of 4 Samurai. On one side there is Bot Slayer, and on the other side will be Eagle 365 Esports. It's gonna be so interesting to see how long this 3-way sort of like a peace settlement would last, honestly.
Well, peace settlements tend to only last for as long as the bullets start flying. So how? Seems like despite the peace settlement is still in play, it seems that vehicle collision is going to be the one at fault here. We do see that Colony PH now going to take some of these shots from long distance. We do see Mudloco as well going to be overlooking on towards the side of Extraordinaire. Extraordinaire are just going to be ignoring. I think they do see him onto that spot there and may decide to be like, yep, we're just out. We're just out for the count here. We don't want to be spending way too much time engaging with people because they lose out on positioning. I feel like positioning is always more important compared to getting some of these frags, especially when the circles are nipping at your heels.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see their Team Extraordinaire not exactly moving it. I think they're going to take the circle for a little while, kind of like counting on the timing before they move in. This is Killa seeing someone down there, dropping some shots, not necessarily getting hits. Here you go. 1 hit, 2 hits. Come on, you can finish him off. Mr. Chan now in trouble. Throws out a smoke, but then Killa is going to reposition himself. Not sure where the rest of the members of Bahamut Gaming are. Oh, there we go. I think this might be the end there for Mr. Chan. Gets a knock on him, has to move back thanks to the circle, has to reload. Once again, looking to finish him off. Actually, he does finish him. He was looking to finish him off, but not necessarily being able to actually finish his food. So if you can see on the kill feed there, Genki from Nomads actually goes down from a Killa looking to finish him to finish Mr. Chan out, and there he goes. He actually finishes him off, but playing it so gingerly because he was pretty sure that the rest of Bahamut Gaming is on the side there and could easily be shot out if he's not careful. So let's have a look at the replay of that.
All right, so we do see there long range shots from the side of Killer will be putting him down there, despite the fact that there is not saying putting him down, excuse me, is going to put him on his belly. Going to go change the angle there. Very aggressive indeed, taking some of the leg shots, and very, very wise indeed here from Killer to take down Mr. Chan. Bahamut Gaming stop fragger here, taking down for the count, and this could be, oh wait, hang on a sec, XCZ now taking some of these shots with the Mini 14, 6x, oh, but gets the re-peek back, a reply from Man. Man comes back as well as Broken Hearts here. Be very aggressive indeed with their shots. Going to be switching over towards the Collie PH Calbs here, taking some pass shots onto XCZ. XCZ taking off for the count. We do see on the kill feed here, Trick from the side of Extraordinaire taking down Esco Rex. We'll be switching over towards the overhead shots here. XEZ is going to be out of the game, and despite the fact that he's going to be shrouded in smoke. We do see from the future as well nearby, but nothing much can be said here. They are going to be playing the gatekeeper for some of these other teams that are trying to push in.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, not a great game, not a first great game for Bahamut Gaming, losing 2 of their players already. My question is, what was Mr. Chan doing there all alone? And honestly, because I think it was Kalps, no, it was Killa actually getting the kill. I don't think he realizes that Colony is actually separated onto different parts of terrains, and he was actually caught off guard. There's not much he can do, especially because he was at a disadvantage from the terrain, and his teammates, I don't think they were very aware what was going on until it was just too late. So this is SOPAN SANTUN and Qualixi noticing a player on the other side of terrain, but not necessarily looking to actually do anything about it. But meanwhile, on the kill feed, CJ managing to finish Loba from 2ARC, one of the scarier players onto there. But you can see there, another 2ARC member, Nan, actually finishes off Zio. And in the meanwhile as well, you can see there, Killa from Colony PH noticing Man very, very low, wants to finish him off, but not necessarily getting the angle right there, and noticing that there are more teams actually coming onto the other side of the terrain, looking to actually move backward a little bit. And from the future now, already occupied with another team having to watch their backs. Meanwhile, Teddy's brings down Bozo from FFG. And Alec also goes down thanks to Ipin, which is honestly a surprising thing, considering that Ipin is actually one of the players that tends to finish to get kicked out of the game early.
Well, it is going to be an important one here moving forward. We do see that from the future now, going to go immediately ahead with better pathing and a better greener pastures for them, but maybe going to go for some aggressive push here. We do see that Alec is already down for the count, may actually be exposed towards Catalia as well. So we do see Colony now being very aggressive indeed with these repeaks. We're going to be seeing a boost here coming in from Calbs, and may actually try to go in for the Alec for the save on Alec. But it's got to be careful though. We do see that the change of angles here, as I think to open up for the side of SOPAN SANTUN. They are going to be overlooking them as well.
Suzunami getting a double kill with this frag grenade is just crazy. And look at that, Suzunami just finishes off the entirety of the team of Monkey Boss, and they are down for the count, finishing off at 14th, or was it 14th place? So for now, this is ISU from NRX Esports there. Kevi going very aggressive onto Catalia from SOPAN SANTUN, not exactly getting any kills on them, but it looks like they are actually going to go aggressive, and Kevi so low now, has to fall back. Frag grenade comes out, and there's only Aoki and Kevi, and in the background, I can see Xavier MY coming in for the backup here. So it's a 4 versus 3 right now. What are they going to be doing about it? But meanwhile, on the kill feed, Teddy's finishing off another member of 2ARC, and Broken Hearts finishes off Nonzi, and that is the end of 2ARC taking 13th place.
All right, we do see Aoki from FFG able to open up onto C1 Flex, as it is going to be SOPAN SANTUN now with the push. It seems that the revive is going to come onto C1 Flex, as Catalia is going to be the savior in that sense. But Ipin now going to slow walk, as Aoki is going to be changing angles here. We do see Xavier MY as well as Aoki and Kev still in play. Going to go for the loot a little bit here. May actually add a little bit more on the utilities. And I think that what Xavier is doing right now is he's trying to give a little bit of angles of retreat here in case that the push may not come through for the side of FFG. I feel like FFG should actually let members of SOPAN SANTUN push them, but maybe they may know something that we don't, and this could be an interesting fight here. Should
Yeah,
see
that's
that
right.
Kev right now trying to keep his hitbox as minimized as possible. We do see fire there coming back towards Kev's. Got to be careful that he doesn't open himself up towards members of Colony. Though Colony are going to be overlooking the ridge as well. Could be a signifier for them. It's going to be a standoff here between Sangat Anton and FFG here.
Yeah, that's right. So over on the kill feed, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's honestly, there we go. Not a great game for Eagle 365 Esports, getting eliminated. And it's just so unfortunate. They were just getting picked up one by one. But here we go. You can see that Killa getting a knock onto a member of Fuego. Meanwhile, you can see there AAP getting another kill, going on the aggressive. So it's Fuego. You can see that one member of Fuego still up. Angelo now down. And they are in trouble now. One member left. Culps looking to finish off, but he's getting shot at by a member of SSS. And he finishes off, sprays off another member, and there we go, from the future actually eliminated by Culps, wanting to finish off the last member, which is Fat12. Wants to try to run away. Will he be able to finish him off? 1, 2, and 3. He hops on the car, runs for his life, takes cover behind the car, but the car explodes, and Fat is so low. Culps going in aggressive, going to push up forward, but notices another team on the side there, throws up some smokes for some cover, and you can see there as well, Bot Slayer are already out. But what's going to happen to Fat12? Just covered, just surrounded by not only Colony PH, but also on the other side there is 4 Samurai. Some frag grenades come out. Will they be able to finish? Yes, he goes! Actually, he gets sniped in the back by X-Def, and that is the end of Fuego.
Fuego now out for the count, and it seems that members of Colony PH now reaping the rewards big time here, despite the fact that they did lose one killer as well as Cap still in play. We do see that FFG right now bleeding, 2 members bleeding out as Sangat SOPAN were able to maybe open up against them. Oh, some good shots that coming in from Qualixi on towards them, but we do see on the kill feed here another member of Sangat SOPAN, Ipin, right now getting the kill onto Xavier MY down to the count again. We do see some of these shots that are coming in from Qualixi. Qualixi will be able to at least try to score 1. Big amounts of damage there, but it seems that there is a little bit of cover there, giving them a little bit of sustainability. But we do see at least 1 has been taken down. Some blind shots taken from the side of Qualixi here to try to take down members of Colony PH, as we're going to be hitting on to the top 6 teams here. 18 players are back in the game. Some shots there being exchanged from Qualixi, none of them winning through, and Qualixi being able to take down Killer. Colony PH struggling a little bit here. Some of those shots are coming through. Could be an opportunity for C1 Flex to actually go for the push.
Actually, so interesting how Ipin is actually doing so well today instead of being the team that is actually baiting the team. But for now, you can see Catalia actually now in trouble thanks to FFG Aoki. Ipin taking some shots there onto Aoki, pushes forward, and it looks like Aoki wants to finish off the other members and finishing what Quality is not able to do. But meanwhile, Quality actually manages to get a knock into Kev, but Mad Dog is the one that will be finishing him off and taking the kill. Aoki now so low, but finishing off the other 2 members of Colony. So low, drops out some smokes for some cover before he's able to heal and wants to see if he can actually counter what Ipin just started.
Alright, so this is going to be a very interesting one indeed here. As oh wait, we're going to be seeing Qualixi here. Caught off a little bit off guard here from the side of 4 Samurai. 4 Samurai from a bit of distance here, dropping Qualixi down, and will be able to send him back to the lobby. GD here getting the kill credit, as we're going to be seeing C1 Flex right now. Going to be very much in tune to see with his team communicating to Ipin where danger is going to be at. We do see Aoki, one of the last surviving members of FFG, hanging out in the defilade there. There could be an opportunity for them to actually be the spoiler here, but we do see AAP as well as 4 Samurai holding on to his 4 members, Extraordinaire with 2, FFG with 1, and Sangat SOPAN with 2.
It's actually so surprising how well SOPAN is actually playing today. Honestly, they may just be one of those teams that are just ruining it for a lot of the higher ranking teams today. Especially Ipin, who actually plays as the bait for his team and just baits them all to their death, is doing so well. But let's talk a little bit about AAP here. They are just not really on the camera today, barely even mentioned, but quietly in the kill feed, you can just see them go on the super aggressive. So could it be my prediction maybe coming coming through. Who knows? But for now, you can see Ipin now in trouble thanks to Aoki. Aoki going super aggressive, and I don't think that SSS actually noticed that Aoki was still there. Aoki is gonna run for his life. Now gonna have to reposition quickly before other members see him. Meanwhile, XDef doing so much work today on the side of Force Samurai. XDef, if you guys did not notice, managed to get so many stragglers on the side, and they all didn't notice that he was over there, and he actually got a knock on so many players. Meanwhile, this Aoki throwing a frag grenade wants to finish off Flex. Flex also returning that with a smoke, trying to see if he can actually push forward. How will Aoki be playing this? Another frag grenade comes out, some mollies as well, trying to flush him out and preventing him from being able to revive Ipin. Ipin slowly just crawling for his life, and I think Aoki just really wants to finish Ipin off for the kill, but will he be able to? Right now I can see there are more smokes. Every single utility is out, and Aoki is just rushing forward. Actually not rushing forward, slowly making his way there, but the one that finishes off Ipin is XDef once again. Ooh, C1 Flex getting shot there by UDSC, and UDSC will be finishing him off, but in a way kind of saving Aoki's life over there.
Yeah, Aoki, they're definitely going to be enjoying it, but it seems that his life is going to be short-lived here, as we're going to be seeing four Samurai there from all angles, throwing flashes, throwing nades, throwing all kinds of pain against Aoki. Aoki now going to go belly down on the ground. Got to be careful, though. Got to go for the spray. Will not be able to land onto CC Baby, as he has to be very careful here. It seems that his position has been revealed already. He's got to be very careful with the angles he picks here. He's got to look those angles very slowly and one by one. Numbers are not against his favor here, as for Samurai right now choosing to bug out may actually be on towards the other side of the circle here. I think that's very wise indeed, because if they did not fall back, they would be exposed on towards the top ground here, with more defilade for Aoki to hide behind and a lot more angles for him to peek out of compared to members of Force Samurai. We do see that AAP, still 4 members here, could be an opportunity for them to score a big win.
Yeah, that's right. AP now with 12 kills in total, and I really wish that we were able to see some of their picks, but we will get to see their bots. Actually noticing that Team Extraordinaire is on the other side of the map, but he has his sights actually on Force Samurai, choosing to play it safe and playing behind cover for now before they decide to push in together. I think Trick now getting a boost, trying their best to actually hide behind the terrain to not get exposed. So you can see there how AAPs actually spread out. You can see Nan and bots are just so far away from Mad Dog as well. CJ looks like UDSC is looking for the rush here, moving forward with GD over there. Nan and bots are going to move forward to their teammates. Obviously, strength is in numbers, and they're not looking forward to actually get knocked so far away from the teammates where they can't be revived.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of these teams that could be in spots of bother here, as we're going to be seeing AAP as well as Force Samurai are going to be the two teams that are at least enjoying quite a bit of numbers advantage. We do see the Extraordinaire as well as Friendly Fire Gaming are actually waiting for an opportunity to strike, and I feel that's going to be a wise choice here, because why? If you're able to at least get that opportunity for them to actually get that how to say third-party surprise onto some of these teams, then it could be great to catch these teams fighting against each other. Then only you're able to strike. So that's what FFG has got to do. But looking at Force Samurai now, they are going to at least try to smoke out by process of elimination members of Extraordinaire. But we do see XDef now taking down one, so they do know that there is going to be another one nearby that is going to be Extraordinaire there, that is revealed on the kill. Oh wait, Trick right now. Nasty bag of tricks against UDSC here. Definitely going to be working out wonders for him, but it is going to be Team Extraordinaire that gets eliminated by none. Very nicely done from the side of AAP. AAP right now going to, excuse me, Force Samurai right now going to go for the save.
You can see here right now it's gonna be one member of FFG versus four members of Force Samurai. I think they'll be able to get the yeah, there you go, the revive onto UDSC, no problem. So let's see how this goes, and will Aoki be the bother, the fly on the wall, if you may, for these two teams. For now, I think these teams are playing very systematically. They're just not taking any chances here, and this circle is actually getting slowly smaller, and the teams are just slowly crawling their way in instead of playing very recklessly and moving forward in a rush. You can see here Nan throwing out a grenade, I believe, or was it a smoke? I'm not. Yeah, it's actually a smoke, just to kind of give themselves covers so that Team 4 Samurai is not able to catch a peek onto them. You can see there's some. I'm not sure if it's hesitance or just trying to play it safe, because this is actually the furthest I've seen 4 Samurai become in 4-man toward the end here, and I'm really excited to see if 4 Samurai will be able to kind of pull this off to go against AAP. So let's see here. Nan actually also playing it safe as well, moving around, making sure that he's not being able to be sniped at. And meanwhile, FFG Aoki getting knocked out by Mad Dog real fast. So it's a 4 versus 4 right now, which is a sight that is very rarely seen for us in this tournament.
All right, very unfortunate indeed here coming in from the side of FFG. We do see that AAP as well as 4S are in a very interesting spot here for Samurai, wanting to make up for some very interesting decision making here from yesterday's game, starting to be very strong indeed. But it seems that Algen Bot will be able to take down UDSC with a beautiful spray with his 3x scope M416. We do see Molly is now being dropped out. This could be an opportunity for them. They have the benefit of numbers here. They're able to get that secure. It's going to work out wonders for them. Very nicely done for the side of Mad Dog there to take down CC Baby with another shot. Very well indeed. He sees that all advantages here for the side of 4 Samurai is down for the count, as we do see AAP is going to win the chicken dinner.
Dang, that was such a great finisher from the side of AAP. Honestly, very systematically played by both. But honestly, once one player was down for the count on the side of Samurai, I think they just started to panic. And once their rotation was just so out in the open, it was just easy pickings for the side of AAP, and that was the end of it. But it's honestly one of the better games for 4 Samurai, so kudos for them for that one as well. And this, honestly, I feel like despite not seeing 4 Samurai on the kill feed a lot, they're just quietly doing work, and I just didn't realize until the end, like, wait, they just quietly climbing up and making it up to the top, unlike yesterday where we're seeing them kind of like go out of the game very early.
Yeah, very early indeed here. But let's take a look at the highlights from match number 1 of today, or match number 7 in total for day number 2. We'll be seeing some very aggressive plays here, a lot of nades coming out, as well as a lot of highlight reel knockdowns, as well as knockouts here, as we do see that from the side of Archangel Predator, they were very aggressive with how they played. We did see their name actually pop up quite a bit, despite the fact that despite the fact that 4S were very much aggressive and tried their level best to push on towards them. I felt that there were some of these exchanges here that just were not against them at all. As we can see, Fuego eliminated at number 8. This is one of the final few fights here between these two teams, between 4 Samurai as well as AAP. AAP very much going for those very handy sprays. Will take him down. We'll take them down as we move into game number 2 after this. But man, oh man, has it been a crazy one thus far.
Honestly, it started off so great for Colony PH. Honestly, very aggressive, getting some really impressive picks there. But it just really felt like they were just going downward ever since they just lost one player. And I think their aggressiveness was just kind of like the double-edged sword that was kind of like their downfall, because they were just so aggressive, they couldn't watch their backs, and from there it was just downhill for them as well. NRX was also really well, and Eagle 365, one of the teams I was actually banking on seeing getting toward the last teams at the end there, actually getting picked off one after the other by several teams, was also kind of surprising for me. So for now, let's have a look at the match scoreboard.
Right, match scoreboard's definitely going to tell a very interesting story for Archangel Predator, with a total of 18 kills and 1 chicken dinner. So we do see that they are at least sweeping out the floor with some handy kills here. 4 Samurai had a valiant effort at a 2nd spot, just ahead of Colony PH with 7 kills in total. Not too far behind, trailing by 2 is going to be from the future, as well as Team Extraordinaire and NRX Esports with a total of 4 kills. Fuego and Eagle with 3, Friendly Fire Gaming with 2, Sangat Sopan Santo, Bot Slayer, Nomads with 1 each, and the rest to our Money Boss, Bahamut Gaming, and the ASTRAX with no kills whatsoever.
It's actually just surprising to me to see that, you know, Archangel Predator just suddenly every single time on the second day of each week just pop off, and I love that for them. But let's have a look at Force Samurai, actually one of the teams that, you know, I mentioned earlier, very reckless without thinking, but they are doing so well, and you saw how systematically they played this time around. Instead of rushing in, instead of doing some really crazy plays, they actually just held on to their area and just got several picks, and those picks, especially from the side of UDSC as well as XDEF, is definitely one of the contributing factors that got them those 9 kills. And it was just so impressive because I think this time around they actually really what's the word? They really scored big with the area that they caught, because in front of them, because it was Eagle 365 Esports on one side, it was them on the other side, and through the terrain in front of them, 3 teams went through them. It was just easy pickings for them, and honestly, I want to see more from them.
Yeah, I want to be seeing more from them, but however, the more is going to have to wait. We're going to go on a short little break. As we come back, we're going to come into match number 2 with more PUBG action. Don't you dare go anywhere. Me and Tosh Bunny will be back after these messages. See you in a bit, guys.
Hit you with that oh yeah, oh
Hi everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it still is audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new 2-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip. If you're battle weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or planning an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem. Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the vulture swooping in. You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema Armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter. Our last stop in this new state field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or Maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize. Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release. Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip in Detroit. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG New State info, and I'll see you on the next trip in Detroit.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad.
So raise your glass to the victors. The winners and the big hitters. They don't know how to be quitters.
Goal is back on the survivor. I'm on survive.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2 with me, Tash Bunny, alongside my super awesome co-caster, The Hound. So you guys have seen the pretty intense match 1 of the day where we saw Archangel Predator just come back so quietly like a silent assassin in the night, going for that winner chicken dinner. So Hound, what are you gonna be expecting from match number 2? I know that it's a PUBG, it's a battle royale, and I know we can't expect anything much. But if you could see anything happen in that match, what would you like to see?
I would like to see a little bit more of these outlying teams be a bit of a spoiler against AAP. I feel like they are starting to get a little bit too into the groove, and I feel like a little bit of disruption is going to be great. I do think that as well that teams such as SOPAN SANTUN, which I think is maybe like the middle of a pack kind of team, or maybe slightly lower than middle of the pack here, are starting to actually come into play and be a little bit more comfortable with the groove that they're setting. However, there were some really disappointing moments for them in terms of the final few circles, and I felt that that could have actually been remedied with the fact that they were able to maybe pop out a few utilities a little bit earlier and try to move into a better spot. Teams such as FFG, despite the fact that they were able to push into the top 4. Top 4 is not good enough here with the format being winner chicken dinner. Maybe if they were able to play with like maybe a point system where a kills are points and winner chicken dinners is points as well as placement points, then maybe sure, that kind of meta may work. But they got to take a little bit more risk here. They got to try to find some ways to actually mitigate some of their fights and try to focus on that middle to end game, which I feel that they're lacking very much, because by the time they get into that last top 4, they're always down by 1 or 2 members. They're always down 2-3 members, and I feel that's just very detrimental towards them trying to score winner chicken dinner here.
Actually, it's actually quite surprising seeing SOPAN SANTUN, but let's hold that thought because this is now the overall scoreboard with Archangel Predator with 2 chicken dinners this weekend with 38 kills total. From the future is actually the winner when it comes to kills here with 45 kills total. Unfortunately, because of the lack of chicken dinners, they're unable to propel themselves forward. So I am looking forward to see how they are going to be securing that chicken dinner. So number 3 is Bahamut Gaming with 42 kills. At number 4 is Calling PH with 37 kills. 2 Arc at number 5 with 29 kills. Team Extraordinaire is at number 6 now with 23 kills. NRX Esports with 36 kills. 4 Samurai with 32 kills. Eagle 365 Esports also with 32 kills. The ASTRAX and Friendly Fire both getting 22 kills apiece. Nomads close behind with 21 kills. Fuego 13 kills. Bot Slayer 11 kills. Monkey Boss and both SOPAN SANTUN with 9 kills each total. So actually, if you see here, compared to Archangel Predator, we have teams like from the future, Bahamut Gaming with like higher kill counts in them. So Archangel Predator is gonna have to work really hard here, not only just to keep securing the chicken dinners, but keep securing kills, so that if one of these teams get a chicken dinner, they're not able to push them downwards. So you can see here as well, there are also other teams that don't have chicken dinners that actually scored more than teams with chicken dinner. Like NRX Esports has more kills than 2 Arc and even Team Extraordinaire. So Team 4 Samurai as well, Eagle 365. These are teams that can easily propel themselves forward if they're able to just hold on until the end. But apparently these teams are the teams that always has trouble just at the end there. They're so aggressive, they're so eager to look for kills, but they just cannot survive at circle number 4 and up.
I feel that that's going to be the case here. A lot of these teams actually have to be very, very careful indeed here, especially Archangel Predator, considering that they only have 38, whereas some of these other teams with 45 and 42, and some of them with only like 2 to 3 differentials here in terms of kills. All it takes is just one game, one really good game performance, some really good opening frags could actually change the overall landscape of the total leaderboards. But I don't know about you guys. Flight is ready. We're all hands on deck here to go into Erangel. So I don't know about you. Flight path has revealed itself. A very interesting one. It's going to come 45 degrees across Rozok here. Ooh, this is one of those very much... I don't know how to say it. It's...
Look how early everyone's dropping. Are you seeing this, Hound?
Yeah, I'm seeing it, and I think this is very much a trend here because there's going to be a lot of dead space between from spots such as Gatka and Georgopol. I think north of George is going to be a pretty hot spot for some of these teams. Zaki may actually be one of those spots that they decide to drop on. I mean, Novo Repnoya as well, so Novka military base is still open. We do see that members, I think the Malaysian teams here, they do enjoy quite a bit of a spread out drop. And maybe that could be indicative of them trying to get as much as they can, but they have to be careful, mostly because on the opposite side of where they are from the farm, there is going to be AAP. We do see Ego 365 dropping onto the middle side here, pretty close towards the center of the map as well. So far, no one going to be dropping at Zaki. We do see the Malaysian team of ASTRAX dropping onto Severny. Scattered drops onto Yasnaya, as well as the northwest of Yasnaya and the circle slightly in the middle of the map here, skewing towards the eastern side.
Clearly not an uninstall moment for the map because it's right smack dab in the middle and anyone can get there. But if you look here, 4 Samurai actually dropped on Sosnovka Island and they're the only team there. But if you can see where FFG is, they're actually, I don't know, I think they're actually interested in gatekeeping that bridge, knowing that 4 Samurai will always drop, at least one stream will be dropping at Sosnovka Island. It's always going to be 4 Samurai or Bahamut Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. But instead of, but if you look at this map here, Bahamut Gaming actually chose to drop really early to the other side of Milta Power. So it could be anything. But MBS choosing a very interesting drop spot there. Actually, if you see there, they're not exactly the furthest away from the circle. That would be Team AX, but Team Nomads taking a huge portion of the top side of the map. You can see there, a Moto Loco just dropped down onto Stalbert, and Genki is all alone right beside Team AX. So, I don't know, very dangerous territory for him to be exploring alone, in my opinion.
Quite a bit of dangerous territory for some of these teams here. I totally agree with you. I think that that's going to be the case for some of these teams. Like I said beforehand, like I think that when some of these teams are actually going to put themselves in a situation that exposes themselves, I feel that could be very much detrimental towards how they want to path into the final few circles. And I've always said this time and time again, you want to mitigate as much of your losses as you can so that you're able to stay at least very healthy in terms of manpower as well as utilities moving into the final few circles. Losing one man is already a big, huge painful loss as it is already, but if you lose more than one man, that's definitely going to be a huge lots of things that you can't do. It's going to limit your potential to actually score winner chicken dinner easily. You got to wait for a lot of opportunities to reveal itself, and the problem with that is you have to play more reactionary rather than proactive, and I feel that's going to be the case very true for a lot of these players moving forward.
Yeah, that's right. So let's have a look here. This is Bahamut Gaming, one of the top scoring teams right now, one of the highest skills. And I'm really interested to see how they're going to be playing this out because earlier they were having such a horrible game, losing 2 players so early, especially Mr. Chan, one of their better performing players in their team. So I want to see how they want to redeem themselves this time around. But that match just now was Miramar, actually one of the maps that most players struggle with. So we may be seeing a shift in how players will be playing this time around. Nomads as well, not really seeing that spark we saw in them yesterday, but I do want to see how they play this out. I think Genki will be just fine here. Not actually, I don't think any members of AX actually noticed him or rather, if they did see him, I don't think they want to fight so early. But I do want to see some really crazy plays for Spunky like we saw yesterday if possible. So speaking of Nomads in general, I think they are a team, definitely a team with a lot of potential. They can do a lot more, but I think what they need to fix is their communication, because sometimes I feel like there is a breakdown in communication, and when something falls apart, like maybe one person gets down, I think they tend to start panicking.
I think that's the case here. A lot of the times, you are as strong as your weakest link, and I feel that communication is, I think, the biggest. I think in anything. I mean, whether it's esports, whether it's life, or whether it's even work, it's all
Wow,
really dependent on how
deep.
communication, how the communication actually goes into it. And I feel that's going to be the case for some of these teams. It's all about how they actually want to be able to communicating those things as efficiently and as effectively as possible. And I think that if you're not able to communicate well, then that's just going to be a hard time for you to actually try to cinch victory. So looking at it here, I do agree. Communication breakdown can be a key, but sometimes too much communication can be bad. You got to keep it concise. You got to
Yeah.
keep it specific and tight. I mean, whenever you're getting shot, they say that tree, which tree? There's so many trees in Erangel. So, I mean, that's something that we've seen happen so many times across so many video game titles. But then again, we don't have a proper insight into a lot of the communications here, but that's just us going off on a bit of a tangent. Now, before I digress too further here, going back into the game, SANTUN had a few highlight moments here. Let's see whether or not they will be able to at least replicate a bit of that success they had in game number 1. Moving into game number 2, Erangel may be their place.
Yeah, that's right. I think they caught sight of 4 Samurai, I think. Or was it 2 Arc? I wasn't too sure. Oh yeah, it's 2 Arc actually. Some shots are actually thrown in, but I don't think they are willing to actually commit to it just yet, because I think they are actually gonna try go for some placements right here and right now. Ipin throwing out another shot. Ipin performing so well just now at just disrupting so many of the teams. Like, it just made me so happy seeing that, because it actually just shows their potential, that they're not exactly at the bottom of the barrel. They are able to show everyone that they're not to be trifled with as well. This is calling PH, one of the teams earlier that actually throw some shots out to Bot Slayer, one of the teams that actually gets knocked out early this time around. Not yet the first, perhaps, or maybe they won't be the first. We will have to wait and see. But I am curious to see how it goes. Oh, there we go. Slit now in trouble, getting shot at by Kalbs, but is able to get away. Kalbs not looking to actually commit to it, or is he? I think he is. They're still on the hunt right now for Boss Slayer. I think Colony is in the mood to kill, but Kalb's gonna have to be careful here, because he's actually actually no, the cavalry is all actually here and they're all set up to actually have a fight. There we go. Sit now, knocked down by Kalbs, turns his sights to another member, but Momonji gets him first. For now, you have Jang S on the other side there running for. He's all out in the open. Momonji gonna have to be careful here. Easily knocks him down and finishes him off. One member left, G7, and we see the bottom of the car. Some shots come out there. G7 looking to skedaddle out of here. I think he may just finish off Alex. There he goes. Some road rage happening, and 7 is like, yep, got the kill, gonna get out of here. But look at that. Kalb's not happy with losing one of these members. Gonna give chase. Gonna be some fast and furious action over here. But the question is, will he be able to make it after G7? How far is this chase going to go? Some shots are coming out toward G7, not quite hitting it. Kalb's shooting out as he drives, not being able to get an angle. There you can see there. He's actually gotten off the car. Why did he get off the car? And that is the end of Team Bot Slayer.
Oh man, I have so much to say here, and it seems that the running gag for Bot Slayer is the fact that they start the game out, they get clipped, and they immediately get clapped. And I don't know about you, but that's just unfortunate here for the side of Bot Slayer. I feel like they really need to, I don't know, strategize better. I think, in my opinion, I feel like the spread out information gathering meta actually doesn't bode well for them. As we can see time and time again, is just it's just how it is here for Bot Slayer. Seems to have the worst luck in terms of the coin flip here. betting against the house is always never in your favor here for the side of bot player. But however, let's wish them best of luck here in the next game. Better luck next time for bot player. However, we're gonna go over to Chibear from the side of Eagle 365, taking some pot shots to the car tires as we're gonna be looking at the circle. What do you think about this circle, and what do you think about the overall player population within that circle, Tash?
I think everyone's already accounted for an inside. Honestly, this feels like a lot faster match than earlier because just how it feels like everyone's just taking the time to get into the circle, but due to where the circle is, everyone can get into there fast. So there's not gonna be any gatekeeping or anything just like that. For now, you can look at the screen here. Eagle 365 Esports noting another team in front of them. I think that is Team NRX in front of them, if I'm not mistaken. But for now, whoa! The circle just went smaller, and it's actually gonna go to the side of I think I can't really tell where that is. I think that's the farm, if I'm not mistaken, and Bahamut Gaming actually having the prime spot over there. You can see there are more shots being shot out by Eagle 365, but nothing really actually hitting for now. I'm not too sure why they keep on throwing those pot shots. I guess they're trying to warn them that they're over there.
Yeah, I feel that those shots may actually try to get a little bit of those damage off, at least for the targeted team to spend a little bit of utilities, at least. So, I mean, to get them to stop and spend a little bit of utilities is actually to waste time. So, I always feel that it's always great to waste the enemy team's time so that they take a little bit of they take a little bit more extended time before they get into the circle, so it does open up some opportunities for teams that do so to get better positioning. However, looking at the changes in meds, a few patches like lots of patches ago, I feel that that effect has been minimized just a little bit, but we may see a little bit of a fight here between Eagle 365 and Colony. They may actually cross their paths here, but not too far off as well. Is going to be Sangat Super Santa to their left shoulder. So they got to be careful here. Jaxi hears the audio cues on his left shoulder. So got to be careful that, we do hear some shots there ringing true, and it seems that Eagle 365 going to be more concerned about being the third-party spoiler here as Archangel Predator setting up the Overwatch and giving some fire discipline onto them.
I can see there Mad Dog already noticing how so quickly that Eagle 365 is over that side, and they're playing it so carefully because they know how aggressive they can be. But it's always so interesting to see that how this game just quickly became a fast and furious sort of moment. But there we go, Mad Dog noticing a player from, I think that is 4 Samurai or actually MBS on that side, but not dropping some shots. They're trying to throw out some damage but not quite hitting his bullets, and he's gonna try and reposition 1 2 3. Oh, they're running inside. I wonder if they're actually gonna push through, actually choosing to pop their tires so that it just reduces their mobility for now. And I'm gonna have to be careful because one wrong peek means a headshot and he could be knocked right over here. And MBS, one of the teams that are more aggressive, are actually the kryptonite for some of the bigger teams in my opinion.
I totally agree with you on that. We do see that MBS has been a little bit of an outlier here, a bit of a wild card in my opinion, in terms of their overall behavior of just acting as a spoiler for a lot of these teams that are very much comfortable in the top spot here. I do like to think that an element of chaos has to be added into the overall scoreboards just to make it a little bit more interesting. However, we do see that AAP and MBS are going to be looking over each other here, and I think that Nan has spotted out members of MBS already in that small building and is going to communicate the relevant points or relevant information towards his teammate, and may actually open himself up for some knockdowns here if MBS decides to push up aggressively.
Yeah, that's right. So looking at this area here, on the other side, we also have another team. But let's have a look at FTF right now. Very, very quiet this time around. Usually they're the ones always in the midst and heat of battle, but they're actually a little bit quiet on this time around. Not too sure what Broken Hearts was actually shooting at. Maybe he suspected that someone was inside, but the circle is gonna go smaller toward the side of the farm as well as Milta. Hound, what do you think of this circle? Not exactly near the water at all.
Not near the water at all, with a bit of Milta in its grasp. I feel that this is a pretty good circle. It is going to be a very competitive circle indeed. We do see that. I think that is FFG, if I'm not mistaken. FFG and AX, if I'm not mistaken, they are going to be in the middle of that circle. We do see that that is going to be a lot of attention given towards them, because the area around the road, the topography of the map actually indicates to me that the area of the road doesn't give a lot of defilade or how to say hard cover. There is going to be maybe a little bit of visible concealment, but not entirely a huge amount of cover for them to choose. So they got to be careful that they get picked off from the higher angles here, as we're going to be seeing from the side of Bahamut Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. That was Bahamut Gaming in the center there. AX is on the outside of the circle, as we're going to be seeing here. Eljan bots. Whew.
I am just more curious. I was looking at the map the entire time, where C1 Flex was just driving in between Archangel Predator and Eagle 365, and I'm just like, how is this man still alive with these two big teams shooting after him? He's taking some damage, but he's gonna do some extreme driving and make it out alive.
And that's the thing. I feel that that's the case for a lot of these teams. You know, they do have an uncanny knack of just staying alive, despite the fact that all hell is breaking loose around them. I mean, it's that meme of that dog sipping the coffee while everything's burning around him, right? So we do see here Spunky right now going to go for those really aggressive shots. The M16, I really like the M16 shots there. Very good use of the burst fire. We do see Eagle 65 now. Look at that push they're coming in towards him. It is going to be over for him, as Nomad's going to be limited at 14th spot, just ahead of Eagle 365. Very unfortunate indeed here, as we're going to be seeing another opportunity for them wasted on a very aggressive push, as NRX just pushed and ended it right there and then.
Mr. Chan was just on the aggressive. One thing I noticed about Mr. Chan is that if you give him a good gun, if you give him a frag grenade, he's gonna come out with at least 2 kills. But for now, we have seen Trick just ending NRX nice cell here. I think this is Team Extraordinaire's cue to actually push up, but they're just gonna be careful. Their nice cell gonna be successfully revived by his teammates. But look at Trick just casually pushing forward right now, and Sunshine finishing off a nice cell over there, and Suzunami now gone. Thanks to Sunshine. It looks like it's gonna be a win on the head and the team of Team Extraordinaire this time round instead of Team NRX. You can see there Namshao all alone there, playing at the side, trying to make sure that he doesn't get caught out, but the other members of Team Extraordinaire. But I wonder if Team Extraordinaire is going to change their... Actually, no, Namshao is fine. He has another team member, which is Aisu. But I wonder if Team Extraordinaire is going to shift their attention to Team AX on the other side over there, which is Feather and Serpent.
Yeah, there is a lot of opportunity for them to actually go for this, how to say, shift of attention for some of these teams. For some of these opportunities, but at the same time as well, I do see that there is a bit of a struggle for them in terms of the overall placement for Extraordinaire, because I think two members are down by that bit of defilade there. Sunshine, as well as I think one more member. I think that's Trick, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's Trick. There are going to be at least considering change of pastures here, maybe moving on to a better spot could be on the horizon for them, as NRX are going to push onto the compound. So it could be an opportunity for AX to be a bit of a compound denier here towards NRX if they're ever so careful on this.
MBS actually being, fulfilling the prophecy that we thought, being the kryptonite to one of the bigger teams, which is Team Archangel Predator. You can see there CJ actually finishing off Ketwigger on that side, and now you can see Mad Dog wondering if he should actually push forward. You can see they're trying to do a sneaky deaky on that side, but getting caught out by Mad Dog. 2807 now in trouble, getting knocked down by bots on the other side. Ketwigger just bleeding to death and is going to be finished off. That is the end of Monkey Boss. They really tried to be the kryptonite, but clearly Archangel Predator is not the team you want to pick a fight with.
Yeah, Archangel Predator just showing what is up, very aggressive indeed with some of those peaks there. Is despite the fact that none has been taken down, I feel that he will still be able to come back into play. They do have vehicles around them, so it gives them a lot of opportunities to at least continue the mobility here in terms of them moving into better how to say, sidelines. But we do see now from the future here Ooh, look at that. They're going to be exchanging fire here. We're going to be hearing rings of gunshots across them as Team Extraordinaire losing one member, Neil and How. They're taken down for the count from the side of FTF, as we're going to be seeing FTF right now opening up onto Sunshine as well. We do see that 3 members are down for the count. FTF is in the blue zone here. They're going to try to get as much as they can. 4 kills already in the pocket. Broken Hearts is going to go for... Man is going to go for the heal here as quick as he can. Has to go for that boost and run into it here. Don't waste that time, man. Don't waste that time. Forget taken down. We do see Bozo as well as Kev and Xavier MY going to be on towards the bottom side here. I think from the future may actually get an oversight on towards them if he's so lucky.
For now, you can see there Mr. Chan getting 2 kills on there, finishing off UDSC and FFG just doing work onto the other members of 2ARC. Meanwhile, Ipin getting a kill onto CC Baby as well. It's like a huge cluster of a big fight with so many teams now as the circle gets smaller. Meanwhile, Man out of the game thanks to Mad Dog, and SOPAN takes 11th place thanks to 4 Samurai. Once again, 4 Samurai just showing that they are not exactly the team to be trifled with as well, getting those really important picks. But for now, you can see that GD in trouble thanks to BG, RCM, and GD actually responded with a molly to 2ARC. It's going to be a 3-way over here, and I'm not sure if AAP is going to actually just come in to become the 4th wheel in this fight.
Yeah, you never want to be caught. You don't want to be caught in that little bit of massacre here, or at least the potential massacre that's going to happen between these two teams, between all of these teams. Lots of potential here for a lot of close range fights as well. I'm not a big fan of what's going to happen here for some of these teams. Looks like there is going to be a lot of heavy casualties that's going to be experienced by a lot of these teams if they're not so careful in some of these exchanges. I feel that again, you know, we've seen crazier things happen. All it takes is just one properly placed nade or a properly placed molly, and it's just a day end for any of these top teams here. But looking at it, it has been very, very revealing indeed to see that some of these teams are very much playing it rather safe here in these warehouses, choosing as sneaky angles and cheeky angles as they can.
Honestly, I think they're pretty much aware that Lakarshi was actually in that house just now. I was just waiting for Mad Dog to actually just get the hit if he decides to peek, because that would have been really, really bad. For now, RCM having his sights there on 2ARC, but making sure that no one is flanking from the other side in case he were to get headshotted from the other side. So you can see here, a lot of teams are actually just clustered up with each other near the farm. And I think there's a reason why. Is because the area is just so open, it's hard for them to move forward unless the circle goes smaller. For now, RCM noticing someone peeking but doesn't get anything. But meanwhile, Fuego in trouble thanks to FFG. FFG just going on the aggressive, but one member of Fuego getting knocked there by Killa, and that is the end of Fuego getting caught there by FFG as well as Colony. Meanwhile, Team AX opens fire toward Colony. Killa now in trouble, already knocked down. And let's see if they'll be able to pick him up. You can see that Mamonji on the side there, trying to see if he can go to his teammates to kind of help out, because he doesn't want to be caught there alone. Because if he gets knocked there, I don't think any of his teammates can come for him.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge issue for him because there's a lot of exposure there and a lot of exposure from different angles. And I feel that's just going to be tough because all it takes is just one very well-placed shot through smoke. And that's just going to be, how to say, you caught in a spot where you're not going to be able to move effectively. And I feel that could be very detrimental to a lot of these teams. And I feel that they got to be very, very much aware of how they're going to be playing this out. And oh, wow. It seems that NRX, Colony, as well as From the Future, I think has bought the house in terms of the circle favoring them.
Yeah, exactly. You can see there some long-range shots are coming out from the side of FFG toward Colony, as well as 2ARC. Looks like they're just defending themselves from 2 angles altogether. But surprisingly, despite AX being right smack dab in the middle, they're not actually having a problem being there. They're just kind of like in a peaceful stalemate with Colony, or are they just... both teams are just playing very, very safe with each other. I'm not too sure what's happening. Colony now with 6 kills. However, Alec is down for the count. Definitely gonna hurt their chances toward the side of the circle, the final circles. AX, despite you know, lasting this long, only losing one player but still 0 kills. Their survivability very good, but they're gonna need the kills in order to kind of propel themselves upward.
I totally agree with you on that, Tash. I think a lot of it really revolves around the fact that they are going to be caught in a situation where damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, it's one of those things where it's a catch-22. Whatever way you do, it looks like it's going to be a hard uphill fight by Momonji there. Very aggressive indeed, but it seems that Serpent goes up, but it seems that Bozo returns fire as well onto Serpent. It seems that Serpent's fangs were cut off beautifully here for them. I feel that that's going to be working out wonders for them because they do see that a lot of them are dropping in some shots.
No.
But oh my lord, ASTRAX taken down by Bozo in a hail of fire.
It was only a matter of time for them, in my opinion. They were just sandwiched between FFG as well as Colony. If they didn't go down to Colony, they were gonna go down to FFG, as FFG is one of the more aggressive teams out there. And I think FFG, they are setting their sights onto Colony, especially because Colony has lost a player. So let's see how this is gonna go. You can see there some repositioning is happening from the side of Kalbs, and Momonji trying to play it safe. But meanwhile, let's have a look at Lakarshi. Larkashi, I think they know that AAP is close by. That's why they're trying not to risk any peaks, because as I mentioned yesterday and last week, AAP is one of those teams that you do not want to peak because they are extremely fast when it comes to some shots. There you go. Easy now in trouble. CJ throwing some shots out, not quite finishing him off. But Easy gonna have to be careful because one shot is going to end him. They're gonna go on for the push toward the team of Archangel Predator. Mr. Chan healing up, and they're gonna boost up before they take this fight. AAP here very comfortably inside of the warehouse, and I think they have nothing to worry about. And the reason why this push is happening is because the circle is just slowly sandwiching them between AAP as well as the warehouse. You can see there's some shots come out, and whoa! Some more shots come, some frag grenades come out. They're just trying to flush them out of the warehouse. Bots now in trouble, just bleeding to death. Another frag grenade comes out, and they're going to go in for the push. How are they going to react to this? Lakarshi now 24 HP only thanks to the frag grenade. Gonna have to heal up. More angled frag grenades as well. Smoke's gonna come out there, and whoa! Mr. Chan now down. Look how fast Archangel Predator reacted to the push. Instead of going for the revive, they decided to just hold their angle and just kind of hope for the best and just hope that holding their angles is going to work out for them, and it did.
And this is gonna we're gonna be seeing there another surprise shot from Broken Heart. Oh, Broken Heart with the one tap, with the two tap. What is going on? Madness is working out for the side of Broken Heart. CJ and Mad Dog on the receiving end of the one taps.
Oh my god!
Time. Whoa, Nat. Oh, whoa. I'm just lost for words.
Nasty. That was so obnoxious. If I were to be tapped from that, I would be crying, because honestly, after that massive win, getting tapped 1, 2, 3 without a chance of getting out, yikes, let's have a look at that again.
Oof. There's that one, there's that two, and that final one takes a few attempts though, but we'll be able to take him down. Archangel Predator out at 5th spot. Oof. That one tap, just spicy indeed. It's just Le Chef's kiss of one taps. Not just one, but 2 times in a row.
Exactly. For now, having a look at Momonji throwing out some smokes, wants to push forward toward XDEF. He definitely knows that XDEF is there, but gonna have to be careful because GD is right over on the side. It could be a double pick from them, so if he's not careful, even if he does get a knock, he will be downed despite that. So I don't think Momonji is gonna go on the aggressive here, knowing especially that he is all alone. Some frag grenades come out. He is gonna have to move back in case For Samurai just wants to push forward. So right now we have our three teams right here, and NRX with 2 players, For Samurai with 2 players, and Colony with only 1. But what's interesting, if Colony does manage to pull this off, it would be very, Very interesting. Colony and Momonji now playing it very, very safe. But it looks like Force Samurai does have their sights toward Colony. At least XDev, in my opinion. XDev just waiting outside the circle, right by the circle there. Momonji just trying to do a sneaky push forward. But if he's not careful, he could easily be down here. And it looks like everyone's just going to play it very, very safe. This is one of those games where numbers are clearly not in anyone's favor. Oh, 2 grenades come out. Momonji forced to push back. XDev gonna move forward. Momonji gonna move back. If anything happens, some shots that come out. But he's gonna play it safe and hopefully move over to the other side. I think what Force Samurai wants to do is to finish off Momonji first. And he gets the knock onto XDev. But Colony gets knocked out by GD. And that is the end of Colony PH.
Well, that was a good one there coming in from Colony PH, despite the fact that that knockdown was rather impressive. It seems that XDev right now is going to go for a revive here, thanks to GD. We do see NRX, Namzia, as well as Aisu coming back into play here. It's going to be a 2v2 fight. Smokes have been dropped down. Line of sight seems to be very much limited by both these teams, as Force Samurai now going to go on the edges. Does have an opportunity to go for the flank here. Will spot on Namziao. It's going to be very important to see here. He's got to be careful that he doesn't reveal his gun profile, and that's, I think, is going to be very important. I like what Namziao as well as Aisu are doing. They're going to go for the two-way flank, but what they don't know as well is the fact that XDev as well as GD are doing the same thing as well. But it seems that Aisu already does know a little bit, like has a bit of information on where XDev is.
Yeah, that's right. So for now, I think they're just going to play Jiggle Peak. We are 29 minutes into the game, circle number 8, and I think the circle is about to get smaller. There we go, the circle. We are the final circle. Every man for himself now. They like it or not, they're going to have to go on the aggressive. You can see there, GD throwing out some more smokes, giving some cover over there because it is quite an open area here. More smokes come out, and I think both teams... Oh, GD takes some shots there from Namshao. Gonna have to move forward, flanking from the side, hoping that Namshao doesn't spot him out. I think Namshao does know, but gets knocked by GD. It's all up to Aisu now. Numbers clearly not on NRX's favor, but they really need this chicken dinner. Some frag grenades come out. GD now knowing where Aisu is, wants to push forward since they have the number advantage. Aisu now stuck in the terrain, gets knocked by Aisu. XDev also now in trouble, half HP, 1 versus 1 here. XDev gonna have to heal up, and Aisu finishing someone off. There we go, Aisu pushing forward, knows exactly where XDev is, throws out some shots, not anything, playing with the trees here. They're gonna go bring around Rose, but Aisu, no, my god! Here is the first chicken dinner for Force Samurai. Congratulations to them, so well played.
Kikane, Astro Boy, UD, and Deprotio winning out big here. Game number 2 with their winner chicken dinner. Some impressive jiggle peaks coming in.
Oh my god, yes, that was so good. When one player was down, I thought that NRX had this in the bag. But did you see how they jiggle picked around the tree? Just using that tree to their advantage was just so good. That discipline of not wanting to push forward and help your teammate is something that I feel like a lot of people don't really have. They typically want to have numbers in advantage, but being very patient and finishing it off is definitely the play of the game here.
Very big moments here for a lot of these teams. I felt that there was a lot of inconsistencies in terms of some of them pushing into the circle and basically fighting off some of these very big moments, but there were some crazy times between these teams. I feel that could have actually worked out wonders in terms of whether or not they were pushing it out. As you can see here, Mr. Chan walking into a blender here, and that's something you never want to do against AAP whenever they're hunkered down and ready to go. Let me seeing Momonji here for the final few moments here. Gonna go for that spray. Was able to take it down. Don't know why he actually stopped there. I think he thought he already got the kill, and maybe someone else was gonna come back into it. But man, oh man, was it a crazy one?
Yeah, that's right. We saw some really interesting fights as well. We liked that Fast and Furious moment that we saw earlier. I think this is one of the funnier games and more entertaining ones we've seen so far. Look at how beautifully XDev played that. But honestly, what was really impressive is XDev's performance today. He just managed to get straggler after straggler, just getting so many kills and thus helping his team out. And this is honestly what we wanted to see from Four Samurai ever since last season. They had the potential, but not necessarily the right place, and this is what we wanted to see.
All right, before we go cover that game further, have you guys downloaded PUBG New State yet? Make sure you do so on your Apple Play stores or either Google Play stores. Make sure you go do that right now. Like, do it right now. Like, lots of new stuff lined up for you guys, as you can see from the trailers, as brilliantly announced and narrated by Brian Corrigan. You know, as you can see, lots of new stuff on your way, but there's also more stuff coming your way after this few messages that's coming by. So Tash, I don't know about you, but we have so much more action lined up, and I know you're excited. I'm excited. I can't wait to see how that's gonna go on. How about we take a short little break and hear from the messages right here.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad.
Raise your glass to the victors. The winners and the quitters. They don't know how to be quitters.
The goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the?
Raise your glass to the victors. The winners and the big hitters. Yeah.
And what's up, our dear friends and fellow PUBG players to the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2, Week 2, Day 2, here with me, Hound, alongside with Tash Bunny. It has been a crazy one thus far. We are in our middle part of today's broadcast, and I can't wait to see what Miramar has in store for us as we look at the total scoreboards, the match scoreboards for match number 2 of day 2.
That's right, so back looking over here, First Samurai takes the chicken dinner, their first one for this tournament thus far, with 9 kills total. Calling PH and Archangel Predator taking places number 2 and 3 with 10 kills apiece. From the Future taking 4th place with 8 kills total. Bahamut Gaming with 7, Friendly Fire Gaming with 6, Extraordinaire with 5, NRX ESPORTS takes 8th place with 3 kills. 2 Arc, Fuego, SOPAN, SANTUN, and Nomads, as well as Bot Slayer, each take 1 apiece. The ASTRAX Monkey Boss, as well as Eagle 365 Esports, each take 0. We've seen some really interesting moments in the match right just now. One of them was extremely funny, a Fast and Furious moment by Bot Slayer. Not too sure why he jumped out of that car, but it was definitely one of the longest car chases I've ever seen in an official PUBG tournament so far. What do you think, Hound?
I think we've seen some crazier chases, but that was, I think, in at least for this entire tournament, a pretty long car chase there, a very committed one indeed. Looking at the overall scoreboard for this week, is going to be Archangel Predator here ahead with 2 chicken dinners in the pocket already with 48 kills for the total of 48. We do see that from the Future as well, totaling at 53 with 1 chicken dinner. Bahamut Gaming not too far behind with 49. Colony PH with 47. 4 Samurai with 41. 2 Arc with 30. And the Team Extraordinaire with 28. All of them getting 1 chicken dinner respectively. NRX Esports, Eagle 365, Friendly Fire Gaming, Nomads, as well as the ASTRAX, Fuego, Bot Slayer, Sangat Super Saturn, and Monkey Boss make up for the rest, with differing kills leading the charge. However, all it takes is just 1 game and 1 chicken dinner for them to propel themselves to the top.
Exactly. You can see here, a lot of teams are actually struggling with this format. In terms of kills, they're not struggling so much. They are actually one of the more aggressive teams we've seen so far. But that format is actually very well used for last season's format. For this season, because the requirement is a chicken dinner, I think it's where a lot of teams have to really discipline themselves and start to survive instead of needlessly getting into unnecessary skirmishes. There are some teams who are super conservative, like from last season, last week, like SANTUN started off playing super conservative. ASTRAX as well, they lasted so long but not getting a single kill. I think this is where they need to rethink their strategy. Yes, it is very important to get a chicken dinner, but without those numbers of kills, you won't get too far up onto the rankings.
I feel that's going to be the case here moving forward. I think that there was some adaptation issues for some of these teams. I feel that they could have done a lot better in terms of their overall strategy and execution of the strategy. Maybe the strategy is sound, but the execution isn't as sound as the aforementioned strategy that follows. So I think that maybe a change of pace could help some of these teams, maybe a change of scenery. We have seen teams actually perform a lot better on Miramar, and I feel that there has been quite a few number of outlying moments where some of these teams are able to at least propel themselves ahead of the score of the leadership boards, mostly because of some of these outlying fights in Miramar. But let's just see whether or not here's one thing I gotta say early on, whether or not that Bot Slayer will come full circle here and go 3 for all in terms of them getting fragged out or losing at least 1 member early on. It seems to be a running storyline here for the entire tournament. We do hope that that's not going to be the case, but we've seen some crazier things happen thus far. I mean, not to take anything away from their valiant efforts, but it's just been very inconsistent in terms of their luck here today.
Honestly, I think Bot Slayer, from what it seems like, is they're just having fun with it. They feel like they're a team with nothing to lose, and teams with nothing to lose are actually the scariest teams. I mean, we saw how they went against Colony PH as this going for it and just go. And honestly, I'm still wondering why he jumped out of the car. Probably because he was the only one and he didn't know what to do after that. Perhaps that was the reason why he jumped out. Who knows? But either way, it made for a very interesting game. But for now, teams like Monkey Boss, you can see them as well, like starting to fight against the bigger teams. And the team they actually chose last game was actually Archangel Esports. Yes, it didn't work out in their favor, but you can actually see that these teams do have in mind that they want to disrupt these teams as much as possible. So Archangel Esports, Eagle 365, teams like Colony PH, they have to watch their back, because even though they're going to come out on top, it's definitely enough to cripple them.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities for them to cripple a lot of the top tier teams, in my opinion. I feel that this is going to be very, very much one of those moments that make you, I don't know, facepalm moments, in my opinion. I feel that that's just one of those things that really shows that why PUBG is one of the most dynamic and the most exciting games out there. Thus far, we have seen more of the action skew mostly towards phases 3 and 4. And I feel that's going to be a case here for a lot of these teams. Especially with Miramar, we do see that the pace goes down to a crawl at certain points, right? We do see a little bit of action explode on the early stages of the game. But at the same time, we do see that for a big part of phase 1 to 3, we do see that there is going to be a lot of radio silence in terms of the kill feed. But I don't know about you guys. Tickets are all up and ready, all hands on deck, because we're going to go for a change of scenery here instead of the sunny sand dunes of Miramar. Ooh, whoa. This flight path hugging towards Los Leones, Puerto Paraíso, as well as Los Higos and Villa Del Mar. So I don't know about you. Chimachera could be a hotspot. La Bendita, Hacienda del Patron, Los Leones, Chimachera, Montenuevo, Puerto Paraíso, a lot of these places.
I feel like you're having fun
good
saying these names. Like, you're really having fun saying these names. You got like the accent and the pronunciation down pat. Can you say that again?
Puerto Paraíso. Yeah, Portuguese came second nature for me at certain parts. Kind of sounds like Spanish as well. But before I digress any further about linguistics, we are going to go into a very interesting spot here. I think we do see at least 2 teams going into the isolated island here. Los Higos could be a spot. For some of them, at least 3 teams are going to be hugging the coast. We do see Friendly Fire Gaming hugging towards the eastern side of the map. Western side of the map is going to be another Malaysian team of Bot Slayer. This time staying very close together indeed. We do see that SOPAN SANTUN are going to be hanging out, and you see that they're taking a little bit of a page off of Bot Slayer here. AX as well, very close by. Very interesting indeed. I think the northern part of the map, northeast and northwest, very empty indeed.
But look at Los Leones though. Like, oh, this girl, that caught me off guard.
Okay, now that's an uninstall moment right there. That is an uninstall moment right there.
Like, I was oh my god, look at AAP just right smack dab in the middle there. They have the prime spot. Circle Gods is definitely blessing them today, at least for now, before we see the circle get smaller. But look at Los Leones though. We have Bahamut Gaming and 2Arc over there. On the outside is AX, as well as Qualixy all alone there. Qualixy, despite getting some picks there, might want to have to be careful. But looking at the circle, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams, maybe 4.5 teams already inside.
Yeah, but a lot of these teams are going to come into play, and I feel that that's going to become, they're going to come into play at least towards the middle stages of the game, and I feel that's just going to be great in my opinion. But looking at this circle here, it's going to be indicative of, I think may actually be rather, I think we're going to have a slightly quieter phase 3. No, a phase 2 in my opinion. Phase 1, we might actually see some of these teams actually take their time. Phase 2 is where I think a lot of the fights are going to be exploding on the outliers here, and I feel that maybe we might see some of these teams that are having better positions, such as NRX, who are in, I think, the prime position here, because there is going to be quite a bit of high traffic there for a lot of these teams if they decide to cross onto that that Y cross section in the middle down there, and I feel that's where they can hold up really well, provided that they don't get clapped by members of E365. But we do see that AAP right now taking some of those shots against NRX, as we do see that that could be some of the cases here for some of these teams. But early on, we might actually see some fights erupt against these teams.
Yeah, that's right. But what I want to really see is Broken Hearts doing those one taps again. Those were absolutely obnoxious, and that is what I want to see from them. Because FTF, one of the team's highest fraggings, and I feel like they could really benefit from a chicken dinner, honestly. Because despite them not exactly making it toward the end, but their performance in terms of gunfights is just le chef's kiss, really, really good. So for now, I can see their AAP just like throwing out some shots. I think they're more warning shots and everything because from where none is shooting, it's very random. Unless of course they kind of hear that someone's on that side, but not too sure where they is. Okay, now I can see MBS Ketwicker is gonna be the first one into the circle, but right beside them is FFG. But despite them being right so close to each other, I don't think they're aware of each other's presence because of the terrain in between them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a case very much closely observed by some of these teams. I feel that they have to be at least in some of those spots that could actually be revealed to them depending on where they are in the circle, where they are relative to the circle. And I think that's going to be a case for them to at least be more aware of what is in store for them. Because when we look at it, right, for now, phase number 1 is going to come to a close. That means that a lot of them are going to start moving. So phase number 1, in my opinion, is where a lot of these fights are actually going to be it's going to erupt in a way where it's going to catch them. You're going to catch them going like, oh my god, it's time to fight. It's time to fight into the circle. It's time to fight, trying to get at least a better positioning within the circle rather than fighting our way, rather than, gatekeeping for people. And we do see that for some of these teams, a lot of it actually revolves around the fact that, hey, this is where they fight it out. You know, this is where they exchange some of these love taps between each other. And at the end of the day, right, I think that a lot of it actually hits the point home in a sense that if you're able to gatekeep, then sure, it definitely works out in your favor. But fighting into the circle, especially when there's a lot of defilade around you and you don't have the benefit of positioning, is going to be tough to execute. And I do hope for the best for some of these teams, because we have seen them be very, very, scrappy in terms of that. We do see Freshia here, one of your more highlighted teams, at least your pocket pick teams to be some of the spoilers here, trying to take some of these shots from long ranges here. None of them ringing true against Eagle 365 though.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like Eagle 365 not necessarily just finding their spot to call home right now just yet. We saw this now that MBS was very, very protective of the area. They did throw out some shots, but not necessarily getting any kills just yet. I think MBS do have their sights on Eagle 365 again, but they're not willing to actually do anything for now. You can see Eagle 365 actually getting shot again over there. Meanwhile, the ASTRAX, one of the teams that's not really shining today despite, you know, kind of surviving a long time, they're gonna have to step it up to get those kills. For now, I think they'll be hunkering down over in this area from now. For now, seems like the way that they're playing it. But for now, in the kill feed, you can see there Teddy's in trouble. There's a scuffle there between Team Extraordinaire and FTF. Teddy's now out of the fight, and in the meantime, and in trade, Sunshine goes out as well as Colony struggles against another two. I think it was NRX. There we go. Alec, once again, the first member of Colony to be out of the game.
Oh man, another unfortunate day for them here, as we're going to be seeing that it could be a bit of a detriment towards them, especially towards the later stages of the game, for them to actually want to hold on to this. But at the same time as well, we've seen them actually operate in a more, rather concisely, despite the fact that they were on the, they were on a receiving end of detrimental numbers, or numbers that are not adequate towards trying to end the game, and they were still able to come out rather on top here. But then again, third-partying people is definitely going to be a skill. It's not a skill on its own, it's more of just being at the right place at the right time. So whether opportunity and the ability to be at the right place at the right time will ring through for them, we shall have to wait and see as the game progresses, won't we?
Yeah, that's right. For now, Kalps has his sight on a member of NRX. I think Suzunami. Suzunami gonna have to be careful, and he's getting shot 1, 2, but not quite getting the damage there. Another member of NRX taking some heavy damage, but will be able to move back and hide in the corner as they heal up one more time. I think Kalps is looking to fight one more time, getting hit over there by Suzunami. Suzunami is definitely not a member that you want to peek, because once he has his sights on you, he will definitely at least get some heavy damage on. From the side here, I think Kalps is looking to try and going back to his teammates, not looking to actually commit onto the other members of NRX.
Yeah, there is going to be a bit of how to say, a bit of a commit here. Momonji taking some of those shots from long range. Don't know whether or not it will run through for the side of Monkey Boss. Monkey Boss right now on the receiving end of a little bit of fire discipline here. Long range fire discipline coming in from Momonji. None of them are going to be peeking out. I think Momonji now going to be spotting out, oh, the Malaysian team of Friendly Fire Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, taking some of the shots from long range here. Bozo, Savior, as well as Aoki. And oh, Savior, they're taking in a lot of damage. One more shot and he's going to get taken down, though. We do see that Kev, as well as Bozo, Aoki, and Savior. I'm going to try to look for Defilate here, but they got to be careful for overlapping fire that could come from Nisa as well as Suzunami.
It looks like NRX is actually going to be retreating for now. They don't want anything to do with that. They don't want anything to do with that scuffle, because the other team does have the high terrain and they don't want to be shot from the side either, where they can't see where the enemy is. For now, FFG gonna play it safe, gonna move out for now because they know the colony is over that side. Momonji, this is such a great area for Momonji, honestly, with his long range weapons, as well as his, I think it's an 8x scope where he's able to see all and just precisely get his shots. Not someone that you want to trifle with so early in the game, unless you want to get headshotted so early. So Momonji gonna reposition over here. One thing about Colony TH is that they are the teams that are super aggressive. They are the team that can survive to the end, but they always make it so close, but never quite clinching that dinner. And I believe that right now they are definitely hungry, and you can see how they're playing. They're playing a little bit more aggressive than usual. Some shots are coming out from Nanxiao to Word. I'm not sure who exactly is that member of Colony is, but you can hear some whizzes coming by, but I don't think both players are actually landing any of their shots. It's just way too far away.
Yeah, opportunities to land those shots are starting to slim down a little bit. With bullet up in consideration, as well as it is pretty hard to at least gauge the distance here. I mean, there are always going to be a lot of opportunities for them to try to take some of these long range shots, but it's always better to go for those medium range shots. I think it's a little bit more concise for you to be able to get that medium range shots, because the damage drop off as well as the bullet drop isn't as insane as it does for some of these crazier long range shots. However, I'm looking at it, Bozo as well as the rest of Friendly Fire Gaming, Kev, Aoki, and Savior Mai moving into a compound here at Villa Del Mar, if I'm not mistaken, but getting shot from different angles here.
Team Extraordinaire, I think, are looking to actually push through, so they're gonna have to be careful. Mr. Chan from Bahamut Gaming taking some shots there onto Catalia, but not exactly hitting any of his shots. You can see there throughout so many games, that is the gun of his choice, and when he uses it, he's basically a beast. So for now, Mr. Chan gonna reposition himself, because we have seen that team SSS, despite not being the top fragging, not being the best, but they are the best at disrupting. And it looks like it's gonna be a Bahamut Gaming versus SOPAN SANTUN over here, and a terrain will be separating the two. X Easy at the prime spot to do a flank here, and if SSS are not aware, they could easily get shot from the side, and it will open up some opportunities for the rest of Bahamut Gaming to actually push forward and actually mow them down. For here, Quality playing it safe beside the terrain, not wanting to peek, because we all know Mr. Chan is really scary when he is given a chance. Meanwhile, Momonji getting a knock onto Ketrigger, because you can see there onto the kill feed. C1 Flex as well as the rest of SSS going to be pushing forward, but it looks like Bahamut Gaming will be moving out of the area, not looking to compliment. Quality going on the aggressive here, not letting his shots. So, but Quality getting shot down by X Easy in return. Clearly, Bahamut Gaming are saying, do not mess with us. Meanwhile, a member of Fuego going back to the lobby because of some road rage over there. Yikes.
Yeah, Roridge indeed here coming in from the side of Arab, coming from the side of the team to actually push it off very, very aggressively indeed. I do feel that for the team here, I think that is Colony, Bahamut Gaming here, gonna push up on towards Sanga Sopa Santun. Maybe a little bit of a problem here considering the amount of high ground that they have and the amount of coverage that they have over Bahamut Gaming. But I think we have seen an opportunity for Bahamut Gaming to actually flank around and maybe take a bit of a blind spot here if they're very well aware of it. I think it all really depends on whether or not Sanga Sopa Santun decides to reveal themselves moving into this. But we're going to be switching over towards Fuego. Jello as well as Croft and Fat 12 may actually move on towards the coast here. Members of AX may actually be in a bit of a bother. Ooh, that shot there coming in true. We do see some pre-fire coming in. Angelo will be able to take down Balkas, but Serpent returns the fire on towards Angelo here, being able to take down the trade. Balkas now very close towards his vehicle. Don't know whether or not he will be in cover enough for him to be picked up. We do see some lobs of grenade here, some underhanded tosses coming in. Balkas is back in the game. Ooh, nicely done from Serpent there. Seems that he will take a little bit of damage. Got to be careful there. Doesn't get shot out here. As we do see Barzal will be able to take down Balkas again. Balkas goes down for a second time. We do see Smokestar coming out. As we do see Arab is going to take some of those shots off. As we do believe that Fuego right now are going to go for another revive. I think Fuego right now does have the high ground advantage here, but it seems that coming in from the side of ASTRAX, they are having a bit of a trouble here trying to put ASTRAX down. It seems like a corner dog will always be more dangerous, but we do see that despite that, it is going to be Fat that gets taken down beautifully with a Serpent headshot to the face.
Yeah, that's right. So looking back at that, AX not necessarily in the best position possible right now. We're gonna move back into the buildings, but I can see here Fuego only with 3 members left, unless Fat, I think Fat will be easily, oh no, Fat is actually revived but so in danger right now. Angelo taking some shots there onto I think that is other members of AX. AX not looking to actually commit to the fight right now, will be moving back as shots are shot out from Bahamut Gaming, and Fuego now in trouble despite having the upper hand of that fight. Just now Angelo running for his life. Will he be able to make it out alive? He has only 29 HP, and we know how well Mr. Chan is when it comes to landing his shots. More shots coming to his car, just whizzing forward. He's doing some extreme driving over here, running for his life. If he's not careful, he could easily be shot from both sides, from both Bahamut Gaming as well as AX. Some more shots coming out, and there we go. Croftzam now knocked Arab, getting double kill, and that is the end of Fuego thanks to the ASTRAX.
ASTRAX there taking advantage of an opportunity delivered to them like just on the platter there. It seems that Fuego there really underestimated the fact that members of ASTRAX were actually going to be on the coast. Don't know whether or not this is going to be a smart choice for Arab as well as Serpent to go for the loot here. Might actually put them on a bit of exposed land here, but I think that they are going to be very much preemptive in terms of their denial of sight. I think that's going to be a very good choice for them. Be seeing here from NRX, Nicel, Suzami, Namziao, as well as Aisu has had some mixed success here, but have been very effective in how they close out some of these fights.
Did you see Suzunami's jiggle pick just now toward Eagle 365? Hanzi already knocked down, but C1 Flex will be the kryptonite for Colony once again, knocking out Momonji from the game, and now Colony only having 2 members left. So you can see that Suzunami is all alone. His teammates are on the other side, engaged in another fight. But you can see that Bot Slayer is actually just kind of like spread out throughout the map, and if Suzunami is not careful, he can actually be knocked out by the team. Meanwhile, we're gonna have a look at Friendly Fire Gaming here. A bit quiet this time around, but we do want to see them actually kind of disrupt a lot of the fights and maybe even bag themselves a chicken dinner due to the performance. But it's gonna be a fight here between them and Team Extraordinaire. From what it seems, Trick here, I think they know that Trick is around, but not entirely sure. Well, actually, no, they don't know that Trick is there, but they do notice it. Notice that Team 4 Samurai is on the side, but they're gonna get damaged there by the grenade. Trick getting some shots into Savior, but gets knocked in return. 17-0. Noticing a member, Heavy, over there all alone, and just finishes him off. And in the meanwhile, Jexy from the other side finishing off another member of team, I think a team extraordinaire. For meanwhile, here 17-0, throwing some shots out onto another player on the other side. I think it was Friendly Fire Gaming, Aoki trying to finish off the other members of extraordinaire. How now out of the game. It was a three-way fight here. Friendly Fire Gaming as well as extraordinaire did not realize that on the other side of both terrains are both Eagle 365 as well as 4 Samurai. So for now, 17-0 will be taking whatever kills he can get despite losing all his other teammates. Now he's in trouble now, getting shot at by a member of Friendly Fire Gaming, and 17-0 will come out on top and annihilate Friendly Fire Gaming.
Wow, beautifully done here, coming in for the side of Nil to be able to lock down that last surviving member for the side of FFG. See the FFG right now are going to be booted back to lobby. Not too far behind not too far ahead, excuse me, is going to be ASTRAX here. Very, very much beautifully done by AAP as well to be able to take down Killer from Colony PH. I think he has been a rather detrimental thorn to anyone's side, so getting him out of the game pretty early is definitely a signifier that there is going to be a little bit of peace in Miramar here, but not too for long here, because we do see that a lot of these players here, Archangel Predator, are still very much in play. Oh, but I spoke too soon. Calbs being able to take down CJ, but Mad Dog will be able to get the reply onto Calbs. We do see that Colony PH has been eliminated at top spot. Very interesting indeed here, Tash. We do see some of these top tier teams already losing out very early and getting immediately booted from the game below the top 10 spots.
I think that why Colony did that is because they already know they're already low on members. What can they do? They're just going to disrupt as much as they can. Getting a member down on AAP kind of kills AAP's, chances of kind of like moving forward a little bit more, and let's Colony PH catch up a little bit later. Meanwhile, you can see there Mad Dog just bleeding to death, but the other team members of Archangel Predator is just not able to commit to come and revive him. Bots there out with a smoke grenade, trying to just deny. Actually, it's the frag grenade, trying to see if he can knock in some damage, but it doesn't hit anyone from Bahamut Gaming. Actually, honestly, if you look at this, AAP just not in a great position when it comes to Bahamut Gaming. X-Easy taking a little bit of damage there from the frag grenade, and I think we are gonna see another one come out. X-Easy gonna move backwards, knowing that they're gonna throw out more, and it's gonna be a one-on-one fight with this terrain separating the two teams. But let's see who comes on top. Mr. Chan, if you notice, is on the left side over there, trying to make sure that he catches out any stragglers is number one. Number two, trying to see if he can get any flanks. Mr. Chan has successfully managed to get some pretty impressive flanks before, and I'm wondering if he's able to do so against AAP. Meanwhile, you can see there 2ARC managing to knock SS Ipin, and you can see that from the map. Chibir, Hanzi as well as Bandai going on the aggressive against Team NRX, but right beside them is Team 4 Samurai. Meanwhile, let's have a look here at the PIP. Bot still going on the aggressive against Team Bahamut Gaming, not exactly landing any of their shots. It looks like both teams are playing very safely, trying to see if they can get any damage in, trying to see if they can get any knocks before they decide to move forward. Meanwhile, you can see there 2ARC in trouble, already out of the game thanks to C1 Flex. Lavish now moving forward, knowing that there's someone in here, gets the spray out and finishes T1 Flex. Not very happy that this team has been bothering their chances of getting the chicken dinner.
Very nicely done here. C1 Flex caught off guard with a beautiful push on towards him, and it was going to be a backside effective in the most how to say sneakiest way. Catalia being able to take down X-Easy. We do see Nan from AAP being able to take down RCM.
Oh,
17
God.
With the 3-man nade special, baby. Team Extraordinaire looking towards getting those finishes off, but it is going to be Team Extraordinaire that gets eliminated at 11th spot. We do see Sly DD there on off our view, being able to score some of those kills in the end, but I don't know whether or not Archangel Predator are going to at least try and see whether they will be able to get this off, because I think that this could be working out for them. But Bot Slayer here, I think the highest they've been able to make thus far in the past 2 days. Definitely big ups to them, as we do see that Archangel Predator, Algin boys, looking for a sniper angle.
Yeah, that's right. That was an insane nade by 17-0, honestly. Because despite being the final member, he's still trying his best to actually just get some kills. Meanwhile, see, the final member of Bahamut Gaming has been eliminated thanks to Lolba. And it looks like it's a great time for 2ARC, knowing that one of the bigger teams is now out of the game and they're able to just push forward. So meanwhile, they can just easily get the revive on another player, and they're easily gonna have 3 players still. But if you look at Eagle 365 Esports, NRX, as well as BS, still very, very healthy with 4 players. So it didn't go anyway, but we have actually seen AAP pull off some pretty impressive plays. You're gonna have to see how this works. So for now, we are already on phase 6 right now with only 30 seconds to go. And Genki, if you can see over there from Nomads, is just bleeding to death. And FTF Man all alone in the corner there, just trying to see how he's gonna play this out. He's actually the final member alive, and I don't think anyone is aware that he's right over there.
Alright, we're going to be seeing Archangel Predator here. May actually spot out 1 or 2. May can actually go for the long range shots here. Very good stuff. None of them ringing through though. As we're going to be seeing, it is going to be 2ARC that is pretty much nearby towards Mad Dog. Will the Mad Dog be put down? We do see 2ARCs. Loba taking some shots on to Mad Dog. Mad Dog right now going to go turn for the quick peek. Will decide to go against it. Has to go back up the hill here. Doesn't want to be caught in a spot where he will not be able to move freely. 70s with 21 players in the game. As we are going to head for the final few circles, it is going to be rather evident to see how these shots are going to be working out for him. We do see Namzi out there return the favor towards Mad Dog.
Yeah, that's right. For now, just looking at how it's gonna be like, I can't really tell where the circles are. Actually, the circle has already gone smaller, but not all teams are actually inside just yet. AAP only halfway into. Tsunami finishing off Botslayer G7 and Man finishing off Nonzi at the same time. Looks like Tsunami also gonna just get the kill before they move forward. It looks like there's only 1 member of FTF, 2 members of ARC, but Chibi are gonna finish off Edsco Rex with a Molly as well as BS Jungs. So maybe... Ooh, there, Botslayer in trouble. Hanzi looking to finish off the last remaining member of Botslayer, not exactly knowing where he is. Meanwhile, from the future, Man gets spotted out by Genki and is actually finished off. You can see there, they're just gonna loot out a Botslayer, and 1 member Botslayer left. I think that he's just running for his life right now. Oh, actually, no, he's not. Slit's actually just taking cover behind that rock over there. If he has nowhere to go. It's such an open area. Even if he were to go anywhere, you can see Nomads will actually spot him out. There's Eagle 365, and he's not sure who else. I think it's 2ARC over on that side as well. He's pretty much in a 3-way sandwich.
Yeah, 3-way sandwich isn't exactly the kind of sandwich with the... Excuse me, a 3-way fight, a 3-way scuffle isn't exactly what they wanted to actually walk into, but they got to try to make the situation work, at least try to give a little bit of distraction so he'll be able to move freely. But then again, looking at who controls the top side, I think it's going to be AAP here because NRX in a lot of trouble. We do see that Elgin bots, excuse me, pushing on towards the side of the cliff face.
Yeah, that's right. Mad Dog gonna throw out some shots there onto members of NRX. Has Aisu in his sights. Aisu gonna move back, but he's taking so much damage. Gonna have to be careful over here. Despite losing 1 member, AAP still on the aggressive with 5 kills total, but none of his shots are actually gonna go through. For now, they're just gonna have to reposition because clearly if they stay here too long, they're gonna be rushed by another team. You can see there all of 8 members of AAP gonna get onto their vehicles and just move away for now, giving NRX Esports some time to breathe, honestly. See that Aisu playing at the side of the tree. I was actually just looking at him just now, not going aggressive in case he gets run over by members of AAP. Now the AAP is on this side, getting a knock there onto Mad Dog. Nan finishing off Suzunami. This could go any way right now. Mad Dog and Aisu both bleeding out. Nice health, so low. Let's see if Nan with the low HP, only 22 HP. Let's see how he'll play this. Meanwhile, you can see there Namshao moving forward, trying to help his teammates. Now Nan gets caught out by Lavish, and Nan is now out of the game, and Nicel is the only member alive from the side of NRX unless he's able to revive his team. Like Namjao finished off now, and the other 2 are just right there before Boss moves forward to actually finish finish off. He's gonna make sure that no one is flanking from the side, just slowly making sure that Nicel doesn't take some shots onto him. He pretty much knows that Nicel is already inside that he knows, but gets knocked out anyways, and they take 5th place, and now the 4 teams are in view.
All right, it's gonna be Eagle 365, Eagle 365 with 4, 2ARC with 2, NRX and Bot Slayer with 1 each. So it's rather imperative that all three of the top 4 actually try to gang up on Eagle 365 and try to end them, because they have the most numbers here. But at the same time, it's very hard for communication to overlap against each other. So I'm seeing how this is gonna work out here for Eagle 365. They've got to be careful here that they don't. Oh, hang on.
What's happening?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused by the color because I saw the E365 and BS as almost the same color. So my bad on that. I thought that I saw a bit of a visual bug, but in any case, it is going to be Eagle 365 here with the benefit of the numbers advantage. But at the same time, right, looking at 2ARC, NRX, and Bot Slayer, if they take advantage of this, they might actually get E365 down for the count. We do see that 2ARC as well as SlyDD and Nicel hanging on towards different sides of the circle here. Nicel, the best kept secret location that he's at there, is going to communicate to him that no one's coming from behind him or from his side. So just got to be very careful on how he wants to fight this out.
Looks like Eagle 365 has the numbers advantage here compared to 2ARC, NRX, as well as BS. So I think Eagle 365 are going to be very, very confident to win this. But for now, I don't think they're aware where Slid is. And Slid is just moving and staying as still as a rat so that he doesn't get caught out by the other members. You can see there, oh my god, Nicel getting a kill there onto Lolba, but giving away his position in turn. Nicel going to have to be careful here if he gets rushed by other members of Eagle 365. Nicel now has his sights onto the 2 members of 2ARC, wanting to disrupt this team as much as possible. You can see there, he has absolutely no vest and only a helmet with 3 frag grenades. So he's gonna have to be careful, because in terms of shield, he doesn't really see this. He doesn't really have much. But for now, Lavish dying to the circle, and that will be the end of 2ARC.
All right, it's going to be a very, very, very important one indeed here. 2ARC already down for the count. We do see the NRX as well as BS are the ones that have to loan, but I spoke too soon. Boss Slayer down for the count with a beautiful nade onto SlyDD. It's going to be a matter of time here. NRX now going to go for the run. We do see some flashes. We do see flags there. Going to go far with it, as we're going to be seeing the push coming through. Goodbye, Nicel. Nice knowing you. Is going to be Eagle 365 for the second winner chicken dinner thus far.
Yeah, that's right. Nicel really tried his best to actually last toward the end, and honestly, it's a very impressive feat for him to be able to do so despite losing so many of his team members. Just like last match, we actually saw some pretty impressive plays, especially from the side of Team Extraordinaire. 17-0 with that triple kill shot is something that we don't see all the time, and you gotta commend him for that.
Yeah, comments is definitely going to go towards him. Chibir, as well as Hansi, Jexy, and Vandal, they're definitely winning big. I felt that that push definitely worked out favors, like huge favors for them. And I felt that that's going to be the case moving forward here as we head into the end of game number 3. Let us take a look at the highlights that's about to come right after we are done breaking this down. I think that a lot of it was mostly on Chibir as well as Jexy and Vandal. That were, I mean, all of them were playing very important roles indeed, but all of them do it really well in terms of how balanced they all are in terms of their overall role in the teams.
I like this flank done by Lavish here, because he knows that C1 is out to get them. So instead of just letting him just take them out one by one, he actually proactively took measures to just go in and actually just end him. So for now, you can see here Archangel Predator, see how they played this, just making sure to go from the side. But this is where they were not careful. Because I can see here Bots just really wanted to finish the kill. He was very aware that Nicel was actually inside of that little shack there. Like when he didn't see him, he just assumed that he wasn't there. But it wasn't until like he was trying to finish off the final member was when he caught him out. Nicel's patience has to be commended here.
Yeah, a lot of big. I think a lot of big moments here coming in from the side of Nysel could have been in his favor if he had the numbers, but I think the biggest moments here definitely went to Ego 365. They were able to at least score 9 kills in that turnaround here. To Archangel Predators, Team Extraordinaire, as well as NRX Esports, not too far behind here with 8 and 7 each. Sagat Sopan SANTUN with 5, ASTRAX and Bottom Slayers seeing the top side of the leaderboards today with 4 and 2, From the Future with 2, 4 Samurai with 2, The Colony PH with 2, Nomads with 1, Friendly Fire Gaming with 1, Mamu Gaming, Monkey Boss, and Fuego with no kills at all for this round. Giving it a very interesting turnaround here in terms of that. It seems that Ego 365 will be the next team to be able to score another big winner chicken dinner for them, and I feel that's just going to give them a lot more confidence and boost them in terms of their overall positions in the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's right. So actually quite surprising that Bahamut Gaming ended the game with no kills. But for now, we're going to have a quick break before we go to our next match, the 4th match of the day. So thank you so much to Geek Events, KNK Revolution, as well as Digitally for this. And we'll see you guys in a little while.
Hit you with that
Hi everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another New State field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it's still as audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new two-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip. If you're battle weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or planning an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem. Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the vulture swooping in. You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema Armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter. Our last stop in this New State field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns, and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or Maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize. Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release. Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip in Detroit. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG New State info, and I'll see you on the next trip in Detroit.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad.
So raise your glass to the victors. Winners and the quitters. They don't know how to be quitters.
Goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Welcome back to the PUBG Challenger Rumble 2021 with us, Tash Buddy, as well as the Hound. For today, we have gone through 3 intense matches before we head on next week to the grand finals. We've seen some intense one-taps, some crazy Fast and Furious action. And for now, let's have a look at the overall scoreboard. What I can see here, Archangel Predator already has 2 chicken dinners for this week with 56 kills total, topping off the overall scoreboard with from the future not too far behind with 1 chicken dinner and 55 kills. Bahamut Gaming strong in 3rd place with 1 chicken dinner and 49 kills, tied with the Colony PH with 1 chicken dinner and 49 kills as well. 5th place is for Samurai, 1 chicken dinner, 43 kills. Eagle 365 Esports with 1 chicken dinner and 41 kills. To Arc with a 1 chicken dinner, 38 kills. Team Extraordinaire as well with 1 chicken dinner and 36 kills. NRX Esports, Friendly Fire Gaming, the ASTRAX, Nomads, Sanga Sopan SANTUN, Bot Slayer Fuego, Monkey Boss, no chicken dinners, but you can see there 46 kills, 29 kills, 26, 23, 15, 14 and 14 for Bot Slayer as well as Fuego, and only 9 kills for a Monkey Boss. So you can see here which teams are actually performing the best. But if you can see today, we have a lot of stragglers just trying to hurt the chances of the teams on top, especially Archangel Predator, where the Hound actually noted that the teams were actually just ganging up on them.
Yeah, I felt that there were just some moments where, I mean, there is no indication of them actually teaming up with each other. I think it's just coincidence in the fact that everyone just seemed to be aimed at the team that was just so ahead of everybody else, and I felt that that wasn't going to be the case. Sometimes that's just how coincidences work, right? Everybody just aiming at the same place at the same time, and sometimes some teams, despite the fact that they're rather dominant, were in the middle of the wrong place at the wrong time, in my opinion. And at the same time, I feel that sometimes it can work against them, and sometimes it could be rather revealing in terms of how it opens up a lot of opportunities for some of the other teams to actually try to steal away that winner chicken dinner. However, looking at it, we have seen time and time again that a lot of these teams have been actually very, very consistent in how they've been winning it out. Ego 365 alongside with Archangel Predator, I think some of the more consistent teams moving forward. I also do think that Colony as well as Extraordinaire have also been very much a surprising factor here moving forward. However, they have been a little bit hit or miss heading into the final few circles, and I feel that's going to be standing against them in terms of them making a case towards winning the most winner chicken dinners to help them proceed to a more comfortable spot in the grand finals. I don't know about you, Tash, but what indication do you feel is going to be the strongest point for some of these teams that are ahead already?
Honestly, they're gonna have to watch their backs because we've seen Archangel Predator just now. Team Colony PH was actually a team to be knocked out really early. We had Momonji alone, but he still just flat out just ran toward Archangel Predator, getting a kill onto a player just to kind of cripple their chances moving forward, because Colony knows if they want to catch up to Archangel Predator, they're gonna have to cripple them now instead of later. Just declining them of the chance of just pulling forward, because if you can see here, a lot of teams are starting to do that. I'm starting to notice a pattern here. If they see Archangel Predator, they're gonna try to stop Archangel Predator from moving forward, because if they were to go forward, they're gonna top the charts again this week, and that's gonna hurt their chances of catching up. But for now, we're gonna go into our fourth match of the day. Where are we going, Hound?
We're going to Erangel here. A lot of hills, trees, and really nice, how to say, coastal, a nice coastal island here for them to actually play off. I can't really say much towards this flight path. I think it is going to be indicative of some of the teams actually dropping onto Milta. I do think that some of them are going to go towards Lipovka as well as Snaya. Stalba is open, as well as Severny, Shooting Range, Rozok, and School could be a place for some of them to drop as well. So Snovka is going to be a bit far, but we do see that FFG definitely likes to drop around the, I think it is the southwest side, southeast side of Farm, and I think that's going to be really, really interesting to see that they are going to be fighting it off against, I think, what team is that? I think it is 4S, yeah, 4 Samurai as well as AAP. I realized that from, I think, 2 games ago, I think every time we go to Erangel, FFG always seems to be sandwiched between the two teams. And I think very early on, we're going to be seeing that the curse of Bot Slayer being downed early is going to be inherited by FFG if this keeps up.
Yeah, that's right. But you can see here, Bahamut Gaming actually choosing to be the last team down. They actually dropped so far away over at, I think that's Zarki. Is that how you pronounce that? And
Zarki, yeah.
yeah, so the circle, interesting circle over here. 1/3 of it is actually water. You see there, AX already, Nomad's already on the aggressive against AX, and AX hasn't even landed yet. Serpent so far away from his teammates, gonna have to meet up soon before Nomads decides to give chase. But for now, already in the circle are a few teams, Team Extraordinaire, FTF, 2ARC, SSS, as well as AX. But I don't think any other team is going to have too much trouble getting to circle, given how the dispersions of teams are.
Yeah, the dispersion of teams here definitely indicates to me that it is going to be a rather interesting game here. I think that a lot of them are going to be pushing from some of these more contested spots, and there is going to be maybe a little bit of attention being given to some of the choke points, because I think a majority, I think about what, 70% to 80% of the teams have to cross, and it's really dependent here, because if you can see from the positioning of Nomads as well as AX, right? If the circle actually goes towards the southern side in the middle where Yasnaya is, for example, right? Then their options to actually rotate are going to be fairly much limited. So it's really dependent on how Phase 2 and Phase 3 are going to treat them here. If they're able to actually play around that and see whatever limitations they have in terms of the rotation that presents them.
I wonder if Bahamut Gaming actually chose to stop to drop all the way in Zarki because they're trying to play a little bit more safe. I feel like maybe they're thinking, oh, maybe we were a bit too aggressive last time, which kind of hurt our chances today, but we really need a chicken dinner. So we're going to play a little bit safe and just focus and start looting up for the final circle. But, you know, that's just my assumption. It could be as well as anyone's assumption so far. But you can see there, over to the left side of the map, Bot Slayer as well as MBS so close together, but it seems like they're not going to be attacking each other, but it would be, because like these two teams are actually kryptonites to the bigger teams, so I really hope they don't start attacking each other and just eradicating each other out.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, a case to make an argument here. We do see that some of these teams actually are going to eradicate each other depending on where they cross paths, and I feel that that's going to be the case. Do pay attention towards some of the bridges here that connect north of George to south of George. There are 2 bridges on the western and eastern sides here. We do see that there's also another bridge from Yasnaya as well, and also a lot of these little coastal spots where they have to swim across here on the water sides of how to say, the northern side of Rozok as well. So I'm thinking that, look at that, you can see already that a lot of these teams are already very much urgent in terms of their step here, and I think a lot of them want to actually cross this little bit of they want to cross it early, because if they cross it late, then they're going to be seeing a lot of their options be limited. We do see MBS as well as Eagle 365, and I think it is Colony as well We're going to go very, very quickly in terms of their step here. No teams have been eliminated thus far. Still 64 players in the game. So all teams are with 4 players. So I don't know whether or not we're going to be seeing some early skirmishes yet in phase number 1. We might see them start to pop up in phase 2.
Yeah, that's right. So for now, we're going to have a look here. We already hear some shots being shot out here from the side of Team Extraordinaire wanting to chase up onto Spunky. But I think Spunky will be fine to get out of there. No problem. But we actually have been seeing a little bit of like... Also, for now, I can see Teddy's there going on aggressive toward a member of NRS. I think that is actually Aisu, but not quite getting a hit onto that. Might want to be careful here, the other 2 members, but I think they're going to be making out alive. But for now, you can see there, Eagle 365 already on the aggressive, eradicating 1 member of MBS as well, 2 members of Nomads. Sorry, AX going on the aggressive toward Nomads. There are 2 members now out. Spunky gonna have to be careful getting out, running away from NRX. Just walking into this, yikes, I feel really, really bad for him. But now he is the only member left alive, and I think he's gonna go on aggressive, throwing out some mollies here, trying to see if he can get a kill before he goes down. But I don't think he's actually gonna fully commit to it. But I think the team AX is gonna go on hunting mode, trying to see if they can actually push forward. Feather here, really low, more grenades coming out, as well as smokes there. Another smoke coming out. I think Spunky gonna try and limit their vision as much as possible so that he can either get out of there or get a pick. But it doesn't seem that he's actually gonna commit to this just yet. He's trying to see what he's choosing the wait and see method. He's gonna have to move back there thanks to the molly and trying his best not to take any damage because he's still on the early parts of the game. I have a feeling that Spunky doesn't have a lot of resources to play with. That's why he's being a little bit hesitant. He only has 3 or 4 bandits. Oh my god, gets caught out by Feather, and that is the end of Team Nomads.
Yeah, Nomad's now down for the count. It seems that they did bid off a little bit more than they could chew there in terms of them going to push on open ground. As I said it already, it's the beginning of phase number 1. Starting to close out is where we're going to see a lot of... Look at how busy the kill feed is going to be here between Saga Super SANTUN as well as Bahamut Gaming. We did hear that one by one, EPSL C1 Flex already in a bit of a bother here as they're going to be taking down RCM as well as XEZ here, taking some of those shots. Going to take some of those shots by Colixi.
Oh my god,
here
RCM
decides to be like, yeah, I'm gonna just get out of here instead, because Steve One Flex already is very much in a spot of bother, and I don't think that Colixi will be able to actually go for it. As look at that, damage is gonna come. Chibir, oh, it's Chibir that was able to take down C1 Flex from a distance here.
Yeah, we didn't even notice Eagle 365 even close by, and that's happened so many times. I think a lot of teams are actually paying attention to fights and just trying their best to kind of kill steal, just to kind of propel themselves forward onto the scoreboard. Meanwhile, Qualixi all alone here, keeping an eye out for the other members of Bahamut Gaming. Clearly, SSS underestimated the strength of Bahamut Gaming, and they really should have thought of that before they decided to go for them. As usual, SSS just trying to be as much as a bother to the other team as possible, and you can see there, they're gonna look outside. Notices Qualixi waiting at the window. Gonna go for the jiggle peek. Qualixi gonna have to move back and just taking a little bit of damage, but not gonna tank it way too much.
Yeah, taking that damage isn't exactly... Ooh, Colixi there, taking some of those shots. Don't know whether or not that was from Colixi or actually from E365. E365 actually very much nearby. The Eagles could actually land and be a bit of a third-party spoiler. But it seems that Tracer now are going to indicate that they are going to be shooting at something off camera that's going to at least indicate towards Sangat Super SANTUN as well as Bahamut Gaming that there is somebody trying to push them from an angle here. So this is going to be interesting. How Bahamut Gaming is going to actually engage with Colixi as well as stifle the push that's coming in from E365. It's pretty good that Sangat Super SANTUN are basically softened up members of Bahamut Gaming for E365. If the Eagles come in and soar in and land, I think it's pretty much an easy push for them, despite the fact that compounds are normally a little bit challenging to take, but with the limitations of angles, they definitely work out wonders for them if the right utilities are spent.
Honestly, SS did what they needed to do. They disrupted Bahamut Gaming. They found the big team they can, and despite them losing everyone except for one members, Bahamut Gaming lost two members. This will definitely cripple their chances moving forward for a chicken dinner, in my opinion. And you're right. If Eagle 365 does choose to push forward, they easily can get a double kill, even triple, because if you add inequality into the mix. But for now, I think Eagle 365 playing it very safe in case other people did hear a scuffle and want to kind of like fourth party or fifth party this, because we did see like the kill feed go a bit crazy. We've seen some picks from really far away, and they're just gonna try and play safe. So for now, Easy throwing out some shots there onto a member of Eagle 365, not really actually getting any damage, but I think they're gonna try and skedaddle out of there, because I don't think they really want to fight this. But for now, the circle has gone smaller with Severny in the very middle. The circle is actually favoring Bot Slayer for now. I can see here RCM just trying to stay healthy. Some shots being shot out, and I think this may just be the push that Eagle 365 wants to do. Actually, are they gonna forgo this? Yeah, I think they may be forgoing this fight, because they're just not too sure which teams are around. Some shots there coming out from the side of Bahamut Gaming toward Eagle 365, but I don't think they're that bothered for now.
Yeah, they do have quite a bit. They do have quite a bit of opportunities for themselves to actually try and get these fights off. But it seems that Colony as well, very much. Whoa, wait a minute. Sudden Teddy's making a drive-by here. It's going to be very interesting to see. It seems that members of FTF have joined the fray. We're going to be seeing a three-way fight here between three teams, as we do see. Look at that. Broken Hearts there coming in out of nowhere. Momonji being able to take down one. RDK is driving by just as quick as he's just passing by. We do see that Colony PH right now already starting to start the hail of gunfire here, as we're going to be seeing as well. Eagle 365 from a distance as well, dropping in some shots against Colony. This is interesting. All of public enemy number one here is going to be Colony.
Yeah, exactly. If we're not gonna see there, Bot Slayer getting FTF man there. But I am quite curious as to why they decided to just drive in like that. That was a very reckless move. I was surprised that Teddy's got out alive. But the thing is, losing one of their best players, Broken Hearts, is gonna be a big blow to FTF right now. Teddy's now hiding in one of the houses on the side. There's gonna be three teams of Inside Alec taking some heavy damage there from the side of Bot Slayer. From the future, Teddy's gonna find some high ground in order to see if he can peek some angles there onto a player, but it looks like no one is actually peeking, so he's gonna kind of just retreat or either just reposition for now.
I think that's going to be the case here for a lot of these teams. I feel that some of them are going to be in spots of very much limitations here because of the amount of angles that they have over some of these other teams. So Colony here, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to be very smooth with how they're trying to move from spot to spot here at Severny, and I think that because of the sharp angles, and I think that there is a lot of back alleys in between these little buildings. I think this is going to be a case of them trying to eliminate, like process of elimination, building by building. What's important here right now is the fact that members of members of how to say. Bot Slayer are able to get a little bit of information from that. We do see Freshia here being able to take down one. Very aggressive indeed. But it seems that Bozo as well as Savior MY may actually push on Freshia here. Really interested to see what kind of calls are going to come out for them. Freshia here taking some of the shots against Savior. Savior now rearranging his shots, rearranging his vehicle there. Some shots coming from long range against Freshia here from side of Kev on top of that hill. So long range support and close range support as well provided to try to take down Freshia. I think that Savior is just like, nah, we're just gonna decide against it. We're gonna get out of here.
Yeah, they're trying to play it really safe, because right now strength is definitely in numbers, and they don't want to get unnecessarily killed and damaged by teams by players that are only like one left, because they know eventually Frisia is gonna have to go down. But Savior might thinking like, oh my god, you know what? Let's just finish it off. I'm gonna come back now and see if I can actually finish off Frisia. Frisia was actually really smart just now, doing the wiggle crawl. Worm crawl just now, making sure that he doesn't peek or get headshot on the side there. Fuego also on that other side, easily able to aim for them as well if they choose to. I think Savior Mai is being... I'm not sure if he's being very greedy or he's just trying to make sure that they don't get backstabbed from the back. But meanwhile, this is Bot Slayer just enjoying the show for now before they decide they want to disrupt some people. Alec there dropping some shots there onto AAP. If you look at the kill feed on the side there, not kill feed, sorry, the information on the side there, AAP now already has 2 kills compared to the other teams. So Colony is still also very healthy, but Colony gonna have to be careful here because of where they are.
I feel that Colony here, in terms of where they are on the map, on Erangel, I feel that there is going to be spots where they have to be, they have to be really concerned about the point of what's the word for it? The point of engagement here, because Severity, as I'm looking at it here on my map, it is going to be a lot of how to say, all these tight angles and tight compounds and little walls. So blindsided peaks could actually happen. And the fact that members of Ego 365 are actually pushing into a stack of buildings will always be a lot dangerous whenever you're coming in from open ground. But the thing is, with speed, you're able to take advantage of some of these. Whoa, G7 there being able to take the Vandal. As I said, a lot of these can actually be very interesting because of how the blind spots are going to be taken advantage of here. If Ego 365 is able to actually get around those blind spots and are at least able to zero in on where some of these players are, then it's going to be good. Sound cues are already being at least being queued off towards Ego 365, giving them a rough idea on where everybody is. So this is going to give them a few options here, because they can either hang out and actually wait for everybody to come out, because they are holding on towards the closer edge of this, closer towards the middle of the circle compared to everyone else who is closer to the edge of the coast, rather than the overall push in terms of how they are going to actually get this. But we do see again G7 with another kill onto CC Baby for the side of 4 Samurai.
It's actually quite interesting how everyone is just so interested in this little town of Severny. You can see here, like, I think there's like, what, at least 3 or 4 teams here. And Colony, if you saw earlier, are just looking to rotate right now. They're just moving away. They're just not very comfortable to where they were, because where they were earlier, there's 4 Samurai. They already just, you know, picked up another building and moved into the neighborhood. You have FTF, kind of like, there are 2 players just moving around here. And they really don't want to be backstabbed, just caught out from the back. They really want this chicken dinner. Honestly, they really need this chicken dinner in order to catch up to the top side of the teams. So for now, I can see there Bot Slayer still enjoying where they are. G7 already getting 2 kills onto that killer, riding his bike out in the open, getting some shots there from UDSD. He's gonna have to skedaddle out, and Colony PH is like, yeah, we are gonna move out of this neighborhood. We don't want to be sandwiched between 3 teams anymore. We're just gonna go away.
Yeah, looking at the map here, I do think that that's going to be a case. They are going to be holding on towards, I think, the coast just off Severny here. I personally don't like holding on towards the beach, because the amount of limitations that you have in terms of your movements is actually very detrimental. And I feel that that's going to be one of those things that they have to be very wary of here, because when they are in one of those, like, how to say, one of those moments, there is about 400 meters away from Severny. And I think that the distance that they could take is going to be maybe about a minute before they get there. So I'm thinking that those little moments from here to there can actually be very detrimental to some of them. We do see Sly DD here. As correct, going to go for the heal. 1 kill to Sly DD. They may actually be very much in a spot of bother here because of the amount of players that are pushing into Severny. Severny right now is going to be opened not too far off. They do have quite a bit of opportunities for them to actually push out, but because they've been staying inside the buildings for quite a while, Side DD being able to get down a GD from the side of 4 Samurai, will be able to get that kill secure. Gonna go for that peek there. Oh, nicely done. Gonna go for the peek again. Very nicely done. Triple X Death being punished really well by Sly DD. Sly DD showing his capabilities here with the peaks, despite the fact that the angles were very much not different. It seems that G7 has been taken out, as Correx as well has been taken out as well for Samurai, being eliminated by Bot Slayer. Bot Slayer winning it big. Sly DD as well as Correx and Jags will be able to get out of this, but G7 will be the sacrificial lamb to the circle as they have to walk about maybe less than 100 meters towards the safe zone here.
You know, this is very interesting how Bot Slayer just playing it so patient throughout the entire match. They look at how they knew that as soon as as soon as Colin and PH were to just kind of like move away, they were gonna immediately push in, and they really played that well. But for now, looking at the kill feed, it's actually going to go crazy. But Bot Slayer will be punished, and they will be the 12th team out for now. From the future, has his sights. RDKs actually has his sights onto Colin and PH. Did you see how they responded to the fight? They knew that there was something happening, holding on to the beach and just waiting to third party whoever they can, and they were rewarded for that. You see their FTF despite only having 2 players. RDK is just dropping in all that damage, manages to drop Alec out of the game. Meanwhile, Momonji just that's damaged right now. They're gonna have to skedaddle out of there, and they're pretty much happy with all the damage they've put onto Team Colony PH. Meanwhile, Kalps has his sights onto NRX. If you don't know, NRX already lost 1 member earlier. Momonji bleeding to death. Will they be able to revive him? Looks like all the members of NRX already back in the game once more. Colony with only 2 players alive and 1 more just bleeding to death. FTF has their sights to finish off Momonji, but hasn't pushed out quite yet. Namjao noticing Kalps behind the vehicle. Ooh, that peak just punished him. Only 55 HP left. It's gonna have to stop, heal up, and just reset for a second here.
Yeah, some big plays here being practiced by some of these teams. I feel that there was a lot of opportunities for them to actually get it, but we do see that Colony were able to turn it around here and catch them off with a little bit of third-party special sauce here for them. And I do think that for some of these teams, they have to be very careful here, because when they want to push out into it, I think that that's going to be the case of them just trying to be very much third-party by everyone else that is kind of being very quick to get into the circle again. And I feel that that's going to be the case in how some of them are just going to we're seeing them time and time again there being eliminated left, right, center, back for them. And I feel that's just going to be very much pain for them in terms of how they want to get back into it. And this is going to be the case for Colony here. They were able to actually win it big, but quite a bit without the... Not to say without any casualties here. Oh, the peak working out, and Killa will be able to send Jaxi back to lobby, as well as the rest of E365. Thank you for playing. We're going to have to wait and see you guys later.
Did you see the mistake done by Eagle 365? One of the members actually ran over his other teammate with a car. And with that mistake, it was just downhill from them because they're not able to revive on time. And it was a huge win for Colony PH because of that. I was just so confused as to how that could have happened. Oh, not a great way to go, knowing that that was a big fatal mistake in the middle of a big fight as well. Meanwhile, if you look at the feed, Bahamut Gaming now out of the game thanks to Team Extraordinaire. And if you can see there, Team AAP is just so healthy right now with 4 players still. We have a few others as well with 4 players, but I can't really see so far who else is out there. But for now, if you look at a circle, AAP right smack dab in the middle with Team Fuego still alive. One of their better games. They actually survived so long. 2ARC having some trouble pushing to circle because of gatekeeping by AX, and Colony setting their sights to move over to the side of where 2ARC is. We may be seeing a little mini war happening between the two as they go head to head to each other. You see that Team Extraordinaire just waiting out until the circle till later because they don't feel like they want to push in just yet. But Team AX in the middle of everything right now.
Yeah, in the middle of everything is going to be the case for some of them here. I do feel that the final few circles is going to be playing around pretty close towards the northern side, I think, of Yasnaya compound. And we do see that a lot of them do play around the fact that there is a little bit of how to say, a bit of flat ground with a little bit of defilade for them, but nothing too crazy in terms of the differential of
Oh
defilate
my
here between them.
god!
Ooh, Calbs dropping in the lobs of nades here. Lolba has been taken out for the count here. Some good stuff being shown. Calbs will be able to take down one more. Another good shot there. Oh my goodness.
God.
Calbs annihilating one by one here, as Colin PH will be able to take out 2 ARC and send them back into the lobby. We have a total of 60s with 20 players alive here, closing into phase number 6. 90 seconds left before we do see a change of pace again.
It's just so crazy how despite Colony losing, all their team members, they're still able to go on the aggressive, just punish players left and right despite losing out in terms of numbers. We're not gonna see here X Sunshine being knocked by Team AX and will be sent back to lobby. 3 members of Extraordinaire left. Trick now very low. 17-0 going on the aggressive, but is punished by going forward. Arip going on the aggressive right now, and you can see if he's not careful, he's gonna be shot up from the top. Meanwhile, from the back of them is actually FFG, and he throws some shots out, just making sure that they don't get caught out from the back. You can see there Arip already on the ready, making sure that they don't get pushed out or flanked from the back. You can see here there's only 3 members left of AX, and they're gonna have to be careful. Is it gonna be a 3 versus 3 from the side of Extraordinaire as well as AX? Some smokes being thrown out here just to kind of deny vision, as FFG looks to be the team that will third party from the back. Shots coming out there. Looks like AX is just stuck inside the building. This because if they go outside, they're gonna be to one side is gonna be FFG, and to the other is gonna be Team Extraordinaire. Some shots come out, they're not quite hitting anyone just yet. FFG just waiting patiently outside. Some grenades as well as some mollies being thrown out just to kind of flush them out. Smokes are already thrown inside to just deny them vision, but so far everyone is pretty much safe and healthy. Trick already push inside and gets a kill onto Feather. He's at 49 HP, but he's gonna just push up right now. AX in trouble. Where is it? The last one. Oh my god, Trick now already eliminated, but Trick actually is gonna damage. How pushes out, but FFG actually pushes in. This is gonna just keep going, and it's not a great position for Team Extraordinaire. Savior Maijao is out bleeding to death, and How is the only member alive left from Team Extraordinaire. What is How going to do about this? How coming from the side, getting a knock, getting another knock onto another player. How going crazy, but unfortunately will be able to eliminate Team FFG from the game.
How dropping out some shots here and showing discipline to his members of FFG. We're going to be seeing AAP, Fuego, Extraordinaire, as well as Colony being the last top 4 surviving teams here. It's going to be an interesting one indeed, a 4v1, v2v1. Fuego still has 3 members in game here, depending on whether they will be able to get the resets here. But we do see that 1 member has already been taken down, as we do see that 2 members of Fuego are very close behind each other. Very aggressive push coming in from the side of Algin Boss. Algin Boss will be able to take down 1, and it seems that Fuego's advantages are starting to lose out here. Extraordinaire will be able to get at least 3 into the game, with Colony with 2. AAP still going strong. Nanda taking in a bit of damage there from Colony. Killer living up to his name as much as he can here. Gonna drop some smokes and try to see whether or not he will be able to get that to a win here, as AAP now moving on towards a better position. Could it be that Algin Bots here could spot out Killer? Killer gonna go for the jump. Gonna try to see whether or not he will be able to get some information on that. Some good shots there coming in from CJ. Oh, the nade is going to... Oh, there's a smoke. That was a very interesting one indeed there. I was thinking that he was going to throw... I was thinking...
I know. I thought he was gonna die at that point, but for now, let's have a look at MacDog here. Looks like it's gonna be... I think Colony is just gonna wait and see for now. Looks like... Team Extraordinaire gonna go on the aggressive here. They already have moved their vehicles, trying to make some cover from themselves. Some frag grenades come out. You can see they're 17-0. Not too sure where exactly the other members of AAP are. If you look at on the side there, 1 member of Team Extraordinaire is just actually looking for the flank, and I'm wondering if Archangel Predator is actually very aware of this. Meanwhile, I can see there Mad Dog has no vest, only not even so he's gonna have to be careful because he doesn't really have too much in terms of shield. How just waiting patiently, and Trick gonna actually just get rid of the car tires in case of some in case just to try to get rid of any ability for any other enemies to use the car for mobility. So you can see their colony just play on the other side. They're hiding behind some foliage and some rocks just to make sure that they're going to play safe, because they don't have it in terms of numbers to actually go on the aggressive. So they're just playing the wait and see game as AAP and kind of Team Extraordinaire play kind of like a Mexican standoff for now.
It is going to be a bit of a Mexican standoff here, waiting for somebody to flip the table and start spraying. Thinking that could be for the side of AAP, but AAP being very, very, very conservative with their approach here. Gonna opt out for a more deliberate step in their heels in terms of how they're going to be moving forward. Feel that they are going to be waiting for them to come towards them more than anything else, because they are going to be on the circle advantage here. But we're going to be seeing how that's going to ring true for the side of Extraordinaire as well. Extraordinaire be at least spotted out, going to be able to spot out at least some of the members of Extraordinaire here. Ooh, Algin Bots very aggressive there with the MK14. Not be able to get those shots off.
Can see here Archangel Predator playing it very, very systematically. Some shots already coming out from the side of Colony. Colony clearly looking for blood here. They're getting really, really impatient as the circle gets smaller. You can see their bots just trying to see if he can actually catch any peaks. Looks like everyone is just so reluctant to peek right now, and despite having the advantage in numbers, do you see how AAP is playing this? They're playing this very systematically, not as aggressively as they would, and they know that they really, really need this chicken dinner in order to move forward. And there we go, the final circle, and everyone is just gonna go to aggressive, and everyone for himself. You see there's some shots already thrown out to Killa. Killa already down. Cubs, the only member of a colony that's left, and Killa will be finished off by How. Cubs just making sure that no one is gonna move forward toward his teammate's body in order to loot. Mad Dog moving forward here, but playing it real slow. Meanwhile, CJ already repositioning the vehicle just to give him a little bit of cover to make sure that they don't get shot in from the side. Some more smokes as frag grenades come out just to deny vision here, and Nan gonna make sure to take the other side just to make sure that no one is gonna be flanking from the side. In terms of numbers, truly AAP will be able to win this, but Colony can be the thorn in their side, just third partying if he wants to. He's done it before and he can definitely do it again. 17 going prone here, moving forward, not quite hitting any of just avoiding that. Oh my god, CJ just punishing him from that. CJ going in real low. How coming from the side, wants to finish off CJ but not quite getting an angle. Spots out Mad Dog but is not sure who exactly to focus on, but chooses to finish off CJ. Trick moving forward. AAP CJ now bleeding out. Two members of AAP now bleeding out. It's gonna be a 2-on-2-on-1. Mad Dog just waiting, moving forward, wants to revive his teammate. Sees the member of Team Extraordinaire and actually knocks down Trick as well as another member, and there we go. Archangel Predator is eliminated.
Very, very interesting indeed here. It seems that they were caught in a spot in terms of them fighting against each other as well as the other teams here. It's going to be a 1-to-1 against Extraordinaire as well as Colony. Colony now going to go for the nades, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be Colony that wins it out. Beautifully done with 12 kills in their pockets. Big up to them.
God.
And big wins towards Colony. Momonji, Killa, Maestro, Alec, Elves winning it big.
This is so crazy because I just thought to myself, oh my god, Colony lost 2 members so early thanks to, I think it was Botslayer or was it someone else? I cannot remember. And I thought to myself, okay, they're just gonna have to just survive till as far as they can. But looking at how they were playing, I did not expect them to come out on top, especially since they did not have the strength in numbers. They were extremely patient, waited for the circle to close, waited for everyone to go aggressive, and all they had to do was just kind of like backstep from the back, and there it is, the easy chicken dinner for them.
It was a big easy chicken dinner for them, and I felt that that was just going to be a very good case for them to actually close it out. And there were a lot of moments I felt that there were very much nail biting for members of Colony, but somehow or another they were able to pull it out, as we can see from the highlights here, Tash. They I think in a lot of those moments, teams like Team Extraordinaire as well as AAP and Colony, they were the last few surviving members here to fight it off. I felt that a lot of it really revolved around the fact that AAP was a little bit too aggressive and I think maybe too confident in their abilities, and not to say abilities, I think in their strength in numbers compared to the capabilities of these two teams to actually catch them off guard. And I feel that's going to be the case here for them, because when I look at it in a sense that how this worked out, Alzenbots was able to take down Fuego, and I think that when Fuego were actually eliminated from the game, that kind of gave a bit of a signifier towards Colony and Extraordinaire to actually know, like, all right, so they're around that area roughly, so we're going to try to force them out. We'll give focus towards the numbers here, but Calb's just closing the game out with a beautiful jiggle, with a beautiful left-right peek there. With their first chicken dinner of today, 12 kills in their pocket as it is. Team Extraordinaire not too far behind with 11, and Eagle 365 Esports with 8, Arcade Angel Predator with 6, Botslayer with 5, ASTRAX with 4, as well as From the Future with 4, Bahamut Gaming with 3. It's going to be one of those games that's just going to be more and more interesting here as the day progresses. We've got 2 more matches lined up for you guys, and I don't know about you guys, it has been so exciting thus far.
Yes, exactly. So actually, Eagle finally Colony PH getting the chicken dinner they have been craving, as they were denied so much. But for now, we are gonna take a quick break. Thank you so much to Geek Events, KNK Revolution, as well as Digitally for this, and we will see you guys in a little while.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad. The goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the?
Raise your glass to the victors, the winners and the big hitters. Yeah.
everyone. Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right.
Welcome back everyone to PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2 with me, Tash Bunny, alongside my co-caster, The Hound. We are gonna head on to the, I think it's the 5th match of the day, if I'm right?
Yes, you are. I'm doing pretty alright. I'm doing pretty alright here in terms of how the pacing is going thus far, and I can't wait to see how this is going to be working out for everyone. Archangel Predator as well as Colony PH. Both of them scoring those two winner chicken dinners here, with Archangel Predator ahead with 62 and Colony PH ahead of second place with 61 as well. Not too far behind is going to be From the Future, so Bahamut Gaming with 59 and 52 each. Eagle 365, quite a bit of a hill to climb with 49. With Team Extraordinaire not too far behind with 47, 44 Samurai with 44, 2 Arc with 40, NRX Esports with 47, and ASTRAX with 30, Friendly Fire Gaming with 29, Nomads with 24, Boss A with 19, Sangha Sopas Hunter with 17, Fuego with 14, and Monkey Boss finally with 10.
Yes, that's right. So for now, looking at the scoreboard here, Archangel needs to watch their back. I think that today Archangel Predator is one of those teams that if you notice how they're playing, they're actually playing very, very safely, and they actually really want to win. It's very different than how they usually play, but they're just coming up close but not really getting there. But for now, we're gonna head on to game number 5, match 11. We're gonna head on over to Miramar. This is definitely a very interesting flight path. What do you think, Hound?
Oh, this is going to be one of those flight paths that's going to be, I think, mostly a lot of those dropping very early on towards the top side of the map. I think towards the northwest side of the map. Northeast is going to be rather empty, in my opinion. I think that there might be some people at Torre Armunda, or maybe even Cruz del Valle. I think there could be maybe two of those outliers at Capo Militar or Tierra Bronca. But other than that, El Alza is going to be rather empty. Impala is going to be, maybe some teams are going to drop there. We do know for a fact that Los Leones, Picado, maybe even El Pozo and Monte Nuevo are going to be some hotspots for some of these teams. I mean, looking at how there are lots of buildings around there and lots of loot potential around there, I'm thinking that some of these teams are going to give a lot of, weight towards dropping to these certain sites here.
You can see there, Eagle 365, how they dropped. They actually did favor a high terrain, but Vandal so far away from the rest of his team. Right beside him is FFG as well as 4 Samurai. So he's gonna have to be careful, because I think if something were to happen to him, I don't think they'll actually be, in time to actually revive him. But Vandal, I think he might be okay, because he looks like he's actually on top of a terrain over there. So wow, that circle though, favoring El Pozo as well as La Proberia over on that side. I think, Colony actually has the prime spot. Look how far apart they are actually separated over there, and they're gonna have a lot of loot by the time everyone manages to get into the circle. Meanwhile, already in the circle, we have Eagle 365, 4 Samurai, FFG, Team Fuego, AX Serpents already inside, and right outside is FTF as well as Bot Slayer. NRX is gonna have a hard time pushing in my opinion, because look at the terrain right beside beside Picado. So NRX is gonna have to watch their back there.
A lot of them are actually going to have quite a bit of, I'm thinking that those at those at the top side of the map, northwest side of the map, are going to be actually very much safe. They don't have to worry about being backstabbed, unless they get flanked from a distance. But I think they'll be able to see those flanks coming, judging from how spread out they are. So I think Fuego, in my opinion, is going to be the team that's winning and laughing big compared to everyone else here, because judging from how I see things in terms of, let me just open up my map real quick here. In terms of where they are, very much close by to, what's this place called again? Alcantara, yeah. From Alcantara, they do have a few options at Trailer Park as well as the Crater Fields at El Pozo. But then again, it could be quite a bit of problems here, because I think that there's going to be at least one team of a few team members of Colony that are nearby from La Cabrera all the way down to Crater Fields. And El Pozo as well is going to be held up rather well from the side of FFG. We do see that E365 now going to be heading towards Crater Fields, coming in from the San Martin distance here. I think at a distance of maybe about 200, 500 meters. Going to take them maybe about close to 30 seconds before they start making some fights here. So look to see some of these stragglers fight off against each other before they begin, before the next few minutes start.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see here already Team AAP and Colony already. Oh, actually, there's a chicken dinner over there. Team Colony and AAP are actually on the top there with 62 and 61 kills each. But it looks like where 2 ARC are, there's not going to be anyone where they are. So I think they're going to be very comfortably able to just loot here. But looking, as you mentioned earlier, Fuego, like the best position possible, I think they can just hunker down and just wait for the next circle. They don't have to worry about any flanks. They just have to worry about one area to just look out for. And honestly, I think for now they're just like, oh, our choice in dropping at the weirdest place possible is actually working out for us. But actually, if you look at throughout these tournaments, we do have some teams always dropping out at weird areas, and it's actually been paying off for them, because weirdly in this tournament we're seeing some really interesting circles.
Yeah, some very interesting circles here. I think that the RNG gods just want to throw us a fastball here, and I think want to throw a lot of these players off balance, and I think it's going to be great in my opinion. Not going to be like one of the best, how to say, it's not going to be really good in terms of them playing it in the sense that it's going to be benefiting some of these teams in any way, but it's going to definitely be a viewing experience for sure for us as well as the people at home, mostly because that circles like this actually mean that we're going to be seeing a lot of these like rotational kills, a lot of these like straggler fights, and I think that a lot of these outlying fights are some of the more exciting ones sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. So for now, we're having a look at Bahamut Gaming. I think that this team is just so unlucky today. Time after time, they're just trying their best to make it to the end. But there's so many times where they just get caught out by like these straggler teams. Bot Slayer, as well as I think it was Saga Sopa Santun has been their kryptonite for today, and it's just been very frustrating for them. So this is Aoki noticing a team coming down up onto their terrain, and I think that we're actually going to see Team Fuego just getting a care package over here, very comfortably going to be able to loot it since there's not many people around them anyway. And honestly, on top of the nice circle area, they're also going to get a care package. Wow, just like honestly a big win for them. For now, Fat, noticing that Aoki is close by, will be holding terrain as his teammate is gonna be able to just loot as much as he can. This is honestly a great advantage for them. For Fuego, I think that Fuego, even though they're not doing so well, but you can actually tell they're actually just trying to actually come up to the last to the last part of the matches by getting so unlucky, getting caught out by the big teams.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that for Fuego here, but looking at before I want to complete my thought here, it seems that
God.
AAP giving the kill feed a run for their money here, but looking at Fuego, good opportunity for them to actually get some of these shots off. But going to switch over to AAP now, going to take some of those very aggressive long range shots here. M416 going to be the weapon of choice here for Alton Boss as well as Mad Dog, CJ18 as well as Nan. Will be giving assists here, but it's going to be Alton Bots that is going to be enjoying the kill credits thus far. I said already, we're going to be seeing some outlying fights here. Bahamut Gaming definitely going to be not enjoying the fact that they're going to be 2-man down heading forward, so they're going to be very wary of how they're going to fight it out. So Suzunami going to go for those sprays, not going to land any of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right. For now, Nicel, noticing that there's a member of Fuego right in front of him, will be taking some shots out, but not quite landing any of them. He knows his teammates right in front, giving Suzunami some support there from the back in case something were to happen, some fight away. Meanwhile, another member of Fuego is actually right beside Kalps. Kalps already noticing Chins! Oh my god! Getting attacked. I have only 13 HP left by Kalps despite that beautiful spray. 1, 2, 3, and there we go. Chins already down for the count, bleeding to death. Gonna have to be careful because the other members of Fuego is just coming to help their teammates. Kalps managing to finish him off before skedaddling it out of the area.
Yeah, they are going to at least get out of there. Crater Fields is going to be, I think, a rather safe spot around there. There is quite a bit of defilade, and if you're within the Crater Fields looking outwards, it's going to be tough to hit the targets there because of the elevation. So we do see that Fuego here, one member down for the count, Angelo, Croft, as well as Fat12 are still in play, whereas Triple X is down for the count. We do see some shots there against from the future Momonji, very very sneaky indeed there with the mini 14, and try his level best to get some of these shots off. And I think it's going to be a very aggressive push here coming in from the side of Colony PH. They are going to go maybe towards the compound right next to them, so or maybe even change the angle of approach so as to wish to catch members of from the future with the hand in the cookie jar, so to speak.
Yes, that's right. So for now, we're gonna have a look at Colony PH here, very comfortably gonna go up onto the train. This is actually a really great spot for them, especially in a map like Miramar. Meanwhile, let's hold that thought because Genki manages to seize another player coming by, gets a lot of damage onto RCM. RCM now knocked down. It's gonna be easily revived by his teammate X Easy. Bahamut Gaming just getting so unlucky, getting picked by so many different teams. Looks like Nomad's gonna reposition quickly. A grenade comes out, not quite landing onto the team, and RCM now gonna have to be careful because he is absolutely solo. Gonna be just like nearly missing that I think it's a grenade over there, that flash. So Genki gonna reposition, notices the other members of Bahamut Gaming. 1, 2, 3, Moto Loco with the sprays finishes off 2 players from Bahamut Gaming at once, and Bahamut Gaming will be the first team to be knocked out of the match.
Yep, it seems that it is going to be unfortunate for Bahamut Gaming, despite the fact that they have been rather impressive in the matches that have passed. It seems that match number 11 doesn't seem to draw in favor for them, and all cards were stacked again. The deck was definitely stacked against Bahamut Gaming's favor. They're going to be knocked out into the lobby, unfortunately for them. However, looking at it though, aside from Bahamut Gaming being eliminated from the game, only Fuego has lost 1 member, and it's like a full stack of cards for everyone else, though.
Yes, that's right. So for now, AAP with 2 kills right now. One thing about AAP, very aggressive, getting kills already, but they're not quite making it there, and they really need this chicken dinner to just maintain the top scoreboard for this week. For now, this is the ASTRAX going into battle with Bot Slayer over here. Just now, we've seen this same battle happening, and Bot Slayer came out on top. A frag grenade comes out, but not quite hitting the other 2 members of Bot Slayer right over here. It's gonna be a 2 versus 2, but right behind over there is gonna be FTF, and the other members of Bot Slayers are just rushing forward to help with the teammates. AX, another member, is right outside. Slit, a grenade comes out, but not too sure where the other members of the team are. TBLQS looking to just flank from the side here, just looking to see if he can get a backstab here. Will he be able to get Zhang? Not looking to commit himself too much in case he gets knocked out. Another grenade comes out into the area, gonna push inside the house, not seeing the other member, turns around, doesn't know where he is, finds a member there, gets a spray. There we go, BSG7 now out of the game, as well as Sly DD. 1 member left. Zhang is the only member to worry about just now. They're gonna fight him, and Bot Slayer takes 15th place in the game.
Very unfortunate for them, as we're going to be seeing the Malaysian team of ASTRAX there, Balkas, as well as X-Feather and Serpent, being able to come in very convincingly. Balkas leading the charge here. Going to go in, takes down 2 members of Bot Slayer. Very quick jiggles, with very quick pre-fire mechanics here from the side of ASTRAX. I think that's just going to be Jangs that was just in the corner there. It was only a matter of time before Feather was going to find him out and send him back to the lobby. Nice try on the side of Bot Slayer, but ASTRAX is going to come out on top.
Yes, that's right. I think this is the match. This is the fight that I think ASTRAX really wants to take, especially after last match, Bot Slayer that came out on top. But for now, we're gonna have a look at Eagle 365 Esports Chibirit. I wanted to see more from him today, but he's actually, while he is doing a lot of work, getting themselves all that chicken dinners. But I think Eagle 365 Esports is one of those teams that knows that they're gonna have to really, really be careful because they're not exactly on the top of the leaderboard right now compared to Colony PH as well as AAP. In terms of performance, they are doing extremely well, and I think they really, really do want to catch up with these other two teams. The Circle just kind of like just shrank again. It's going to be part of La Corburia as well as Crater Fields, alongside a big, large area of terrain over here. NRX, Fuego, Eagle 365 Esports, 2ARC, Colony, as well as AX already in the circle, with the rest still waiting outside. So looking at the PIP over here, Eagle 365 Esports, they do notice there's another person on the other compound, throws out some shots, but don't really want to commit just yet.
Yeah, that's going to be something that I feel that they have to be very, very much concerned about if they want to commit. I feel like committing to some of these fights, it's also one of those things that kind of has to be very, how to say, concise, you know, in terms of how you want to actually play it out. Because when you don't, if you don't have that, how to say, if you don't feel like you are confident in taking that call, then why do you even want to bother trying to go for that fight in the first place, right? But then again, sometimes the benefit of third parties as well can be a case to give you a little bit more of that confidence as well, and I feel that that's going to be the case here for a lot of these players. I'm going to be seeing it here, some long range shots. I mean, true, don't know whether or not that is going to bring them any much benefit, but we do see that Triple X Dev down for the count for today.
Yes, that's right. We're going to have to look at ASTRAX here. We hear some shots coming out from their side, but not too sure where it's coming from. I think they're pretty much aware that Team FTF is in the building over there. But you can see here on that area, oh my god, you can see it go so aggressive. Man going aggressive against Qualixy. SSS just doing their best today to just annoy all of these teams that are just trying to go for the top here. But if you look at the area SSS is already in, they actually have the advantage here because they do have access to the higher terrain compared to FTF. But FTF on the other side, however, right beside them is Team AX, and AX is actually being shot by another team on the other side of the mountain over that side. I'm pretty sure that is for Samurai, but I can't be sure. So it's gonna be like a four-way sort of fight on this side here.
Yeah, it could be another opportunity for them to actually get some of these third-party fights. Still very much a lot of teams still in play here. I do like the fact that despite the fact that it has been one of those like very messy days, not messy fights in terms of everyone just getting into fights across the map, we do see quite a high population of teams. But look at that, almost an empty center of the circle here. I'm thinking that the last few circles are going to be relatively, not to say inactive, but relatively anticlimactic in my opinion.
Yeah, that's right. I think the reason why the middle... Oh my god. Okay, so let's hold that thought because the circle just favored the side of 4 Samurai, SSS, Team AX, as well as 2ARC and Colony. You can see there the rotation coming in from the side of Team Extraordinaire. How now in trouble. They're being just bombarded by bullets from the side of Colony. His teammates will be close by though, but it's going to be really hard for them to push in considering that Colony actually has the high ground compared to the rest. So here we can hear here some frag grenades being thrown out. Colony trying their best to actually stop the push from the side of Extraordinaire. How just falls to his death thanks to Calbs, and he's already out of the fight. Extraordinaire gonna have to reposition again, not looking to actually fight against Colony given that they have the advantage in terms of cover as well as firepower.
Yeah, firepower seems to be something of quality that these teams are bringing with in loads and abundance here. We do see that despite the firepower that comes in. Wait, Sponky there trying to go for that one-time answer. Savior, lucky enough, was ducking undercover, so we don't see that. That's gonna put him down for the count. If not, that would have been made a beautiful clip. You see Nomads now taking on the shot with the SLR. None of that gonna ring true though.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my god, Bot's now in trouble. Fuego actually getting a pick onto a member of AAP. This is gonna be really troublesome for them toward the last circle. And Xavier Mai, if you look at the feed, actually manages to down Imperious and SSS as usual, bringing trouble to the table for the other teams. Meanwhile, the other members of AAP comes forward, not too happy about losing a teammate, but they are playing it real safe, not pushing forward as more than necessary right now. Lavish now actually stuck in a corner as the other members of Eagle 365 is moving forward, and as the circle is kind of sandwiching him, he has to run for his life right now. You see there, Lavish knows that Eagle 365 is on top of turn outside the circle and is not allowing him to push forward. So actually, no, it's the other way around. Two Lavish gonna know that Eagle 365 is keeping his chances of moving forward right now. Eagle 365 moving forward with Hanzi, Jexi running through the side of the terrain, knowing that 2ARC is actually on the top of terrain. Gonna have to play it real safe here because of the disadvantage of high ground that they have. But it's okay because Vandal already is coming from the side there. They are actually really, really healthy with 4 players. Also have a vehicle on the side. Jexi now doing the first peek, noticing that the area is actually free. Lavish already gonna die to the circle outside, and 2ARC gonna be in trouble. Just 2 men versus 4 people for Eagle 365 Esports. Eagle 365 gonna have to push forward real fast here because the circle is actually just sandwiching them. Gonna push forward there. Some shots coming out. Hanzi finishes off Nonzi. One more member of 2ARC left. Where is he? They are just looking for him right now. Some shots coming out. They already know that Lolba is there all alone. Lolba's stuck in that tire. Really, it's just time there, and they actually are gonna finish them off, and there it is, Lolba ending the game just like that.
Yep, Lolba being ended immediately. Hanzi was able to get that beautiful rotation and sketch him with his hand in the proverbial cookie jar, so to speak. And it was definitely a beautiful ending for Lolba, despite the fact that it was a valiant attempt to try to get members of Eagle 365 down. It seems that they were able to catch them off. Xavier MY as well as Aoki in a bit of trouble here as Shibir, as well as Vandal, Jexi, and Hanzi. Definitely spotting him out. Arcane Predator here fighting off against Angelo. Angelo was able to come in with a beautiful reaction onto Mad Dog. Kev right there has to accidentally drop himself here, but it seems that, oh my goodness, Tsunami Teddies as well as the rest of the members of NRX and FTF now dropping members of FFG as they try to move into the spot here. It's going to be very interesting indeed to see that members of Archangel Predator being taken down by FAD. Beautifully done here from the side of Fuego. Fuego getting their revenge here, as well as Friendly Fire Gaming being eliminated by a friendly... Now, 4 Samurai, excuse me, as I think it was mostly a rotational kill there. 10 teams, 33 players in this final few rounds.
Yes, that's just so interesting just now that Fuego was just... I feel so sorry for Archangel Predator. Meanwhile, you can see there Jexi going on aggressive toward the rest of the members of Fuego, knowing that they just got out of fight with Archangel Predator, and with that, Fuego will be eliminated, taking 10th place right now. 4 Samurai actually doing so well today, last game as well as this one, and they are looking to actually finish this off. Right now, the GD has his sights onto the members of SSS, and they're gonna be able to push forward. SSS, I'm wondering how SSS will be able to play this out. No, it's gonna be a 3 versus 4, and right on the side there is FTF. I think FTF is gonna just watch this, just gonna watch how it's playing out and gonna try and third party this, because as they say, third party is also a strat in this game.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very interesting strat indeed here for a lot of these teams. I feel that some of them are definitely going to be enjoying how some of these fights are going to transpire for them. At the same time as well, I think, ooh, mama, they're going to be seeing quite a bit here as some of these teams are getting caught off by quite a bit. I do think that how some of them are actually fighting out is actually working in their favor here. But man, is it one of those games I feel that is just very hard for them to play against because of the amount of third-party influence that's happening here. We do see it from FTF as well as SOPAN SANTUN here being caught off, I think, as they were trying to reset or maybe even try to get back into the heels. There is going to be another party here coming in towards them as SOPAN SANTUN here, Quelixi, Gonna come up, trying to get some of those shots off, but 4 Samurai now is immediately in the fight here. We're gonna be seeing Yudi be taken down. And look at that, those jump shots, they're gonna work out wonders, but it seems that 4 Samurai there, bit of a little bit more than they can chew. Was taken down there, but it's gonna be Sangat Super SANTUN that is going to be eliminated from this game, with members of 4 Samurai still in play. 3 of them are down, but not out.
Look at the third party is about to happen. Broken Heart's gonna push forward. His grenade actually finishes off for XDev, and there we go. 4 Samurai eliminated. As I had predicted earlier, the waiting game really worked out for FTF, and this is what they were waiting for. Oh my god.
Astute, and your sense of foresight was accurate as the shots that we have seen. We do see that that was just beautifully done for the side of From the Future. The waiting game, as you said, very accurately has paid off wonders for them. All it took was 1 nade and 1 coordinated push, and not even a little bit of breathing room for members of Sangat, not to say Sangat Super SANTUN. What was the name of that team again? 4 Samurai, yeah. For them to actually be eliminated from the game. 7 teams, 23 alive at the 24-minute mark.
Yeah, for now, having to see From the Future looking very confident now. But meanwhile, you can see there, Eagle 365 in trouble. Zio, the last member of 2ARC, managing to drop 1 member, but Extraordinaire Trick will be the one to finish off Zio in the end. So I think that is kind of a poetic justice in a way. For meanwhile, we're gonna have a look at From the Future just push forward there. They have their sights onto NRX. Namshao seeing them coming forward, getting a knock onto Teddy's. Ooh, it's gonna be very troublesome for them, losing 1 member. Suzunami now in trouble, very low here, and you can see there AX also wanting a bit of that, managing to knock out Man, and actually in a way kind of helping out NRX over here. So kind of see another 2 members of FTF left, and NRX, if they choose to, they can easily push and get 2 kills, but they don't want to because they know team AX already is on that side, and they don't want to be caught off guard over there. Meanwhile, AX is already being kept busy by members of Extraordinaire, and right behind them is actually Team Colony PH.
Team Colony PH here, looking to add a little bit more of one more victory into their pocket. Lots of opportunities for them to actually come in. We do see that the middle of the circle is very much empty here. We do see NRX, Ego 365, Extraordinaire, as well as Colony PH and ASTRAX fighting it off with From the Future here. Public enemy number 1 in this exchange. But we do see that some of these other teams here are going to be very much exchanging fire towards From the Future. Broken Hearts there. But look at that. Now E365 going to be focusing on towards NRX. And AX is going to be shooting back towards Extraordinaire. I don't know about you, but this is just a shift of fire here and there between these 2 teams. Serpent now going to go a little bit open. Gonna try to go for that push, but we're gonna be watching from NRX here. Gonna be taking some of those shots back against Chibear. Don't know whether or not it's gonna land. Chibear almost down but not out. He's gonna be down but not out. Inside the circle though. Very unfortunate for him, as we're gonna be seeing that these 2 teams now gonna be in a bit of a bother here, as they are going to be at least struggling to try to get back into the play here. I don't know about you, but the play zone is going to be determining how these teams are going to be pushing out. Who will make it into the top 4?
Colony Esports is pushing forward now. Cubs looking to finish off Eagle 365, knowing that they are going to be the biggest enemy here. Eagle 365 now gone. Colony with that beautiful push there. We're going to see our last 4 teams here. You're gonna have AX with 4 members, Colony with 3.5, I guess. Monji will be easily revived here. NRX with 3 and FTF with 2. This is a very interesting mix of teams. Tsunami getting a knock there onto RDKs, but the kill will be going on to Arip from Team AX. This is one of AX's best games, and I don't think that they want to let this chance slip from their hands so fast. You can see that the way that Colony has separated to kind of see where teams are gonna be flanking from. AX there throwing some grenades forward, but not quite landing onto Killa. Killa, one thing about him is if he can land a shot, he will actually finish you off. So some more smokes coming out there to deny vision to Killa coming from the side of AX, but so far so good. No one really committing. It's gonna be like a weird Mexican standoff here from the last 4 teams. Meanwhile, a player is already taking some damage there from Fighter Colony. More grenades coming outside. Exchange of grenades here. Serpent taking some heavy damage from Alec there. And this is actually one of the first games today that Alec has not been down and out so early. Nicel finishing off Broken Hearts, one of the biggest threats to the team. And they can finally breathe easy as only one more member of FTF to worry about. Actually, no, FTF is actually already out of the game. Killa getting a knock there onto Feather thanks to his grenade. More grenades gonna come out from the side of Colony because they have been stocking up for this moment. Namshao Suzunami actually gonna push forward here. We're gonna see a fight onto the right side of the circle.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Wow, NRX now on towards them is going to be a big advantage, which is going to be the circle here. I don't know about you, but this is going to be indicative of them trying their level best to actually try to close this out. Don't know whether or not they will be able to do so because it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge here, considering that there is going to be a lot of pressure coming from different angles against them. But seeing as to which how they've been playing it out, I think this could be one of those ways that they are going to close it out from a distance, with NRX holding on towards that circle. They have the circle priority here. They don't have to worry much about anyone coming from behind them. So if they're able to close it out, but we do see Balkas there closing out onto Colony. It seems that the Malaysian team of ASTRAX there, 4 members in play. Colony down with 1. NRX down with 1 as well. It's going to be a 4-3-3, but it seems that now it's going to be a 3-3-3 with ASTRAX down by 1. Suzunami getting one off with Arip down for the count because of a nade. Going to be seeing there the push is coming in. Circle is closing out. Cover and enfilade, defilade is actually very limited. We do see Alec here very much exposed and hiding behind the cover and guise of smoke here. But look at that, Momonji taking down 2 with Serpent and Feather down for the count. We do see that Balkas, last surviving member here. Don't know whether or not he will be able to save his teammates, but we do see another nade being dropped off there. Not going to be able to take him down. Feather has been finally finished off as well. Serpent, we do see Balkas being able to take down Momonji, but is it going to be enough though? It's going to be Colony as well. The fire is going to be good, but it's not going to be enough for the side of Colony to take him down. Momonji has been taken down. Another one being taken down, but it is going to be the outside that takes down Balkas. It's going to be Colony versus NRX.
Ooh, it looks like Colony, 1 member left. Can they be doing Balkas actually finishing off Colony here? It's going to be NRX versus 1 member of Colony. It's going to be in the back if they play this right, if they don't allow themselves to be isolated and be picked off 1 by 1. There we go, getting the kill here. And this is it, NRX's first chicken dinner. Congratulations to Nicel, Namshao, OG Chio, Suzunami, as well as Aisu. Very well played. But honestly, we can actually thank the circle as the main contributing factor of their win here, because the circle has been very biased toward them throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it seems that NRX gave a little tip. Gave a little tip to the bartender, and the circle decided to pour him a very nice drink in their favor here. Because man, oh man, was it a lot on their favor here. Every time the last few circles just seemed to skew very heavily in NRS's favor, and they just took full advantage of it.
Yes, exactly. Also, the beautiful pushes forward as soon as they noticed that, you know, members of the 4th team was already eliminated. Did you see how fast Suzunami rotated forward? And that rotate forward was actually perfect, as it allowed them, you know, the priority of the circle. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the highlights here with Shibirit playing this one. Shibirit, honestly, Eagle 365 Esports really tried hard in this one. And again, just like the other games today, they have just been caught out by so many different teams. Are they public enemy number 1, or is it just them being unfortunate? I'm not sure, but clearly they are not having a good day today, just like Bahamut Gaming.
Yeah, not having a good day today seems to be like the running theme for some of these teams here. I don't know about you, but NRX though, I think the day was definitely shining in their favor here. I think it is their first chicken dinner of this week, and I feel that's just a big way for them to end the second last match of today. Looking at how this bit of defilate here came out, I think that was really good for them, mostly because that they were able to actually play around the fact that there was hard cover around them. Even though their legs were exposed, it was going to be a big win for them. 8 kills for them, 1 chicken dinner, so that's definitely going to be a big one for them. However, Still a lot more to go here. One more match before we call day 2 of week 2 an end. But will it be enough for all these other teams to catch up? We have to wait and see.
Yeah, but for now, let's have a look at the match scoreboard. You can see here 9RX, ESPORTS, ASTRAX, as well as Fountains of the Future getting 8 kills a piece from them. ASTRAX, this is actually one of their better games. So close yet so far, just clearly they do not have the firepower, or at least the gun skills that the other teams have. So very unfortunate for them, despite lasting that long in the game. So for now, I can see Colony Esports taking, Colony PH actually taking 4th place with 6 kills, tied with 4 Samurai as well. Fuego with 5 kills. Honestly, it's so interesting to see like these teams, especially Team Fuego, lasting so long and going against Team AAP and actually coming out on top. They really want to get at least one chicken dinner, and you know, their determination actually is showing.
Yeah, I feel that was going to be the case for some of these teams. I think sometimes the coin flip of the circle definitely skews. I think it actually throws all kinds of advantages out the window sometimes. Really depends on how the certain situations actually unfold. But then again, that's enough conjecture from us. I mean, that's all we can do. We can only speculate, right? We're going to go a short break. We're going to be back with the final match. I don't know about you guys. Hope you guys are ready for that final match. Don't go anywhere.
Hit you with that do-do-do-do-do. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hi everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it's still as audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new 2-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip. If you're battle weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or playing an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem. Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the vulture swooping in. You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema Armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter. Our last stop in this new state field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns, and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize. Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release. Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip into Troy. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG New State info, and I'll see you on the next trip into Troy.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad.
So raise your glass to the victors. The winners that never quitters. They don't know how to be quitters.
Goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
And welcome back to the final game of today here at the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2, Week 2, Day 2. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm a little bit flustered. It was a bit raining, and I had to go take my clothes before it got all wet. Oh gosh, it was a bit of a run today.
It's raining pretty heavily here right now in Malaysia. But wherever you are, I hope you guys are having a great day because we are about to hit the 6th and final game of the day before we head on to the grand finals next week. But for now, let's have a look at the overall scoreboard.
Wow, wowzers. This is just crazy here. Archangel Predator, Colony PH tied up alongside with Future in terms of kills. However, the total chickens are going to be a whole different story altogether. What if we have a three-way tie here? If From the Future is able to cinch up another chicken dinner and potentially get the same amount of kills with Archangel Predator, Colony PH, and From the Future. I mean, okay, this is how unlikely it's going to be. Archangel Predator, Colony PH, and From the Future, if they're able to actually get all the way up to the final top 4 and they're able to actually cinch out the same amount of kills, then we may actually have a three-way tie. But I mean, those things happen far and few in between, but there's a possibility of that happening here today, and that's going to be a bit of a kerfuffle for all of us here at the PCR Season 2. But looking down is going to be NRX Esports with their first chicken dinner of today from the previous match. Ego365 with 1 chicken dinner as well as 53 kills. Bahamut Gaming with 52. 4 Samurai with 50. Team Extraordinaire with 49. On the lower part of the bracket, 2 Arc on 1 chicken dinner with 41 kills. ASTRAX, Friendly Fire Gaming, Nomads, Bot Slayer, Fuego, Saga SOPAN SANTUN, and Monkey Boss have yet to score a chicken dinner. However, the kill differentials are starting to show.
Yes, that's right. But if you can see here, it's actually so interesting how like Archangel Predator, Colony, and From the Future are all tied with the same number of kills. But if you think about it again, if if you actually have any of the teams try and get a chicken dinner, only the Colony, PH, and Archangel Predator are the teams that would actually make it out on top. The rest will just be actually From the Future. The rest will only be stuck on maybe 2nd to maybe 8th place right now from what it looks like from the number of kills. But looking back at the rest, I am really interested to see how Sopan Santun as well as Bot Slayer will be playing this. They don't have a lot of kills, but they have been bothering all the main teams so much. Fuego, despite not being up there, but you can actually see they're not looking to become like a thorn in any of these big teams' side. They're actually really trying to catch up, and I think that's really admirable when you see teams like Fuego actually playing.
Yeah, I feel that's going to be the case for some of these teams. A lot of it actually revolves around the fact that third-party kills are definitely a thing here. And I think that a lot of these teams are not able to get some sizable leads because of the third-party factor. But then again, it really depends on where everyone is on the map at that specific time. And I feel that's going to be the case here. With the final map being Erangel, I think we may have a decisive winner for week number 2 in terms of most winner chicken dinners. But then again, we have seen the whole tournament be flipped on its head because one team just performs so insanely well and just puts the entire top part of the leaderboard flip it on its head. So I'm not surprised that if that's going to be the case, but then again, it could be just a standard win where we could see that one of these teams are able to cinch out one more chicken dinner, giving them 3 chicken dinners in a row in a sense, and we'll be able to cinch it out and score a big win before the grand finals.
Honestly, Colony PH is actually one of the teams that's actually looking really good today. Despite them actually losing 2 players, still getting a chicken dinner today is very, very admirable. And I'm really excited to see how they do in the next match. And after this, we are going back to, I think it's Erangel. Am I right, Hound?
Yes, we are going back to Erangel. Compared to the hostile sand dunes, it is going to be the beautiful, beautiful island of Erangel, and I do think this is going to be rather sweet cherry on top to be our conclusive match here. Ooh, look at that. Immediately we see parachutes abound here from the early starts. We're going to be seeing some people rushing towards the south of George, maybe even the north of George here. We're going to be seeing some teams as well going to go, I think, maybe towards the Rozok area. Some maybe towards Ferry Pier as well. There are a few openings for some of these teams, in my opinion, that could actually be one of those places that they are going to consider as high value. Nomads a little bit dispersed as well as Colony PH here. But then again, we have seen some crazier flight paths where some of these teams are actually going to catch off each other in a point where Miltapau will wait here.
Oh my god, this is so early! Did you see? G7 just slapped Catwigger down so early, and now he's already out of the game. But Slayer going on the aggressive so early, not even giving Monkey Boss even a chance to loot here. Look at G7 just like playing around here, and as they came in, just immediate melee slaps just gave no room for them. Meanwhile, Zer already kitted up and ready with the UMP-45. If someone were to pass by, this would be the end for them ASAP.
Yeah, the UMP isn't exactly the best weapon in terms of fire rate though, but the damage per bullet is definitely going to be there. G7 as well, hanging out very much close by. I think Zer will be able to hear him. Going to go for the push here. Oh, as I said it, G7 being taken down, but Sly DD comes from behind here, takes down Zer, and it says that MBS is going to be in a very big spot of bother here. Hospital, lots of bodies lined up. Lots of work cut out for everyone in the hospital today.
Honestly, one of the most entertaining starts to a game. Usually we're seeing a very slow start, but honestly, Bot Slayer currently is my favorite team to watch right now because of how entertaining they are. G7 there with the slaps left and right came out on top. This is actually so hilarious. You can see that Qualixy there adding some entertainment for us, just running over AX Serpent.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the turnarounds here for them, and I feel that that's going to be the case, that they are all caught off with, how to say, like I always say, hand in the cookie jar, and when you're caught off in a situation like that, made it very detrimental towards how they wanted to push in. See that Bot Slayer were able to win it big. Let's take a look at how Zer was going to go for that push here on the highlights. Was just waiting, biding his time. Waiting to hear an audio cue, heard the heel, Sly DD over to the top side here, and it seemed that Zer tried his best to take the level advantage here, was able to take the one, but it's not enough to get that quick flick towards him. But G7 will be out, but Sly DD will be like, nope, we're going to be able to avenge you.
Yeah, that's right. I think honestly, these teams are just having fun with the fight right now, given us how they are actually fighting it so early. Meanwhile, let's have a look at NRX Esports, our last chicken winner chicken dinner champions just now. They're gonna be super comfortable right now. If they were to get another chicken dinner, that will definitely put them up ahead, but not in terms of kills, as Colony PH and AAP currently top the charts with 60, as well as FTF currently top the charts with 67 kills each. FTF is just one of those teams that they get some beautiful kills, some beautiful plays, but never really making it out. And I feel like they got third-partied so much today, and I just really feel for them because of that.
Yeah, there's going to be a case here for them, and I feel that that's just very unfortunate in terms of how aggressive they played it at hospital. But I think that Bots, they were able to win it big despite the fact that they did lose out on one. So I think it's a definite big win. MBS, the biggest loser in that turnaround at the hospital there. They lost 3 members, only down with 1, and it seems that the Bot Slayer curse has been passed over to MBS in this final round.
Yeah, I think they probably heard you, Kaz, and they're like, yeah, we don't really want to be the first team out. It's time to change that up. And, you know, they just they immediately saw their victims and just went for it. You can see that they weren't even fully looted up when that happened. Meanwhile, let's have a look at from the future here. I think they are actually really ready and just really want to get a chicken dinner. And if they actually do, we're gonna have 3 teams with 2 chicken dinners as well as kills. But let's see how many kills each team gets this time around. Honestly, Broken Hearts, one of the biggest highlight makers today, despite Teddy's actually being up there in the frag charts.
Yeah, we do see that Broken Hearts living up to his name, breaking a lot of hearts moving forward here. Looking at the circle, parts of George. I'm thinking that south of George, north of George are going to be in play as well. We do see Pochinki is going to be rather busy, as well as Ruins. And outside of Ruins, I'm thinking that this could be one of the... I think Watertown as well is going to be rather busy as well. We do see Rozok being held by 2ARC. School is rather empty here. We do see that some teams are going to be passing by School as well as Apartments. Pochinki Hills is going to be very much open, so maybe they might be able to take that. But Pochinki, surprisingly, on towards the western side of Pochinki is going to be rather empty thus far. But for Eagles, they can actually run back to Pochinki and it's still considered in the play zone here as they move forward.
But if you look at Sosnovka Island, 4 Samurai went back to the comfort spots. But it's actually really far away from the flight path. Honestly, I don't think they're gonna have any trouble getting to the circle because of how everyone is already rotating, but it's gonna be quite a long drive there, unless Nomads decides that they want to take care of this of the bridge. But I don't think anyone really has an idea that 4 Samurai actually landed there. But for now, if you're looking at the circle, there is a care package up on top, but I don't think anyone is interested in getting it. Not even AX is actually moving forward for it. But as you can see here, a majority of the teams are already in the circle, except for 4 Samurai, Fuego, and I think members of AX, and the rest are already inside of the circle. I think 4 Samurai definitely gonna have to skedaddle it out of there ASAP because it looks like they're still looting, except for XDef, who is already on his way, making his way to the circle.
Yep, it's going to be a bit of a hold up. Wait a minute, let us put some guns in it as they're going to be moving into more greener pastures for some of these teams. I do think that for some of these teams to actually consider themselves to get a big win, I do think that... Oh, wait. For that though, Monkey Boss, Brescia.
Are they chasing after him?
I think the fight is just gonna continue here, Tash. I think that BS is just like, yeah, Freshia, you're not gonna get away this time. We're gonna end you. You may have lived a little bit for a while during that fight at hospital, but it's only gonna be a matter of time. Esco Rex there with the M4. 200 rounds in his pocket with 30 in the chamber there is going to go for it. Oh, he gets taken down by Freshia, but the push there is going to be good. Sly DD going to go for the lob. Very good jump there is going to go, and I think it's going to be end for him here. Go boom, goes the bomb. And Sly DD will be able to close it out. Bot Slayer annihilating Freshia and MBS from the game. First casualty of this round.
Honestly, so entertaining. It's honestly every single round today has been made so entertaining thanks to Bot Slayer, and they clearly want to be the most annoying team in this entire tournament. Let's have a look at that again. You can see there Esco Rex noticing he's up there but doesn't really get the advantage due to the high ground and gets knocked out ASAP. Sly DD noticing he's there, and already you can see Frisha solo lobs out a grenade and you can see there kind of like Frisha just kind of like accepting his death there and just waits as they go down and just revive the fallen team member.
Yeah, some big wins there for a lot of them, and I feel that Bot Slayer is definitely winning it big here with MBS being eliminated first, despite the fact that they did lose out on one member. It seems that it's not good. It's going to be fairly negligible in terms of that, but look at that though. I think the only team that's outside of the circle is going to be AX as well as 4 Samurai on Sosnovka Island. So that's going to be quite a bit of a distance for them to cover. Look at that. We're going to be seeing all these fire lines coming out, and I'm thinking that towards phase number 2 is where we're going to be seeing most of the action actually transpire between these teams. That's going to be very interesting to watch because it's going to be one of those like really crazy team fighting games here.
Yeah, that's right. You can see here some shots are already being thrown out there. You can see there from Team FFG going against Fuego. NRX just doing the waiting game, but they do notice a 2 arc on there, and some shots are being shot out as well. You can see how close these these 4 teams are together. Fuego, FFG, as well as Bahamut Gaming and NRX just clumped up. FTF also on the side there joining, and it looks like AAP are just gonna wait there and try to third party from how it looks like. They're actually in the middle of the train there over in Pochinki. Meanwhile, you can see their BS just moving up there together, the cavalry, and Extraordinaire and AX finally joining the circle. Sorry, Extraordinaire as well as Four Samurai finally joining the circle. This is a very, very... It's actually a big circle, but everyone is just so close together so early, and fights are already happening so fast. I think everyone's just, you know, pumped out and adrenaline knowing that it's the final match before the grand finals next weekend.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those how to say, exciting build-ups towards those towards that matchup, and I feel that's going to be some good ones, So I think it's going to be a good, how to say, palate cleanse. I think appetizer towards the main course of the grand finals here. As you can be seeing for the side of Bahamut Gaming, motorbiking in towards the center of the circle. We do see 2 arc as well, going to be able to score a vehicle for themselves. This could be an opportunity for them to get into better positioning here. But Rozok is going to be a rather hot place for them to be because Extraordinaire is pretty close by.
Yes, that's right. For now, let's have a look at 2 arc here. They're actually just gonna move away from the area. 2 arc yesterday having such great games, but not too happy today as they get caught out by teams such as MPS as well as Bot Slayer. Clearly doing their job as the kryptonites of these big teams. For now, from the future, one of the teams there that are actually up there, but just needing like Chicken Dinner just kind of boost them up in terms of the ladder. Suzunami getting some shots there, getting shot at there by Eagle 365. Just gonna get some whiffs there, but never really getting some damage. He's gonna go back to his teammates. Namxiao so low there with 5 HP. Gonna have to quickly get inside before he gets knocked out and having to be revived by his teammates. Looks like Bot Slayer still being the thorn in everyone's side, just going let's go for the battle, but looks like they're gonna get knocked out by Namxiao. Sly DD now in trouble. You can see there Rex trying to move forward to save his teammate, but not able to do so thanks to the hail of bullets coming from the side of NRX. There we go, Chibirit getting a kill as well as a knock with that beautiful nade. Looks like Eagle 365 looking to push forward for some kills here, securing themselves some extra points. But meanwhile, if you look at the kill feed, Bots getting a knock onto Savior Mind, finishing them off, and Chibirit finishes off Rex. Meanwhile, Qualixi finishing off Nonzi, being annoying as usual to 2 arc. There we go, Lavish going aggressive, getting Catalia over there, and I think they may just be looking to commit to this.
Yeah, commitment could be in favor of them here if they decide to go for it, but Catalia already down for the count, as we're going to be seeing more and more of these pushes coming in from the side of 2 arc. Qualixi is going to try to hold on towards that angle there. It's got to be careful that he doesn't get pinched by Lolba as well as Zio. Lavish is coming in from another angle as well. Catalia there is going to get hit with the nades. I think that Qualixi does know where they are. He's just going to wait. He's just going to wait. There goes one. But Loba gets taken down by 1. Lavish, last surviving member here. Qualixi was able to take down 2. Oh, he's got to be careful. But no! SANTUN gone out. Despite the fact that 2 were able to catch him down for the count. Very beautifully done by Lavish.
Yeah, that's right. Catalia so unlucky, about to be revived by Flex, but gets barbecued by the Molly. For now, it's gonna be side by side here. NRX, nice tell. Oh, getting shot from the side. So in trouble here. So Tsunami, as well as other members of NRX, are just bleeding to death. Jungs being the annoying fly on the wall. Just they all know that he's inside, but they were just trying to sneak up onto him, but getting cut out by other members outside. Now the other members of NRS are on the other side. Jung's gonna have to be careful if he actually wants to push out and go elsewhere. He's gonna throw out some cover in order to loot, but it's gonna be all right. Can you see here 2 arc Lavish knows that Fuego is right outside. The circle just shrank one more time. Gonna have to wait for the map in order to see where exactly it is here. Lavish sees, the grenade hits him. Only has 58 HP left. Gonna have to be careful here. Lolba pushing forward, trying to help his teammate as Fuego goes on the aggressive over on the other side of the map.
Yeah, there's going to be much aggression here being said by these teams, as we do see that Fuego now coming in, not giving even a little bit of breathing space for the side of Two arc now could be in a bit of a bother here as Fuego coming in from different angles. Smoke permeates the area, but it seems that it's all high speed, low drag for them. Flash comes out. Seems that this could be an opportunity for them to actually smoke out Zio in this fight here. They're going to try to at least get a little bit of this down, but it's going to be a 3v3 fight here with Angelo as well as Croft, Triple X Sins. Very much close by. Oh, wait. Sins. Oh, Sins getting taken down by Lolba.
You can see that like how the Fuego started off so well surrounding the entire area, but honestly, because they're not checking their angles and just rushing in, that's why they're actually losing out. Meanwhile, Angelo getting a knock there onto Lolba, being very careful to find other members of 2ARC right here. Lavish still alive, the only one. Lavish and Zio, actually, the last two members here, gonna have to be careful because Zio can just come off of the side. But here you go, Barzam getting a knock onto Zio. One member left from 2ARC finishes him off. And one member left. They have the strength in numbers, 3 versus 1. Let's see how they do against Lavish. Lavish there just waiting for his time, trying to get away. But if Lavish plays this right, if he's able to isolate other members, but that's not gonna happen because Angelo will be finishing him off, and 2ARC will be taking 13th place in the final match of today.
Yeah, it seems that 2ARC now is going to be latest casualty here for the side of Fuego. Fuego definitely win it big, very, very well against them. And I felt that that's going to be the case as they are going to be moving up. I don't know whether or not it's going to return against them here. How these, these third-party angles definitely work is that every time there's a fight, someone else comes in and just drops in on the party uninvited. And it's always something to be caught off guard here for a lot of these teams, as we do see that sometimes the preparation behind it is very much as important as getting the resets as quickly as they can, because whether you want to stay and spend a lot of time with your resources getting those heal utilities on, or whether or not you're going to have to move, you're always in danger of some form of interrupt here. But we do see FTF now giving a bit of an interrupt towards Team Extraordinaire as the circle closes for Phase 4. It's going to be 60 seconds before Phase 4 starts to close. We're going to be seeing more of these teams here put onto a spot. Fuego now are going to be going for a long flank here from the Gatka side, but we do see Extraordinaire putting in some shots onto Croft.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, the circle is actually just shrank. We can see a few teams outside, like Fuego, who actually chose to just leave the final member instead of reviving them because of the sandwich between Colony, Extraordinaire, as well as Team FTF over there. Aisu now all alone, but still going the aggressive as much as he can. This is Bahamut Gaming here, Larkashi. They are looking to redeem all those bad matches they had here today, keeping very healthy. This is actually one of the games where they actually survived a long time, but RCI spoke too soon. RCM now really low thanks to members of FTF, I believe. You can see here, and Nomads has the entire compound control, and meanwhile the foliage is actually taken over by Bahamut Gaming. And in the distance, you can see 4 Samurai, and over the hill, over on the other side is another team, and one member of Bot Slayer just hiding in that little shack over there, trying to be annoying whenever he can be. But for now, I'm just trying to see how Bahamut Gaming takes this, because I feel like they're actually a team that really needs a chicken dinner right now, because they want to catch up to the teams up there. They were actually doing really well, but things they are just really lacking in terms of kills as well as chicken dinners today, because they are just getting knocked out so early by the bottom fragging teams.
Yeah, this is going to be one of these opening moments for some of these teams to really play the spoiler and totally affect the overall scoreboards here for week number 2. And I feel that this is going to be one of those moments for Fuego here. Fuego seems to be on a rampage here to be like the ultimate spoiler. But look at that, Calps now taking some pot shots onto from the future, and they are in the middle of the ditch here. Not exactly the best spot for them to be. They do have some vehicles, but I think Calps just needs to line up that shot well. Gotta go for the reload. Maybe could have present himself an opportunity to score some shots onto FTF.
Oh my
but we do
god.
See XEZ now from BGs is from the side of Bahamut Gaming, are going to be in a little bit of a bother here, as other teams are going to be pushing onto their compound. They are going to be in one of those places where it is going to be rather all over the place, their movements, as they're going to be trying their level best to be very wary of that. Nomad's now taking some pot shots against them. Look at that, Tash. It's just been non-stop action here. Imperius taking these shots from distance.
Yeah, you see their four samurai just trying to get out of the area, trying to avoid the circle just pushing in. But Nomad's just not allowing that with the gatekeeping. You can try to see that they're not only getting a shot at by Nomads, but also by AAP there. CJ knocking out UDSC. So unfortunate. You can see there, members of four samurai, one down, only 3 left, and they're gonna be just sandwiched. They're not a great way to be because AAP actually has the high ground here, and it's gonna be so easy for them to pick them out one by one. You can see members of Force Armor just taking some damage here. Nan going on the aggressive against 2 players, just spraying as much as he can. Mad Dog will be dropping X-Def, and CJ will be dropping CC Baby here. And will this be? Yes, it will be the end of Force Samurai taking 12th place.
Yeah, it seems that Four Samurai now could be in one of those situations where they are going to be immediately booted out from the game, mostly from the interruption of other teams. Nomads now, I think they have quite a bit of a situation for themselves here because they have to push through members of Bahamut Gaming, and Bahamut Gaming does have the circle priority, which gives them an opportunity to do so. But look at that Fuego now. Oh no!
Oh no!
He whiffed the
messed
nade!
up the grenade!
With the nade, that was just a missed opportunity as Bozo from the side comes in with the interrupt here. Junks will be able to take down Bozo, but we do see Fuego being eliminated from the side of Friendly Fire Gaming, as we do see that Friendly Fire Gaming were able to turn it around. If it wasn't for Bozo, it would have been the end for the side of Friendly Fire Gaming for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, that was so unfortunate. But for now, let's have a look at Nomads here. Spunky throwing out some flashes as well as some smokes there. As Genki from the other side coming to help out as much as he can. Shibiru in the meantime managed to get a knock onto Mad Dog, but not too sure how they're gonna fare. But meanwhile, Spunky now with only 12 HP will be forced to heal, and Genki finishes off RCM. But Genki will be actually knocked down by Imperius, by Nomads. This is gonna be a 3-way sort of fight here, and it's just so many shots, so busy there. You can see that. Whoa, my God! Push forward there by a member of Nomads, but unfortunately by Helmut Gaming. But Nomads will be taking up 10th place here. Oh my God! Despite that looking so great for Nomads in the beginning, Bahamut Gaming really managed to turn that around using the smokes as cover and playing it really safe. But unfortunately, losing 2 players in the meantime. Ooh.
Yeah, there's gonna be some crazy fights here. Extreme Extraordinaire gonna be holding on towards that top spot here. Gonna take some single pot shots with his M762. We do see some tracers go whizzing by him. Oh, look at that trick. Gets taken down with some crazy tricks here. Baby Rage now raging up. Boy, 1 more HP left down for the count. He is gonna be taken down by Momonji. Momonji taking down 2. Could this be another opportunity for Momonji to secure these kills? Yes, he will. He'll be able to take down 3, but will not be able to secure that final kill here, as it is gonna be Sunshine that comes in and says, "No, Momonji, you sit this one out."
Yeah, that's right. Team Extraordinaire did definitely come up on top for this one, but not on top per se, but they almost won it. But look at how low the rest of the members of Colony is, and so easily Alec just gets the kill onto Sunshine because he too is low, and that's the end for Team Extraordinaire. But look at Colony, only 2 players left, but we have seen them do some pretty extraordinary stuff, and they may be able to win this. But meanwhile, you see that CJ finishing off the final member of Eagle 365, Vandal 9, and they are already sorry, 1 member of Eagle 365, and Vandal's already out of the game. 2 more members to go. You see that their fight is actually taking place outside of the circle, where AAP is trying to prevent Eagle 365 from pushing inside of the circle. You see there, Hanzi taking the vehicle and just rushing into the circle, but will be running into NRX. Will this be okay? I don't know if they know that anyone's inside. I think they know that the NRX is inside. Ooh, will be hit by the nade by Aisu. Hanzi now already bleeding out. Aisu hiding behind the door. How will he be played as the grenade comes out? But he'll be shot from behind! And there it is, the end of Eagle 365. Aisu providing the distraction and the kill being taken out by AAP. In a way, AAP kind of saved Aisu's life, letting him live a little bit longer here.
Very interesting indeed to see some of these teams actually be in spots of bother here. I do think that Junks is going to try to sustain himself very well, but he has to be very careful that he doesn't reveal himself to FTF as well as AAP. They are going to be very close behind as well, but oh no. Bozo sees him here, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not he's going to be able to survive there. As we're going to be seeing from the future here, they're going to be trying their level best to be very, very aware of what's happening around them. We're going to be seeing from the side of Colony, they are going to be pushing onto an Aisu holding on towards inside this building. And we're going to be seeing Janks now taking down Kev with a beautiful shot here of our view, but we don't know whether or not this is going to be taken advantage of. But we do see Bozo now finally taking down Janks and taking out Bot Slayer at number 7. We do see that FFG right now coming back into play here as members of Bahamut Gaming as well, returning fire. 6 teams, 13 players in the game, 12 players in the game as AAP's none being taken down for the count here. Phase 6 seems to be an action-packed one here today, Tash.
Yeah, that's right. You can see there, Bahamut Gaming going aggressive toward AAP, and 2 members are gone. But NRX Esports Colony, you saw them actually pushing up to Aisu, and finally that is the end for Aisu taking 6th place. But for now, we are actually seeing some players already in the circle. We see there Bahamut Gaming as well as FTF. AAP actually struggling a little bit with only 2 members left, and FFG only 1 member left. So let's see how this plays out. XEZ, they're throwing out some smokes to provide some cover, making sure, not sure where exactly all the other members, if not exactly sure where he's actually aiming to. Oh, actually he notices that the rest of AAP is on that side. Mr. Chan looking to finish off AAP, one of the biggest threats to their winning survival right now. So FTF as well playing it real safe because they're right behind Bahamut Gaming. So we may just see a 3-way sort of fight here between AAP, FTF, as well as Bahamut Gaming. Colony that's keeping as silent as a mouse, if you see on the side there, looking to just third party as they did earlier, because as we saw from how Colony played, third party is still a strat, and Colony is definitely going to use that to their advantage since they do not have the advantage in numbers.
Yeah, but it's going to be some big fights here for some of these teams. I do feel that they are going to be in situations that could be very detrimental towards them if they're not careful on scouting it out. 5 teams, 11 players left in the game, 25 minutes. 26 minutes have elapsed already with 30 seconds left on the clock before Phase 7 comes to an end and Phase 8 begins. This is going to be one heck of a final few circles here. I think it is going to be the least populated final few circles here because we do see that teams tend to be a little bit more aggressive towards this side here, and we're going to be seeing a bit of a lull in the action as it is going to be a rather interesting high ground versus low ground storyline here for some of these teams. Bahamut Gaming holding on towards that top spot. We do see that AAP as well holding on towards the high ground. What's important is the fact that from the future in the middle of it all.
Yeah, that's right. You see a Colony actually just hunkering down inside the building, and they're not really looking to actually engage so far. They're just gonna wait there. And actually, they have like the best spot because they know that everyone is on the bottom side of the circle, so they're not gonna be flanked from the back. At least, no one will be so far because it seems like that's a really long way to flank. For now, let's have a look at Bahamut Gaming. Mr. Chan going on the aggressive toward teams such as AAP, but AAP Mad Dog spots out XEZ and will be finishing him off. 1 member left from Bahamut Gaming. Started off so great for them, but now Mr. Chan is the only one alive. It's 1 versus 2 on the side of AAP. Mr. Chan taking some damage there from Mad Dog. Gonna be skedaddling it away because he's gonna try his best to last as long as possible. Meanwhile, RDK is taking some damage from Team Colony. And now Mad Dog noticing what Mr. Chan is, wants to finish him off. But Mr. Chan getting knocked from the back from FTF. And here we are, the final 4 teams. FTF, Colony, AAP, as well as FFG. But I spoke too soon. Friendly Fire Gaming will be eliminated by Alec.
Very interesting here. It is the top 4. If you realize, is the top 3 teams in the final round. AAP,
Yes,
Colony,
that's
and
right.
from the future. It's Caster's curse. It's Caster's curse. We might have a 3-way tie, but I spoke too soon here. Could be now a very interesting opportunity here, considering that from the future does have 4 members here. AAP as well, Colony only 2. But we do see that from the future now losing out 1. We do see that it is going to be another opportunity for AAP wasted here as Mad Dog is done for the count. Elgin Boss now going to be very aggressive indeed, but the shots are going to come through. Elgin Boss will be able to take the Broken Hearts. Broken Hearted will be broken hearted indeed. Going to go for the clutch heal here from the side. Elgin Boss, no nades coming his way, but boom goes Swamp as Alec will be taken down. We'll be able to take down Elgin Boss with a beautiful nade from behind. It's very Colony. And from the future, 2v2. Nades are going to come out. Molly's going to come through as well. Could this be a bad spot? Colony will be able to take down 1 more with the nade killer. Lobbing into his Broken Hearts. Teddy's in a lot of trouble as well as RDKs. We're going to be seeing a 2-angle pusher coming in from Alec as well as Killer. Could this be an opportunity for the side of from the future to still be able to be it? But no! The Colony bring it back for the third time running.
Look at how they do it. They do not need strength in numbers. We talked about it over again. Strength in numbers, strength in numbers, strength in numbers. But if you do not have the strategy, if you are able to flank properly, if you know how to isolate, clearly strength in numbers means nothing. And Colony really showing why they are one of the better teams in this tournament. Mamonji, Killa, Maestro, Alec, and Kalbs just doing it so well for the past few games. And I am just so shook at how well they can manage themselves despite only being two teams fighting against a 4-man.
Yeah, that was just very impressive. That coming in from the side of Colony. Let's take a look at the replay here. The highlights from match number 12, our last match of today. We had a very valiant effort here coming in from the side of a Bot Slayer as well as teams like FFG, but FCF, Colony, and AAP just showed their strength. But the biggest winner thus far, it's got to be Colony here. 3 chicken dinners thus far, and I feel that's definitely going to push them ahead heading into the grand finals. I don't know about you, but this has been one heck of a day. A lot of what's the word for it? I always believe that consistency is always the one of the surefire ways to win it, but man, oh man, has it been a very consistent rise to power, which is Colony. Colony's killer here alongside with Alec. Very, very wise indeed to come in from multiple angles. The amount of nades that came in, put from the future on the back foot, and it was only a matter of time before the game ended in favor of Colony. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles here. I feel that the story is definitely in favor of the side of Colony, and I feel that a lot of it really revolves around the fact that how to say, they're just trying to just get their level best. It's my cat. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. But honestly, Colony, I think a lot of teams are underestimating Colony. This is the second time they've done this, and honestly, I can't believe that these teams would not prioritize eradicating Colony over over each other at this point. And this is the second time this happened. I think coming into next week, I think a lot of teams will be keeping an eye out on Colony, despite them only having 2 players. I think what they think is, oh, we have 4 players. It'll be no problem for us to be handling a team like Colony. But Colony, you see how silent they are as a mouse, did not even interfere the fight, not even third party, making sure that they have enough supplies to take them out. Did you see how they rained hell on them with all the grenades, all the smokes? They just really were just preparing for that very moment, and it just clearly paid off.
Yeah, I felt that was going to be the case here. A lot of it really revolved around the fact that Alec as well as Killa were able to split off in a two-prong attack, in my opinion. That was definitely working in their favors, because From the Future were actually clumped together, and I felt that if From the Future was a little bit more spread out with a little bit more freedom to actually react proactively rather than react like playing it reactionary, then it could have actually skewed in favor of From the Future. But then again, that's just how it is, you know.
I think there's a reason for that, though. The reason why they were clumped together was actually because they were actually low and they were trying to go for the revive, but the push was actually well done by them because they knew they had to take advantage of that. For now, let's have a look at the scoreboard with Colony PH, 12 kills and 1 chicken dinner. Not too far behind is Archangel Predator with 9 kills. Bahamut Gaming taking 3rd spot with 6 kills, alongside Bot Slayer and Eagle 365 Esports, 6 kills apiece. Wow, Bot Slayer up there at number 4 despite that lasting so far. 2 Arc taking 6th place with 5 kills, From the Future 3 alongside Friendly Fire Gaming as well as Nomads and Fuego. SOPAN SANTUN taking 11th place with 2 kills, and now with 1 kill apiece is NRX Esports, Team Extraordinaire, the ASTRAX as well as Monkey's Boss, and 4 Samurai will have gotten back to the lobby with 0 kills.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very important to note that a lot of these teams did their level best in the final matches, and on those closing moments definitely did manage to actually be a bit of a spoiler for some of these teams. However, I think there were some really entertaining standout moments for some of these teams, and there were some really disappointing moments for a lot of these teams heading forward. But remember, I mean, the grand finals is happening in the next week or so, so I think that's going to be another opportunity for some of them to actually come back kick back stronger than ever. With the fact that Winner Winner Chicken Dinner is most Winner Winner Chicken Dinners is going to be the the format they're going to be working in. The highlights are definitely going to be showing to each and every one of you at home the very level that which everyone is operating at. It has been a crazy 6 games today, totaling for 12 games across 2 days, with hundreds and thousands of rounds of ammunition being fired across so many long distances and close distances. We did see some crazy sprays, we did see some crazy one-taps, and I think the highlights definitely will communicate to each and every one of you guys the action that you guys missed if you guys just joined us. For those of you guys who did join us from start to finish, though, it has been a crazy one, hasn't it? This highlight is definitely one of the, I think, the moments of sheer action-packed goodness that I feel that were just the best description for what has been the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2 thus far before the Grand Finals. And I think that at this point of time, it has just been crazy.
Yeah, that's right. So if we look at here, I think the clear big winner for today is definitely Colony. The thing is, like, AAP is a type of team that knows how to stay alive, will survive until the end, toward the end. But the thing is, despite they're having the numbers, they're just not able to just hold it out to the end. I don't know if they're being choked, I don't know if they're getting nervous, or the thing is, they're just not prioritizing right. You can see that just now, they just let Colony, despite knowing that Colony is one of the stronger teams, just live and not going on the aggressive. They started off so strong today, and each match they actually do, but they just don't manage to just finish it off. They don't have the clincher per se. You can see here, ASTRAX Esports, also a team that I kept my eye on them, and they were doing so well. For Samurai as well, out of nowhere with a chicken dinner, did not expect that, but they were playing very different than they usually do, and that is definitely something to commend. Also, we can talk about Archangel Predator. Honestly, not an impressive day for them, despite them getting chicken dinner this weekend, but it's not enough for them to propel upward. Clearly not like last season where they just have a decisive win, not what I predicted where they would just kind of like just clinch the entire weekend, just take it all away, because I'm actually seeing the effort coming from them, but they are, in my opinion, not as aggressive or risk-taking as what Colony is actually doing.
Yeah, so as we see it again, there's a lot of intent with each and every one of these there's a lot of intent behind each and every one of these movements here, as we do see that from Eagle 365, they were able to cinch it out against NRX, and I felt that a lot of it really revolved around the fact that some of these fights were actually in favor of these teams with the better numbers and the opportunities to actually open up the wide flanking lines that could put teams actually in a bit of a decision-making kerfuffle, in a sense that, okay, where do I pick? Do I pick the guy coming on my left, or coming on the right, or coming straight at me? So thinking that the average term of strength in numbers definitely does apply here, but there were some outlying moments here, and I think it really revolves around the fact that a lot of the fights were actually played around the fact that it boils down to the fact of speed, as the speed of the flank, as well as the coordination of how the flank was executed. And we did see that some of these teams did a lot better than most, and some of these teams actually, despite the fact they had those advantages, did not work out. Match number 10, Conley PH, the second of 3 wins here, definitely going to work out in their favor here, putting them quite ahead and giving them the confidence booster that they needed here. But Miramar, I think this Miramar matchup, was a little bit slow towards certain parts, but when the action kicked off, it really kicked off. It was non-stop. It was non-stop action, not much breathing room for either of us here to actually even gather our thoughts, because before we know it, it's just another fight.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, one thing that Colony PH is rewarded with today is honestly patience. We are actually so used to seeing them the first one to initiate, the first one to chase. But what I've never seen before is how patient they were playing the game toward the end. They know they don't have strength in numbers. They decided to play the waiting game. We've seen them do it like twice, thrice, not even in the last circles where they just decided to do the third party instead, because it is the game did kick up in terms of tempo as well as a notch. Knowing where the enemy is, just looking at the map and seeing how clumped up everyone is, they predicted that, okay, everyone will be having a 3-way fight, 4-way fight. How are you going to play this? Are we going to jump in, or are we just going to wait till everything is settled out and just pick off the rest? And that's exactly what they did. But speaking of picking off the rest, a team like MDS as well as Bot Slayers, being the most annoying teams today, are definitely the most hilarious to watch. We've seen a really interesting Fast and Furious moment from Bot Slayer. We saw some weird flanks toward MBS. We saw a smack in the face from Bot Slayer to MBS. Definitely one of the teams that makes the games incredibly funny and more interesting. A break from the more serious moments in this tournament, in my opinion. But let's have a look here at how CJ played this. This was actually a really big brain play, in my opinion, because knowing that a vehicle is there, knowing that they're low, and using the vehicle as a bomb instead of throwing it out is actually something that you can do to actually not only save your what do you call that, resources, also a great way of just securing the kill. You can see there the sprays also that came today from both Colony as well as FTF, and the one taps from Broken Heart, really, really nice.
Yeah, there were some really great moments there, definitely going to be clipped out and played for eternity as bragging rights for Broken Hearts for sure. I know for that for a fact that there were some moments that made, I'm pretty sure that made the Filipino contingent proud, made the Indonesian contingent and Malaysian contingent proud. But at the end of the day, it's all boils down to the fact that winner chicken dinners, most of them anyway, accrued across this week, is going to be the main determining factor here. It's not the amount of kills, it's not the one taps, it's not the 500-meter headshot while spinning on your computer chair. I've always believed that consistency across the board for all 4 members will always reward the team better than maybe like one single moment where your team does something incredibly spectacular. So I feel that despite the fact that there were some crazy moments here, I felt that the biggest winners are definitely the ones that not only practiced their level best, but also came in prepared, came in with high spirits, and came in with I think as much as it is very important to have all of that practice and all done, the love and support from their respective communities, from their respective teams, and the friendly rivalry that comes in from everyone else is definitely going to be a very strong motivator. Let's take a look at the top weapon picks for week 2. Mini 14, 53,572. For our choice of ARs are going to be the M416 as well as the DMRs, as well as the SLR from the DMR category with 24,837 and 35,583 for the M416.
It's actually so interesting to see the shift in weapons again. Yesterday was very different, and today was also very different as well. I guess yesterday's choice of weapons was different because of how the game is played, but overall, I think these 3 are the weapons that I think people do prefer overall. I mean, you did mention this morning about the M416 having a higher rate of fire, which is why they preferred over the M7. I can't remember the other 2 numbers, but you can see yeah, M762, that's right. So you can see there, like, players like Mr. Chan do prefer the M762, but the thing is, while it does pack a heavy punch, it is easier to control the recoil of the M416. Honestly, Mini 14, the spawn rate is just so easy to get. I think that's the reason why it's just easily accessible, but yet look at the amount of damage it has. I think because it's being used so much, that's why it racked up that much amount of damage.
All right, so we're going to be seeing the statistics across the board here. For those of you guys who are big fans of numbers, of course, 53,000 definitely is going to be related to the fact that a lot of these DMR kills were related to the fact that long-range shots were definitely in play for those that wanted to close out the kills, excuse me. And I felt that the Mini 14 was actually a very common secondary for a lot of these players. DMRs, I think, give a level of versatility that is rather unparalleled, despite the fact that M416 can do a few things similarly to some DMRs. I feel that longer range shots definitely are going to give a stronger, how to say, advantage towards the Mini 14, just because of the lack of I think the bullet drop is a lot more manageable, as well as the muzzle velocity of how the bullet travels. And I think that's going to be one of the things that is going to be picked apart over and over again in every coach's or managers how to say briefings and team team analysis and stuff, and I feel that's going to be the case. Now let's take a look at our team targets for day number 2 here. From the left side is killer teams, on the right side is going to be victor teams. Killer team of Archangel Predator with 13 kills over Bahamut Gaming, Eagle 365 with 11 kills over Botslayer, NRX Esports 10 kills over Monkey Boss, From the Future 10 kills over 2Arc, and Colony PH with a total of 10 kills over Eagle 365. Seems that there is going to be a bit of a Wasp versus Eagle fight here, with the Eagles being victimized by Colony PH in day number 2.
Yeah, that's actually so interesting as well, how like the victim teams, Boss Slayer and Monkey Boss, are there. I understand that they are the teams that disrupted. I think the reason why these teams are meeting like NRX as well as Bot Slayers are meeting Eagle 365 and NRX a lot is because these teams are just looking out for teams up there. I mean, we've seen Bot Slayer just cripple Eagle 365 by bringing down 2 of their members before they get down. We've seen Monkey Boss actually go aggressive against NRX by crippling them enough to actually stop them from actually moving forward. So 2Arc is also a team from the future. I think it's more of like a coincidence at this point. 2Arc is a team that I feel like they really wanted to win, but they never really come close. I mean, despite their spectacular performance on day 1, today has been extremely lackluster. We barely even noticed them at all in terms of highlights, but they were more on the death feeds, which is very unfortunate because they are actually a team that I was really excited to see them do a lot better, since they did come out of nowhere and get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one indeed. Let's take a look at our top fraggers here. Mad Dog Calves as well as Alton Bots. Wow, 2 top fraggers from Archangel Predator as well as the Colony PH here. Total of 16, 18, and 13 kills across the board, with the biggest winner in terms of total damage is going to be Mad Dog. Close behind him is going to be Cows with a total damage of 2,831, and Alton Bots with 1,989. Close off.
It's actually so interesting to see Mad Dog, because Mad Dog is actually those kind of players that just go aggressive and actually finish their food. But for now, let's have a look at the overall scoreboard here with 3 chicken dinners with 79 kills. Is Colony PH not too far behind with 2 chicken dinners and 76 kills is Archangel Predator, both from the Philippines, and shows that Filipino supreme over here. For now, at number 3, you have From the Future with 70 kills and 1 chicken dinner. Eagle 365 Esports been taking 4th place with 1 chicken dinner and 59 kills. Bahamut Gaming as well from the Philippines, 1 chicken dinner, 58 kills. NRX Esports as well, 1 chicken dinner, 56 kills. Force Samurai from Indonesia, 1 chicken dinner, 50 kills. Tied with Team Extraordinaire also from Indonesia, 1 chicken dinner, 50 kills. 2Arc will be ending this week with 1 chicken dinner and 46 kills. For the rest that didn't get chicken dinners from 10th place to 16th place, will be going to 39, 34, 30, 25, 22, 19, and 11. So let's see who will be leading the prize pool leaderboard for this week.
All right, so we have Archangel Predator for week number 1 with $450. For week number 2, it's going to be 300 with a total of 750. Colony PH not too far behind with 550. Eagle 365 with $380. Team Extraordinaire with 370. Not too good in terms of week number 2. It was a better week 1 for them. Same can be said. The reverse can be said for From the Future. A very lackluster week 1, but week 2 seems to be a stronger effort for them with $270 that have been accrued by them. ASTRAX as well, $180 on the first week. No wins thus far in terms of the prize pool, in terms of the cash prize leaderboards here for week number 2. NRX Esports breaking out pretty even across the board here, 80 and 100 for weeks 1 and 2, totaling at $180. Friendly Fire Gaming very lackluster second week though with $120. Bahamut Gaming with a total of $120, and 4 Samurai with $80. The rest have yet to score a single cash prize for the total of 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's right. So that ends week 2 for a total of 12 matches for the last 2 weeks here. And we are going to be seeing the final week of the PUBG Challenger Rumble happening next week. So Hao, do you have anything to say before we sign off?
Well, I don't know about you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed what you have seen thus far. Remember to download PUBG New State on your mobile phones. It's available on all mostly platforms, Apple or Android. So make sure you go check it out. iOS or Android, excuse me. So make sure you check it out. So I guess aside from that, I don't know whether I'm going to be on the casting desk for next week. But until then, I hope to see you guys again soon for whatever that you guys tune into, whether it's PUBG, whether it's other game titles. And of course, for all you PUBG players out there, may the circle ever ever be in your favor.
Okay.